Hello and welcome. I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans and you're watching W News, broadcasting live from the Al Arabiya studios. These are our top stories. 26 EU leaders sign a joint statement pushing for Ukraine's involvement in negotiations as Trump prepares to sit down with Putin later this week. Egypt says it's working out a 60-day ceasefire with Qatar and the US as a Hamas delegation heads to Cairo. And the US and China announce a further 90-day pause on tariffs as they extend their trade truce. Now, 26 EU leaders have issued a joint statement regarding Ukraine's right to deciding its future. It comes days before President Trump's summit with Russian President Vladimir Putin, which will take place without Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky. The EU statement, signed by every member state but Hungary, states the path to peace in Ukraine cannot be decided without Ukraine. Meaningful negotiations can only take place in the context of a ceasefire or a reduction of hostilities. Here's a reminder of what President Trump said about Europe's involvement during yesterday's press conference.
I'm going to meet with President Putin, and we're going to see what he has in mind. And if it's a fair deal, I'll reveal it to the European Union leaders and to the NATO leaders and also to President Zelensky. I think out of respect, I'll call him first, and then I'll call them after. And I may say, lots of luck, keep fighting, or I may say we can make a deal. Then after that meeting, immediately, maybe as I'm flying out, maybe as I'm leaving the room, I'll be calling the European leaders who I get along with very well.
Meanwhile, Ukraine's foreign minister has named their red lines. They include not recognizing Russian-occupied territories, not compromising on its EU and NATO aspirations, or agreeing to a neutered military. Let's go live to Brussels now to speak to our correspondent, William Denslow. William, thank you so much for joining us. So, what are the European leaders calling for, and why has Hungary, and why is it the only country not to sign the EU statement on Ukraine?
Well, essentially, as far as the European Union's position is concerned, when it comes to these peace talks and achieving a lasting, meaningful peace for Ukraine, there are really three pillars to consider. The first is that they are supportive of a meaningful dialogue, have been supportive of transatlantic unity in finding a diplomatic solution, support for Ukraine, as well as putting further pressure on Russia. The concern from some in Brussels, some European leaders, is what this meeting between US President Donald Trump and his Russian counterpart Vladimir Putin will mean for all three of those pillars. Some analysts I've been speaking to in recent days really see Donald Trump as somewhat of a momentum gauge. Obviously, we know that several months ago, the ire of the US president was against Volodymyr Zelensky. We remember that incredibly explosive a blow-up between the two leaders in the Oval Office earlier this year. In recent days, though, Donald Trump has been critical of Russia's president, even threatening further sanctions. There are fears here in Brussels that the pendulum could swing again after this face-to-face meeting with Vladimir Putin and the US president. So that'll be something that European leaders will be keen to stress to Donald Trump that should not happen. When it comes to Hungary's position, well, they have consistently been an outlier. They've called for more peace talks, for more face-to-face discussions with Russia, have been against the notion of more sanctions on Moscow. The message from Viktor Orban, Hungary's Prime Minister, very simple indeed. He says that the EU shouldn't be setting conditions on these talks between the Russian and US leaders, talks that the EU simply wasn't invited to.
And we heard from President Donald Trump yesterday ahead of his summit with Vladimir Putin. William, he discussed land swapping as a way to ending the war. This seems to be at odds with Ukraine's red lines. What more do we know about this?
At odds with Ukraine's red lines, at odds with much of Kyiv's allies in Europe's red lines as well. This has been seen really by Kyiv at this stage in negotiations as a non-starter, a point very much reiterated by European leaders in the statement released after the foreign ministers' virtual meeting on Monday, where they said that while they supported Donald Trump's efforts to achieve a lasting peace, they did, however, say that any final decision for Ukraine must be made by Ukraine's people. They said that borders must be respected under international law. It's a point that members of the European Parliament this week have stressed, saying that Russia cannot be rewarded for its acts of aggression. Now, some analysts say that the idea of territorial swaps might be something for future negotiations way further down the line. But for right now, that's certainly seen by Kyiv and by Brussels as a non-starter.
And there has been a sudden advance beyond Ukraine's front line in the Donetsk region. Why is this causing so much confusion in Kyiv ahead of this crucial summit that we've just been talking about between Donald Trump and Vladimir Putin?
Well, when Vladimir Putin agreed to these talks with his US counterpart, plenty of questions have been circulating whether Moscow is ready to reach some kind of peace settlement with the United States and vis-a-vis with Kyiv going forward. However, Volodymyr Zelensky, Ukraine's president, says this perceived push and offensive that he says he's received military intelligence on suggests the contrary. The message from Kyiv is that this shows that Moscow wants to present to Donald Trump really somewhat of a position of strength, saying that Russia is in a dominant position, really trying to play on that point that we've heard from Donald Trump, suggesting perhaps that because Russia is on the upper hand, then it should be for Ukraine to make more concessions. So that is a huge concern for Kyiv as the US prepares for these talks with Russia's president, and something that, of course, we understand that European leaders will be very keen to stress to Donald Trump to not give up on Ukraine, to keep giving them the military support that they require going forward, that the EU will do, the European allies will do their part as well, but they continue to need Washington support to make sure that Kyiv can negotiate with Russia when they're ready from as strong a position as possible.
William Denslow in Brussels, thank you so much for joining us. Let's continue this conversation further with Dr. Alexander Moresko, head of the Foreign Affairs Committee of the Ukrainian Parliament. Doctor, thank you so much for taking the time to talk to us. We just heard from our reporter there, William Denslow. Russia has seized around 10 kilometers of land in a shock eastern offensive. How concerning is this right now for Ukraine ahead of these talks between Trump and Putin?
Well, it's very telling because it indicates that Putin doesn't want ceasefire. He's trying to use each opportunity to make advancements and to occupy more Ukrainian territories. He ignores ceasefire proposals put forward previously by President Trump. And he's absolutely not interested in complying with any agreements. So we shouldn't even hope that somehow he can change his attitude. He will continue to have this goal to destroy Ukraine, to subjugate Ukraine. And he has never abandoned this ultimatum which he had put forward before.
Considering that Volodymyr Zelensky is struggling to get a seat at the table on Friday, which we know, what do you think European leaders will be able to achieve with President Trump on that call that they're going to have tomorrow?
It has always been a principle in relations between the United States and Ukraine, between Ukraine and our European partners and allies. Principle: nothing about Ukraine without Ukraine. And we hope that President Trump will continue to respect this principle, because no agreement can be reached above our heads, and it cannot be imposed on Ukraine. Luckily, our European partners respect and honor this principle, and they're trying to help us to persuade President Trump to change his political course and to take into consideration that Ukraine should be present at the table of negotiations, and also our European partners should also be present at this table.
Do you think President Trump is listening to Ukraine and Europe's concerns right now? Because he seems to be pushing ahead with this Alaska summit that has happened fairly quickly. And as a reporter, William Denslow, said to me, remember Zelensky had that bust up in the Oval Office with President Donald Trump. And Trump has been very critical of Zelensky. And do you think the pendulum could swing back that way if he's just not listening?
Compared with what happened in the Oval Office, the stance by President Trump towards Ukraine has made considerable progress. It has changed because Trump himself mentioned several times that he's disappointed with Putin because Putin didn't agree. Actually, he had rejected ceasefire proposals by President Trump. And at the same time, I hope that we still have time to change the situation. And I hope that President Trump will invite President Zelensky and representatives of the European Union, our European partners, to create a workable format for negotiations.
So you say that Donald Trump has said that he's disappointed in Vladimir Putin, but he never put sanctions that he was threatening last Friday on Putin and on Russia after Steve Witkoff had that meeting in the Kremlin. So is he disappointed, or is he just looking for a quick win to end this war?
Unfortunately, it's quite possible. But the truth is that President Trump didn't follow through on his promise, because instead of applying sanctions after the deadline expired, the deadline which was established by President Trump himself, and Putin didn't react to this deadline and to this ceasefire proposal, instead of keeping his promise and to apply sanctions against Russia and those countries which provide lifeline to Russia. Instead of this, Putin was awarded, so to speak, politically by President Trump with this summit. I think it's a huge political and diplomatic mistake.
According to reports, Zelensky is willing to cede some territory to Russia in exchange for peace. Would this mean freezing the front line where it is and handing Russia control of the territory it already occupies?
President Zelensky has very clearly stated that he's not going to make any concessions, territorial concessions, because he respects Ukrainian constitution, and there is absolutely no possibility, no legal mechanism to have these territorial concessions. It's absolutely against our constitution. But what can be done under the circumstances? There can be, at least we can discuss agreement in case if there will be reliable ceasefire and reliable security guarantees for Ukraine, then we can discuss the issue that the territories which are temporarily right now under Russian occupation can be returned not necessarily by military hand, but by using political and diplomatic means.
And just going on that subject, because we heard from Donald Trump, he was talking last night and he's been talking before about Ukraine giving up land for peace. This is something we've heard quite a lot. And if that happens, by law, the recognition of Russia's control would require a referendum. Will this stoke tensions in the population in Ukraine and also fundamentally weaken President Zelensky?
The thing is that a principle of territorial integrity of Ukraine is mentioned several times in our constitution. And even by referendum, it's not possible. It's absolutely impossible. And any agreement, hypothetically speaking, which can be concluded either by President Trump and the Kremlin dictator, or by Ukraine and Russia, if it is against our constitution, if it violates principle of territorial integrity, it cannot be valid under international law and under our constitution. And of course, any attempts to impose on Ukraine, on Ukrainian people and armed forces agreement, which violates our territorial integrity, will be disregarded, and it will never receive support of Ukrainian people.
So I've just been listening to you speak to me, Alexander, and I just wonder, because we're talking about the red lines of Ukraine, we're talking about Donald Trump saying we'll possibly have to give up land for peace and there'll have to be some sort of agreement. We know Russia wants to keep the land that it's invaded. So do you think that Friday's summit between Trump and Putin is going to bring about peace, or do you think that we're still too far apart to see any agreement for a ceasefire to even come into place?
I'm very skeptical about the outcome of this summit. I can predict that there will be no result, no tangible result, for a very simple reason, because the only obstacle on the road to peace or ceasefire is Putin, because he is not interested in ceasefire. He is obsessed with destroying Ukraine, and that's why I don't see any prospects right now. Actually, negotiation positions of Russia and Ukraine, they're diametrically opposed, because Russia wants to destroy Ukraine, to subjugate Ukraine, and Ukraine wants to survive. So these goals are absolutely irreconcilable.
Dr. Alexander Moresko, head of the Foreign Affairs Committee of the Ukrainian Parliament, thank you for your insights and analysis. At least 11 people have died in Gaza City overnight as Israel targets the eastern areas of the region. It comes as the Hamas leader is due in Cairo for talks to resurrect a US-backed ceasefire plan. The last round of discussions in Qatar took place last month, with no further resolution between Israel and Hamas. I'm now joined by Dr. Mahema Abou-Sada, Associate Professor of Political Science at Al-Azhar University in Gaza. Doctor, it's a pleasure to have you on, and thank you for taking the time. So Egypt says it's working with Qatar and the US to revive the 60-day Gaza truce plan. The Hamas leader is due in Cairo. What can we expect from these talks?
Well, good evening and many thanks for hosting me. Well, it seems to me that after the Israeli cabinet has approved Thursday night a military plan to take over Gaza City and then take over the whole of the Gaza Strip, we have been witnessing a very serious diplomatic efforts by a number of countries, mainly Egypt, Qatar, and Turkey now, and also in addition to the US, who have been working on a new framework to put an end to the war, to put an end to the suffering of the Palestinians in the Gaza Strip. Now, whether there will be a deal or not, it will be seen. But what we have heard about 2 weeks ago, that the gap was still big. There was still a big gap between Hamas and Israel in terms of the issues of the Israeli withdrawal from the Gaza Strip, Palestinian prisoners who were to be released, and also the entry of food assistance into Gaza. These issues were not bridged about 2 weeks ago. Now, we hope that there will be enough efforts by the mediators this time to try to broker a new deal. Now, about 2 or 3 weeks ago, they were discussing a partial deal that will include a 60-day ceasefire in return for 10 Israeli live hostages and a number of dead bodies. But I think what we have heard from Steve Witkoff, the U.S. presidential envoy, a few weeks ago, I think he indicated that next time there should be a deal, a comprehensive deal, not a partial deal, a comprehensive deal where Hamas basically releases all Israeli hostages, dead and alive, in return for an end to the war and an Israeli withdrawal from the Gaza Strip, but I think we still have a few issues that have to be dealt with. The day after, who's going to be governing Gaza, and the day after, and also the issue of Hamas disarmament and where the Hamas leaders will stay. Israel is asking basically some of Hamas senior leaders in Gaza to be to exit from the Gaza Strip. So these issues have to be basically dealt with in order to see a successful new framework that will put an end to the war and the release of Israeli hostages in Gaza.
So, Doctor, Israel has said that the occupation of Gaza, the full occupation of Gaza, is to go ahead. We know that overnight there's been heavy bombardment in Gaza City. Right now, is Hamas too weakened to carry on? Do they need to come to the table and make an agreement in order to save those cities that haven't been occupied by Israel and to save the people who are dying? We know that the Hamas-run health ministry says 10,000 Palestinians have been killed in Israel's offensive since the end of the ceasefire in March. Is it now time for Hamas to make concessions, disarm, and let the people live?
Well, that is definitely a very good question. We do hope that Hamas will make the necessary concessions to bring about an end to this war and a final ceasefire between Hamas and Israel. But from what we have seen over the past 22 months, Hamas is a very stubborn organization. I don't think that they are ready to make those big concessions. I think it will probably take two things. One is a lot of pressure from the mediators from Egypt, Turkey, Qatar, and the U.S. on Hamas to try to convince them that they need to make those concessions to save Gaza from further destruction. And also the Israeli government, led by Netanyahu, also need to give up on some of the conditions, especially that Israel have to agree for an end to the war against Gaza. Now, again, I totally agree with you. I hope that it's about time that we should see an end to the suffering of more than 2 million Palestinians in Gaza, the killing, the destruction. More than 60,000 people have been killed. More than 130,000 people have been injured, in addition to the destruction and the starvation that has been taking place in Gaza. The Palestinians in Gaza are tired, exhausted. They would definitely want to see an end to this. But at the end of the day, it's going to be up to Hamas and Israel to make those necessary concessions to bring about an end to the war. But let me say one thing here, one last point here. It doesn't seem to me that Hamas is willing to make the necessary concessions if Israel isn't willing to put an end to the war, if Israel isn't willing to withdraw completely from the Gaza Strip. If Israel and Netanyahu are willing to do that, I think we might see progress in this round of ceasefire negotiations in Cairo.
And Doctor, the Israeli opposition leader is calling for a national strike on Sunday over the escalation on the Gaza war. Thousands are expected to attend these rallies. Could this be the beginning of the end for Benjamin Netanyahu in Israel, as there is backlash to these plans?
Well, as a Palestinian, I hope, the general strike that is to take place in Israel on Sunday, August 17, will bring an end to Netanyahu and his government. But we have to admit that Netanyahu is very influential. He has a long experience in office. He has been in office more than any other Israeli prime minister since the establishment of Israel in 1948. He even exceeded the years of the first prime minister of Israel, Ben Gurion. So Netanyahu is a very experienced prime minister. He's very manipulative. So I think he will try to survive, even though that supposedly the strike on Sunday is going to be a big strike. I know that some of the Israeli reservists are going to join. Some of the Israeli influential universities like Tel Aviv University, Ben Gurion University, Haifa University. I think the Israeli Bar Association also is going to participate. Up until now, the Israeli Workers Syndicate, the Histadrut, has basically refrained from supporting this strike on Sunday. Now, whether that is going to signal an end to the war in Gaza or not, it will be seen. But let me tell you one thing, that the images coming out of Gaza, the starvation of Palestinian children, the death of many Palestinian children and other Palestinian civilians as a result of famine and starvation, I think that has been covered in a good way, I guess, in Israel. And the Israeli public isn't happy about those images. And I think from what I hear that part of those images which have been covered in the Israeli media are alarming. Israel is becoming an isolated state. The head of the Israeli opposition, Yair Lapid, is basically saying that this war is going on because Netanyahu is doing that for his own personal political agenda that doesn't serve the interest of Israel or the Israeli security. So let's see what's going to happen on Sunday. But I think we are going to probably see the biggest protest in Israel since October 7th of 2023.
Dr. Mahema Abu Sada, Associate Professor of Political Science at Al-Azhar University in Gaza. Thank you so much for joining us this evening. Let's take a look at some of the other stories making headlines today. Emergency crews are battling multiple wildfires across Spain and Portugal as a record-breaking heat wave continues across Europe. One person has died in the north of Madrid and around 180 people have been forced to evacuate. Extreme temperatures in Spain and Portugal are expected to continue until Wednesday. Now, in a bid to boost tourism, Nepal will make 97 of its Himalayan mountains free to climb for the next 2 years. It comes as permit fees to summit Mount Everest increase to $15,000 from September. Nepal's tourism department hopes the initiative will highlight the country's unexplored destinations. A Chinese man has pleaded guilty in the U.S. to exporting 850 protected turtles. Wei Changling wrapped the turtles in salts and falsely labeled them as toys. U.S. authorities estimated that the seized turtles had a combined market value of $1.4 million. And Taylor Swift has announced her 12th studio album, The Life of a Showgirl, after intense speculation from fans. She revealed the news on Travis Kelce's podcast. Swift recently brought back the rights to her first 6 albums, ending a long-running battle over the ownership of her very own music. No deal, but no return to a major crisis either. Washington and Beijing have agreed to push back their trade dispute deadline until mid-November. Markets are reacting positively, but major sticking points, of course, do remain. Yenna Lee reports from Beijing.
Financial markets are breathing a sigh of relief as Washington and Beijing extended their trade truce. Markets in Australia and Japan reached record highs. Meanwhile, the Shanghai Composite rose by 0.5 percentage point. Markets in Europe too opened higher Tuesday morning. The CAC 40, the DAX, the FTSE 100 all nudging upwards, indicating that investors are reassured, at least for now. The US and China have kicked the can down the road, so to speak, and more talks will continue until the new deadline, November 10th. Now, if you remember back in April, at the height of the trade tensions, tariffs on either side reached triple-digit figures, a symbolic way of pretty much halting all bilateral trade. And instead of aiming for a quick deal with the Trump administration, Beijing stood its ground and held a rather firm stance on all of this. And China is capable of doing this because of its huge market, its near total control of the rare earths industry, and because its economy is holding out despite not being in great shape. The big picture is this: Donald Trump wants to reduce the trade deficit with China and is ready to use tariffs to recreate a level playing field. Beijing is staunchly anti-tariff. They want easy access to the US market, no barriers on tech, no barriers for its Chinese companies. And this is a message that has been plastered all over state-controlled media. And of course, this is a view we often hear repeated on the ground too. Take a listen now to how some Beijingers have been reacting to the latest trade news.
I think we should adopt the approach China has, being open and inclusive, embracing diversity.
We should really adopt a mindset of mutual benefit and win-win cooperation.
Tariffs of over 100% on both sides will not benefit anyone for sure, but it is important to see and track where the US and China will meet in the middle. What will they be willing to compromise on? We've seen this week that the Trump administration is happy to greenlight the sale of NVIDIA chips to China, despite previously citing national security concerns. Now it seems as long as there'll be money in US coffers to be made, the president doesn't mind much. Meanwhile, the Chinese side have taken note of the power of their rare earths when they can be used as bargaining chips. So with so much on the table for a trade deal to be inked, a leaders' summit might have to take place first. Some analysts say this could happen in Beijing in the coming weeks and months. Others point to the upcoming APEC summit scheduled for the end of October in South Korea.
The Duke and Duchess of Sussex have announced an extension to their film and TV deal with Netflix. Rumours had been right that the streaming giant were parting ways with Harry and Meghan, but the so-called new multi-year first-look deal proves critics wrong. The previous contract with the royal couple was believed to be worth around $100 million. Let's get more details from royal correspondent Sarah Hewson. So, Sarah, just when you thought it was safe to turn on your TV, Meghan and Harry are back. Many critics did pan these Netflix shows that were played out, but they've proved everyone wrong, haven't they?
Well, yes and no, Leigh Ann. I think this is a face-saving deal for Harry and Meghan because, as you set out, there had been much speculation that Netflix were disappointed with what had been delivered by the couple, particularly recently, and that they wanted to cut ties with them, that the deal would not be renewed when it came to the end of its 5 years. But that's been proven to be wrong because they have extended their partnership. It is a multi-year first-look deal. So it's a different kind of deal, some describing it as a downgrade, but it's a little hard at this stage because we don't actually know the details and terms of this agreement. But what it does give is Netflix first refusal on any content produced by Harry and Meghan through their Archwell productions. Meghan has a new series of With Love Meghan coming out in the next few weeks. The first series, though, didn't make it into the top 300 in terms of ratings and viewing figures on Netflix in the first 6 months of this year. Only a fifth of the number watched that series as watched their docuseries Harry and Meghan, and it was dwarfed by the number who watched Adolescence. 145 million people watched that, as opposed to 5.3 million watching With Love Meghan. But it is good news for them that this deal is to continue.
Yes, indeed. And how much of a say do Harry and Meghan have in the editorial and production of the programmes? Because there's also been criticism when it comes to this.
Yeah, well, the deal is with Archwell Productions, and under this new first look deal, it is thought that Netflix will be funding the production and the staffing of Archwell. So that's good news for Harry and Meghan in terms of their income stream and being able to continue their work. There is a new documentary coming out called Massacre Kids, and that is focusing on children in Uganda who are orphaned by HIV/AIDS. And Harry and Meghan are the executive producers on that. It's not clear whether we'll see them in it, but certainly they are very much involved in this. What Harry brings to the table as a prince with no experience in the television industry, it's unclear. And certainly his documentary series, Polo, was panned by the critics. It was pretty vacuous for a couple who said they wanted to deliver thought-provoking, feel-good, meaningful television. But again, we are all talking about it, and that is what this is about, because Meghan wants to be a content producer, she's become an influencer, she's an entrepreneur now, and we're all still talking about them, aren't they? And for Netflix, that's really important.
Yes, but can she rival Gwyneth Paltrow has been the big question, hasn't it, when it comes to the space era. But as we know, Meghan launched her own brand, as ever, off the back of her lifestyle series, Love Meghan. As we were just talking then, you explained to me this didn't do that well on Netflix compared to other shows. You know, 300 is not a great rating. But how lucrative has this been for Meghan herself? And, of course, they left the royal family, so they need to make some sort of money.
Yeah, in terms of headlines and PR, it's been really lucrative, Leigh Ann, hasn't it? But as for the actual numbers, we don't know. We know that the first launch of products, including the jam, the spread, the flower petals, for example, that sold out within minutes. But we don't know exactly how big that first launch was. There's been a second restocking of the products. Those have all sold out. I've just been on their website to check. You can't get anything at the moment. There's a raspberry spread coming. There's been a second launch of her rosé wine as well. So there's a buzz around it, and she can certainly say that it's an instant sellout. But what we don't know is whether this is all part of the PR and how many of those products were actually made available in the first place.
Yes, indeed. And finally, Sarah, the big question lots of people are asking, are we likely to see Meghan and Harry's children star in any of the new shows? Or will the Duke and Duchess be keeping that side of things more private? Because we have been seeing more photographs come out of the children of recent times.
Yeah, they're fiercely protective of their children's privacy. But you are right. We have been seeing a lot more of them more recently since Meghan relaunched her Instagram feed at the beginning of this year. And she gives us little glimpses, usually the back of the head still, but we've heard their voices. We've seen them in the garden. We've seen them at home. I would be highly surprised if they were to feature in any of the series that are coming up and any of the productions that are coming out from Harry and Meghan. Even Harry only made very fleeting appearance in With Love Meghan. So I wouldn't expect that we will be seeing Archie and Lily in them. But again, I think we'll be seeing a little bit more of them on the social media feeds, as long as it is done on their terms. And certainly everybody wants to see a bit more of them, don't they? Because we know so little about those two children.
And Sarah, just a quick question. Have you made anything from Meghan's cookery show at all? I always wonder if anyone makes the stuff.
I haven't yet, and I know it was highly criticised by the media as it came out. But actually, there were a few things on there I thought, that's not bad. I might have a go at that. And what she's doing is presenting this idyllic lifestyle, wandering around her garden, picking her vegetables, picking her flowers. Wouldn't we all love to be able to do that? And she keeps reposting videos of people buying into that lifestyle and copying the product. She's also been criticised for some of those. I was quite inspired by the bath salts until I read that they could be highly toxic. So I'm not going to be making those. But her next series coming out in the next few weeks, filmed at the same time as this one. So we'll have to see how much more she's got to share with us from that Montecito house and garden.
I was inspired by the one-pot pasta meal, I think. Sarah Hewson, royal correspondent, thank you so much for joining us. A reminder of our top stories. 26 EU leaders sign a joint statement pushing for Ukraine's involvement in negotiations as Trump prepares to sit down with Putin later this week. Egypt says it's working out a 60-day ceasefire with Qatar and the US as a Hamas delegation heads to Cairo. And the US and China announce a further 90-day pause on tariffs as they extend their trade truce. And that's all from us on W News. Don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel and, of course, follow us on X. Counterpoints with Melinda Nucifora will be coming up next. Plus, we'll be back in just a couple of hours' time with W News Extra. Goodbye and thank you.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America. With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
Economic shifts or social movements.
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
The in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
The most important development straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.
Is Trump's patience with Putin running out? The US president has upped his support for Ukraine. He's announced a weapons package for Kyiv and, for the first time, threatened sanctions on Moscow. But perhaps the most significant shift is less strategic and more semantic. Is it enough, though, to force Russia to make a deal? Stay with us for the debate on Counterpoints with me, Melinda Nucifora. Another President Trump bromance bites the dust. In the space of 5 months, his opinion of the Russian leader Vladimir Putin has gone from this...
I believe he wants peace. I believe that President Putin, when I spoke to him yesterday, I mean, I know him very well. Yeah, I think he wants peace. I think he would tell me if he didn't. I'd like to see peace.
Do you trust President Putin?
I believe that, I believe that he would like to see something happen. I trust him on this subject.
To this assessment on BBC Radio.
But I'm disappointed in him. Bill, we had a deal done 4 times, and then you go home and you see he just attacked a nursing home or something in Kiev. I said, what the hell was that all about?
And if there's one thing the world has learnt about President Trump's leadership style, it's that he acts on his gut feeling more than calculated strategy. So this seemingly simple change of tone says a lot. It will certainly give Ukraine a morale boost, but will his threats make any difference to the war's outcome? Russia doesn't seem to think so. Officials and pro-war commentators say the US weapons deal for Ukraine is less significant than anticipated and have shrugged off the threat of tariffs and sanctions as hot air. Coming up on Counterpoints, we'll debate, has President Trump changed his mind on Ukraine and Russia's President Putin? Will the threat of tariffs and sanctions against Russia achieve anything? And can Ukraine really win this war, or are there going to be some bitter pills to swallow? And joining us to discuss the latest developments regarding the conflict in Ukraine is Dmitry Polyansky, the current Russian Deputy United Nations Ambassador. Brendan Weikert, a geopolitical consultant who has advised the Department of Defence and is also the author of How the West Lost Ukraine. And rounding out our panel, Sir Michael Fallon, a former British Defence Secretary from 2014 to 2017. Gentlemen, thank you for joining us here on Counterpoints. The US president has made no secret of his desire to extricate the US from overseas conflicts, including the war in Ukraine. He had said he'd end the war on day one of his second term. But since 6 months on, and the US is still embroiled in seemingly endless and uneventful rounds of negotiations. The latest round will be in Istanbul on Wednesday. This will be the first time the sides have met since President Trump started talking tough against Russia, threatening tariffs and sanctions if a deal isn't struck. So, Ambassador Polyansky, let's start with you. Has President Trump changed his position and his opinion on Russia and President Putin with regards to the conflict in Ukraine?
Well, I think this question would be logically better directed to President Trump himself, because I can't bet on what in President Trump's mind. We know that U.S. foreign policy has been mercurious, to put it mildly, for quite a long time, and it's sometimes very difficult to guess what is the next step. In any case, I know that our two presidents have certain chemistry among them. They have regular contacts almost every 1 month. They have a telephone conversation. And I think that the person who would be best placed to comment what has changed or hasn't changed would be my president, President Putin. So I would leave it to him.
What do you make of that, Brandon?
Well, I think that the president of Trump is very mercurial, and I think that he, as somebody who has dealt with the Mar-a-Lago crew for the last 8 years, he is very unpredictable. That is both a benefit and a negative. I believe here, though, the president has made a strategic calculation that in order for negotiations to be had, he needs to gain leverage. And I think he thinks, and I think this is a mistake with all due respect to President Trump, I think he thinks that by flooding in what little weapons we have remaining in our arsenals here to the Ukrainians, that will somehow allow him to gain leverage. But I'm looking at 160,000 Russian troops being readied for an offensive this summer. They're massing along Donetsk, Kharkov, and Zaporizhia. To me, this is not boding well for the Ukrainians. My hope had been that we would already be well into negotiated settlement by now, but the President Trump has decided to, not make good on his campaign promise. This could very well come back to bite him and NATO, because Russia is poised to win this thing, in my opinion.
Okay, talking NATO then, Michael, what do you make of both of those comments?
Well, clearly, Ukraine is in a very difficult position at the moment. Civilians are being shelled nightly. What the Russians are doing there is outrageous. It's contrary to all international law. It's contrary to the laws of war itself. And what we ought to be thinking about as friends and allies of Ukraine is how we can help. Now, clearly, President Trump is running out of patience. He wanted this war to end. We all want it to end. He wanted to end relatively quickly. We would all like that. We've all been encouraging the negotiations, but so far, of course, Russia has not been seriously negotiating. It's been repeating demands it's been making since the beginning of the invasion over 3 years ago. So unless we get some serious response from Russia, it's very hard to see what else we can do other than simply help Ukraine restock its military, defend its civilians as best it can, and repeat its claim to the territory that it owns and the territory that it was guaranteed by the United States, by the United Kingdom, and indeed by Russia under the Budapest treaties.
Deputy Ambassador Polyansky, what do you make of that? Is Russia not seriously negotiating here? Is that perhaps why we're seeing the US president changing his tone towards the Russian president?
On the contrary, Russia has been seriously negotiating from day one. By the way, the last comment, I think it's quite a common one for a person who starts history from February 2022 as if nothing previously has happened in Ukraine and elsewhere. So this is a very shallow view, and there are less and less such views in the United Nations, thankfully. But nevertheless, we still face some of these commentaries. And from day one, I think even long before the beginning of our special military operation, Russia was ready to solve Ukrainian issue, Ukrainian crisis through negotiations. We proposed very serious security arrangements to the West at the end of 2021, which were rejected. From day one, we said that we would prefer a diplomatic solution to this, and diplomatic solution would entail addressing the root causes of this conflict, and that is the thing that we, from day one, again, told President Trump, that in order to solve this issue, in order to have sustainable, long-lasting peace, we need to address root causes of this conflict. And we are still on this position. Nothing has changed there. So Russia has been very consistent, whereas the others, those who were creating Ukrainian crisis, those who were responsible for the project anti-Russia, which was implemented in Ukraine, has been implemented since at least 2014. Of course, these people are not interested in any kind of settlement. You know that Ukraine was very close to have a peaceful deal and settlement in Russia in 2022, in April, when Russian troops were not far from Kiev, and as a gesture of goodwill, we withdrew our troops then from Kiev. But then certain Mr. Johnson came there and kind of undermined all the efforts that were leading to peace. I think that's very consistent for British diplomacy to undermine every peace efforts, and that's what they are doing right now in connection to the talks that are continuing in Istanbul.
Deputy Ambassador,
some rewriting of history going on here. It was Russia, of course, that invaded Crimea back in 2014 when I was Defense Secretary. It was Russia who began the incursions into the Donbass. These things happened.
If you call a referendum of people when more than 90% wished to join Russia, if you call it invasion, then of course, and who was there who implemented this coup in Kiev in February 2014? Do you absolutely deny it? Do you think that it never happened? And do you think that there was no involvement from the West? Maybe you are at this position. It's not clear from what you're saying.
I think you're rewriting history again and again and again. Look, the position is if we want to end this war, then two sides have to be serious about negotiating an end to its war. And that means Russia, too, has to come to the table with some more positive proposals and not simply say that its troops must stay illegally in a country that they've invaded.
Brandon, I know you were about to jump in there. What's your take? Bring us in. And also, I want to ask you to comment as well. We heard the Deputy Ambassador there saying that Russia is consistent with its negotiating policy. Whether you think President Trump has been consistent with regards to this progress as well.
Well, I'll just start out at the back end there. The one thing I do know from talking to my contacts in Russia over many years, they've said the same thing to me during the Biden administration that they say during the Trump administration, which is, you know, the prerequisite is NATO's got to at least temporarily stop flowing weapons into Ukraine. Every time the Trump administration has gotten near to this decision to temporarily halt weapons, not stop them entirely, but temporarily halt them as a prerequisite for getting a negotiation going, something happens where the Ukrainians try to take out Putin's helicopter like they did in May, or they launch a surprise attack on Russian long-range nuclear bombers deep inside Russia. So, of course, you know, peace at that point is no longer on the table. We're back to square one, where Trump is being forced to basically flood weapons into Ukraine's coffers. We don't have the weapons that we used to have. A week and a half ago, the Pentagon reported that we had gone below war reserves with our arsenals between dealing with the Ukraine war plus the Israel-Iran conflict. I'm not going to get into the emotional side. I'm an American. I don't have a dog in this race. In reality, my position is a purely logistical one. It doesn't make sense for us to be pressing this war when our stockpiles on critical weapons are so low. And let's face it, without the United States, NATO is nothing. They can't do this on their own. They shouldn't be trying to do this on their own. And I'll just put a final point here on this and say, not only should we be getting a negotiated settlement on Ukraine with Russia, but Putin should sit down with the Russians. Trump should sit down with the Russians and the Chinese and work out an entirely new deal, a tripolar deal that recognizes that the old world is gone and we are now in a tripolar system of the U.S., Russia, and China, and that should be the starting point for whatever new system is being birthed here.
I find that extraordinary. I mean, you want a new world in which countries are allowed to invade their neighbors and to use.
It's just history. I don't get emotional about these things. This is what it is. This is how it is. Unfortunately,
I understand. I quite understand why the Americans are fed up with this fight. I quite understand that. I've heard that from Biden. I've heard that from many Americans for some time now. I quite understand that argument that America has to look after itself and can't keep producing its stockpile. Let's agree on that. But it is not the case that Ukraine should not be allowed to defend itself. Any country under international law is allowed to defend itself and to ask its friends for material help. That is perfectly
let me just
legal
clarify
and
one thing.
And it is on that basis.
Themselves, that's fine. But they have to have the capacity, and they don't have the capacity. And what happens is they keep looking to Big Brother in Washington to protect them, and then they make really bad maneuvers that forces us to double down, and then we find ourselves locked into a borderline direct conflict with Russia, which is not in America's interest.
I can accept
or Britain's interest, to be honest with you.
I can accept quite a bit of that. But, you're characterizing it as NATO. Individual countries now in Europe, Britain, been taking the lead, have got to step up now and give Ukraine the weapons it needs to defend itself. Kyiv and other cities are being shelled.
But the Europeans
Civilian
don't have
areas
that
are
capacity.
being bombarded, are being hit by missiles. And, it is our obligation on our continent to do far more to help protect Ukraine from this kind of shelling and missile attacks.
But as long as Article 5 exists,
Okay, I want to bring the Deputy Ambassador in to get his take on what both of you gentlemen are saying. Deputy Ambassador Polyansky, what's your take?
What's my take on what? On this very interesting discussion?
Well, I mean,
whether they should help Ukraine or not, I think that's absolutely outdated discussion because, it's absolutely clear for everybody that Ukraine will lose. It's a matter of time whether you provide weapons or whether you do not provide weapons. I think this is settled. What is more tragic, I think, it's the position of Europe, including Britain. I mean, not only the EU, but Europe. When Europe has made a clear choice of preparing for a war with Russia, which Russia never proclaimed, and it's not Russian aim. We're very worried by the statements that we hear right now. I think that we have made enough of gestures of goodwill during the recent years, which were not appreciated. And now the choice is absolutely towards militarization of Europe, towards kind of presenting Russia as an enemy, which Russia isn't. We have been very consistent in explaining why this whole thing started, what is the origin of Ukrainian crisis, why we should tackle the origins of Ukrainian crisis to solve it and to prevent Europe from another war. But if Europe doesn't want it, if Europe prefers warmongering and kind of disregarding obvious things, when it's Europeans' choice, they can shoot themselves in both feet. This is absolutely their choice. But for us, this is very consistent what we are doing. We're defending our country. We're defending our compatriots. You said that there was an opinion said that Ukraine has the right to defend itself, but Ukraine doesn't have the right to oppress its own citizens. Ukraine didn't have the right to wage a war against Russian-speaking population in the East, which was happening since 2014. And the West tried to turn blind eye to this situation. Now they pretend, like one of our guests, that nothing has happened before February 2022 and that Russia allegedly launched an aggression against Ukraine people were saying unprovoked. Now they kind of missing the word unprovoked because this is ridiculous, of course, to see like this.
It was very much
you are in
provoked.
this kind of,
if you are in
this kind of illusions, if you are trying to twist history and to present it in the very simplified way, go ahead. We are doing what we can do on the battlefield, and that's what we will be doing. Unless there is a sustainable diplomatic solution, unless people would listen to us and would be ready to come to a negotiating table in good faith.
It'll be interesting because we are going to see on Wednesday, there will be a lot of assessment, I suppose, on whether Russia is there in good faith. And, you know, perhaps we'll pick up this conversation next week as well and see where we're at. But let's move on to our second segment because I know, Deputy Ambassador, we're going to lose you shortly. I want to make sure we're covering all of our bases. President Trump has given Russia 50 days to reach a ceasefire deal, or else he's threatening to impose tough sanctions on the country and secondary sanctions on its energy customers. That would include China and India. But it certainly hasn't scared Moscow back to the negotiating table just yet. In the weeks since he made the announcement, Moscow has continued its nightly bombing campaign and is refusing to back down from its hardline ceasefire demands. So, Brandon, let me go to you first. Will the threat of tariffs and sanctions from the US against Russia force them to make a deal? We're going back to the table on Wednesday. Are we going to get a different outcome?
My colleagues at the Pentagon are quite convinced that this is the way forward. I am, again, on the outlier. I think this is a waste of time. We're going to sanction India, a country we're trying to play nice with to help us contain China. This, to me, just does not, this is not good grand strategy. We should be dropping this canard of tariffs all the time and going after these countries like Russia. We need to get a deal. Part of getting a deal is recognizing the Russians have made real gains on the ground in Ukraine. They will not be rolled back no matter how much weapons we give them. We need a deal. No more extending this thing. Trump's trying to get leverage. I get it, but this is not how he's going to get leverage. It's just going to ensure that Russia is hardened and they go in harder.
What do you think about it, Michael? I mean, we've had multiple rounds of negotiations. We haven't gotten anywhere. The EU has done sanctions. We haven't gotten anywhere. The UK is talking about, you know, revoking trade talks. We haven't gotten anywhere. Now, the US is talking sanctions and tariffs. Is it going to get us anywhere?
Well, I hope it will eventually. The problem with the Europeans, and Britain included, is we've never been tough enough on the sanctions. We should have imposed tough sanctions when Russia invaded Crimea, right at the start. Back in 2014. We didn't. We even excluded oil and gas entirely. We've got the Europeans, I think, working on an 18th package. You know, that tells you something about the previous 17 packages of sanctions. They weren't adequate enough. If we're serious about forcing Russia to the table, then we should be serious about sanctions. We should stop purchasing oil and gas in Western Europe. We should be using frozen Russian assets in turn to help Ukraine recover. And we should be encouraging the United States to use the Graham legislation, the sanctions bill that is there and waiting, to make sure that no more money flows into Russia to finance this evil military operation that is still every night killing more and more people in Ukraine.
Okay, Dimitri, now you've heard both of those sides. What's Russia looking? Is Russia worried about these proposed threats from the US?
Do I look worried about these threats? I don't think we should be, because we have got used to sanctions. There were indeed harsh sanctions, harshest sanctions, whatever. I don't know, what do you call them? We have accustomed to live under sanctions. Moreover, we have benefited a lot from the situation when there is no European companies in the market and American companies in the market. Now we have launched domestic productions of a lot of issues. We are self-sustainable. The percentage of oil and gas in our revenues has diminished very significantly. I think these are obvious facts. So if you want to go ahead with the sanctions, do it, no problem. We've got used to it, but this is not a serious conversation. We thought that there was, from the start, there was a conversation of adults in the room. Of course, Europeans and British are no longer adults in the room. They have proven their childish behavior and their complexes, but we thought that Americans at least were adults in the room. So we'll see how it is going right now. And I can reiterate again one thing, that in order to solve this issue, and we want very much to have sustainable, long-lasting, peaceful settlement for the Ukrainian crisis, you need to address the root causes of this crisis. Otherwise, this can spill over. Otherwise, this can really poison situation in the world, because we need to get rid of these circumstances, of the moves that preceded our special military operation, that created Ukrainian crisis, that created this kind of hornet's nest on our borders, which is called Ukraine, but in de facto it's anti-Russia, de facto it's a Western military, private military company which is being armed by Western arms and aimed at Russia. By the way, one little comment before I leave. Someone here mentioned about Russia's nightly deadly attacks against population. I think this is the biggest lie that is being promoted elsewhere. And you know that we're attacking only military infrastructure, on the infrastructure linked to the military potential of the Kiev regime. And that's what we're doing right now. Even if you look at the last wave
take a look at the photos
of the attack. Oh, yes, the photos would be proving you absolutely wrong, with all due respect. So if it were
apartment blocks, children's nurseries.
Look at Gaza, then you will see what will mean deliberate targeted attacks against children's nurseries and whatever. And look at Kiev, look at other Ukrainian cities, you will understand that we're not targeting civilians. And saying the contrary would be lying deliberately about this. So this is very important about this. We're not fighting Ukrainians, we're fighting Kiev regimes, and we are fighting its sponsors. This is very important, and we will continue.
Okay, before you leave us, let's give Sir Fallon the right of reply there.
Well, this is nonsense. You're killing Ukrainians every night. You've been doing that more intensively this year than in previous years. And it's clear now from the way you've set out your position that Russia actually isn't serious about negotiating. You're simply repeating the same demands that you've been making since 2014 or 2022. So you don't want this to work. You want people to go on being killed in Ukraine, and you hope, of course, that the West will weaken. Well, I have to tell you, in London, in Paris, in Berlin, the Europeans are not prepared to let this go. They have no hostility towards Russia. NATO is a defensive alliance, but Russia has already invaded Georgia, has now invaded Ukraine twice. And we have to be very clear that if our friends in Europe call on us for help, then yes, we will continue to supply them with the weapons they need to defend themselves and to stop this appalling loss of life.
Now, unfortunately, we are going to lose the Deputy Ambassador in a couple of minutes. But before we let you go, I just want to ask you one quick final question. The US says that some of Russia's demands are unreasonable. They want Russia to come back to the table with a more flexible attitude. We're talking about threats of sanctions. We're talking about tariffs. Do you think that these threats from the US could potentially prolong this war rather than cutting it short?
Well, I think that there is a lot of pressure on President Trump. President Trump was very sincere from the beginning to put an end to this conflict. And I think that he has all the chances to do it. But of course, if he listens to the globalists, if he listens to people who don't want this war to stop, but on the contrary want them to continue, there will be these ups and downs in his rhetoric. So we'll see how serious U.S. administration is at this point. In any case, we count on ourselves. We are peaceful people. We want peace, and we reiterate this once again. But when we have Russophobia in the European capitals, specifically in the ones that were enumerated right now, we don't have other choice but to defend ourselves, and we will do it, no matter what measures are being taken or...
Brandon, a quick reaction from you before we say goodbye to the ambassador.
Those who take these measures. This is absolutely clear.
Brandon, do you want to weigh in on any of that before we lose the ambassador's time here?
I would just say that the United States is needlessly, in my opinion, prolonging this thing I'm not going to get into the emotional side of this war. It's very emotional. But ultimately, the United States is running low on critical arms, and we are going to need to back away from one of these conflicts. And I'm very concerned that Europe is trying to ensnare the United States with an Article 5 declaration, which would be very devastating for our country as well as the president's domestic agenda.
Okay. Brendan Weichert and Sir Michael Fallon, stay with us. We will say goodbye to Russia's Deputy Ambassador to the United Nations, Dmitry Polyansky. We know we have to leave it there with you, sir. Thank you so much for joining us here on Counterpoints. Okay, thank you very much to the Russian Deputy Ambassador to the United Nations, Dmitry Polyansky. We appreciate your time here on Counterpoints. Staying with us, we have our two remaining panellists. We are joined by Brendan Weichert, a geopolitical consultant who has advised the Department of Defence and is also the author of the book How the West Lost Ukraine, and Sir Michael Fallon, the former British Defence Secretary from 2014 to 2017. Gentlemen, thanks for staying with us on our panel. Let's round out our conversation by looking at where this could go in the very near future. President Trump began his term with an America First isolationist agenda that deprioritized Ukraine and put into question NATO's commitments. Yet mounting pressure from European countries, from the UK to rearm Kyiv, led by Germany and the United Kingdom, has triggered somewhat of a U-turn from the US president and renewed his focus on military backing for Ukraine, albeit via NATO. So, first of all, Sir Michael, let me start with you. Are the Europeans attempting to keep the US on board to continue the fight because they know they can't do it without the US?
I don't think it's quite as straightforward as that. I think the Europeans are quite rightly listening to Trump. I was Defence Secretary during Trump's first year of his first term. And, I can imagine when he came back into office, he saw that the Europeans had still not raised the spending to the right levels, and they hadn't. And he's, already now you see a fresh commitment in Europe to increase their defence spending, to look after their own continent, and to reduce some of their dependencies on some of the American enablers that we don't do very well in Europe. Heavy lift, air-to-air refueling, missile defence, and so on. So you're seeing Europe now responding to President Trump and saying, yes, it's our responsibility here on our continent. We quite accept that America has to look to Indo-Pacific, has to look to restore its own military. We quite understand that. But we want America and Trump to understand that these conflicts actually are interconnected, that Russia and China and North Korea and Iran, these are all now engaged against our Western values. And you see North Korean troops now involved in Ukraine. You've seen Chinese weaponry being used in Ukraine. You see Hamas leaders being received in Moscow. All these conflicts now, Indo-Pacific and European theatre, they're all now interconnected. And therefore, what we can do by holding the line in Europe, continuing to help Ukraine resist Russian aggression, in the end, that is helping America concentrate its efforts in turn over in the Indo-Pacific.
Brandon, do you agree with that?
Not really. The problem right now, with all due respect, is Europe's capacity and capabilities is going to take more than a decade to really be able to do anything. Everything they're talking about doing, from heavy lift capacity down the line, we're talking the 2030s, the earliest, is when these things are going to be indigenously really able to be used. This whole thing is just sort of, again, respectfully, it's sort of a fantastical argument. Ultimately, at the end of the day, it's all going to fall back on the American shoulders. The idea that somehow Europe, which again is tethered to the United States via Article 5 of NATO, somehow they're going to be able to potentially escalate in Ukraine without somehow ensnaring the Americans. I think even if that's the intention, it's going to be impossible to avoid that outcome. I also want to just kind of quibble one thing. In your initial question, you said that the United States, Trump had run as an isolationist candidate. To be clear, Trump is not an isolationist candidate, and I would argue the United States has actually never been isolationist, not truly, which is fine by me, but we're not isolationist. What Trump has talked about is prioritizing. What his America First people have talked about is prioritizing. We cannot prioritize either the Indo-Pacific, which is a far greater concern for us than Europe will ever be, again, respectfully, and we have to prioritize also our own Western hemispheric defense. We have allowed the Western hemisphere to be penetrated by every single rival that this country, the United States, has, and we've done almost nothing to stop that from happening. And so, in my opinion, what we should be doing is completely ending the Ukraine war and removing ourselves entirely from the European equation. I recognize that there is connectivity between Iran and Russia and China and North Korea. But I would argue that our continued insistence on doubling down and expanding the war in places like Ukraine is actually forcing these countries closer together. And I would remind everybody who keeps saying that, well, China and Russia, you have to fight China in Ukraine through Russia. Well, the problem is, we saw in Iran, neither the Russians nor the Chinese ultimately did much of anything to stop the Trump administration from bombing the Iranian regime. So at some level, these countries are not as closely knit together naturally as is being presented here. In fact, our constant dinging them with military and other forms of aggression is actually forcing them to come together. I want to divorce those powers together, and the one way you can do that is by stepping back a bit and letting diplomacy take shape.
Well, that's giving Ukraine away, essentially.
It's giving Eastern Ukraine away. It's giving the side that the Russians have always basically held, which is the Russian-speaking portion, which is where I think the Russians were willing to go. But now, of course, sir, we've continued to fight, and now the Russians are looking at annexing now Odessa, whereas I know for a fact in January when they were talking about negotiated settlements, they were willing to negotiate on Odessa as well, which is a key linchpin for the West. But now that opportunity is probably gone, and I do not believe the Ukrainians will be able to stop the Russians from taking Odessa at this point. Sorry.
So, Michael, go ahead.
Well, no, I don't think that's right. The position at the moment is that if you allow Russia to win this war in Ukraine, then none of the former territories of the Soviet Union are safe. They've already invaded Georgia. They're perfectly capable of invading more of Georgia, protecting the Russian-speaking population there. They're perfectly capable of invading one of the Baltic states. There are plenty of Russian speakers there who they will claim are being abused by the government of Estonia or Latvia or Lithuania. They're perfectly capable, if they're allowed to win in Ukraine, of going again. And that is why, in the end, we have to halt this kind of aggression. Appeasing dictators like
it very difficult to believe that
we've learned that twice in Europe.
I find it very difficult to believe that the Russians would even try to take Poland, for instance. I find that very
maybe not Poland, but the point is, twice we've had to call on American help to stop a dictator in Europe, and we've learnt, and so have the Americans, a very grim lesson. The later you leave it, the more difficult and costly and expensive in lives it turns out to be. And we've got to make it clear to Russia, you either live by international law or we will sanction you and we will keep resisting what you're doing.
So, Michael, let me ask you this. I'm curious. Do you think Ukraine really can win this war?
It can win it with help, with sustained help from the international community. Now, I totally understand that, we were late in providing that help. I wish we'd provided the weapons they wanted back in 2014. I fought for that. I lost the argument. Nobody else wanted to do it. Obama didn't want to do it. Merkel didn't want to do it. And we, in the end, didn't want to do it. So we set up training programs instead of giving them the very weapons they needed, the anti-tank weapons, to stop what was happening down in the Donbass. We should have helped them earlier with weapons, and we can still help them with weapons. We can still help them shoot down some of these incoming missiles, and we can still help them recharge their military and give them the equipment they need. Now, that's going to need a lot more effort from the Germans, from the French, from the Brits, from other countries in Europe, but it's our responsibility. And I'm perfectly content with America to tell us, that we've been slow on it. We need to get going on it. But if we just let this run, and Russia takes what? Half of Ukraine, 2/3 of Ukraine. Georgia will be next. And slowly but surely there'll be pressure on the 3 Baltic states after that. NATO is a defensive alliance and has a responsibility to defend its own borders.
But neither Ukraine nor Georgia are NATO members, nor should they be.
Exactly.
So this, so this whole conversation is sort of moot. We should not be pouring all these resources into Ukraine. And with all due respect to the Georgians, we shouldn't be worrying about what happens to Georgia. It's not our problem. What we should be doing, both the United States as well as the Europeans, is focusing like a laser on reconstituting our defense industrial bases. We have not done that. Mark Rutte said 2 months ago in a panel discussion, he said that the Russians are producing every 3 months that which it takes an entire year for the whole NATO defense industrial base to produce. That has not changed. And if anything, and the ambassador was correct before he left, he mentioned the fact that, look, we've sanctioned Russia. We've gone after their defense industrial capacity, and they're getting stronger and they're getting better. So why do we want to keep pressing this particular fight? The Russians are.
I don't want to interrupt you, but I've already conceded that argument. I fully understand that argument. I've heard it from Bridge Colby when he's been through London. I had lunch with him. I understand that you want to reinforce the American military, rebuild the American defense industrial establishment, and better protect yourselves, particularly in the Indo-Pacific. I accept all of that. But if you're therefore saying that any other democracy can be invaded and America will not respond in the way that it has responded down the years to that call for freedom, if you're saying America is not going to respond ever again to a democracy that's invaded, then we really are looking at a new type of world order where might is right. And I couldn't accept that.
That's an interesting point, Brandon.
That's the reality. I think that is the reality, though, of where we are. And I would just say, in my belief, and I include my own country in this, no country has an inherent right to exist. It's only the ability to defend that right to exist that matters. And right now, the Ukrainians are nearing depletion, and as are we. And like I said at the beginning of the conversation, it is a known fact that we have depleted our war reserves. We are below war reserve status.
So, Brandon, let me ask you this then.
Yes, ma'am.
It's a valid point, what Michael is saying. What kind of message do you think it sends to US allies that after all the long history they've had, when the US decides it's no longer in their interests, they're out and they're going to abandon you? What message does that send about the United States leading from the front?
To Taiwan.
It doesn't really matter because we've done this many times before. Ask the Kurds. We abandon allies all the time. That's just the way it goes. And unfortunately, right now, the United States is not in a position to make good on all of these commitments, these legacy commitments that we were handed, from previous generations. What we need to be doing is telling our partners, guys, you're going to have to stand up on your own because Uncle Sam has bigger problems closer to home and elsewhere. And so far, the Trump administration came in like they were going to say that, but for whatever reason, they've changed their mind. But the fundamentals haven't changed here. And this is why I said, not only do we need to be negotiating a new grand bargain with Ukraine and Russia, we need to be negotiating a new grand bargain on the world order itself. It is a tripolar system, and it's going to take a miracle to prevent it from breaking down into World War III. But we've got to turn into this thing and stop trying to cling on to yesterday's world. It's a new world now.
Is it?
And what do you mean by a tripolar system? Is any of the big countries, Russia and China particularly, can invade any of their neighbors they like? That's what you mean by a tripolar system.
I'm not saying morally I'm okay with this. What I'm saying is this is the reality we're presented with. And I believe we can create a new understanding that might curb some of those aggressive appetites. The ambassador was not incorrect, and I know you didn't agree with him, but again, we have to acknowledge this. This war did not happen in a vacuum, okay? It goes back to many, many years in which NATO was provoking at different times the Russians over Ukraine. We were needling them because we thought, hey, the Russians were too weak to really do anything. And now the Russians are saying we're not so weak anymore, and we're going to stand up for what we perceive to be our interests in our near abroad. I think that is the way the world is going to work.
We're almost out of time, so Sir Michael, your response?
Let me ask you a quick question on that. You know, you say if your tripolar arrangement might curb aggression. How does it curb China's aggression towards Taiwan if you're giving Russia essentially a free pass in Ukraine?
We're not giving them.
Explain that to me.
We haven't given them a free pass. We have resisted. In my summation, the Russians are not trying to take all of Ukraine. They're trying to take the part that they've basically held on to this entire time. Now, I think if we can create a new understanding that is predicated on reality, not this fantastical notion of what once was, we can probably create a new method of understanding with the Chinese as well, where we can reinforce the second island chain and we can do that. But we can't even talk about doing that because we've blown through so many stockpiles of weapons in Ukraine and in the Middle East. So this whole conversation is sort of ridiculous because the Chinese are looking at us right now in the current order and saying, you know, we can maybe take Taiwan now because the Americans have depleted themselves fighting the Russians and fighting in the Middle East for 20 years. What I'm saying to do is we create a new understanding that acknowledges the reality that there are two other very great powers now in the world, and we make adjustments accordingly. That needs to be the way forward.
Okay, we're almost out of time. So, Sir Michael, wrap it up for us. Your take on that? Is this a whole new world? We just got to get used to it.
Well, it's an extraordinary world if this is going to be the case, that we have some kind of understanding that Russia and China, you know, will somehow become nicer players in the world. If they're allowed to do what they want. No, if you're a Democrat in Taiwan, you're certainly not going to be encouraged by that. Look, I completely buy the argument, and I've said this endlessly tonight, that America is entitled to put itself first, entitled to rebuild, entitled to reduce its international commitments if it needs to do that. I get that. Entitled also to ask the allies, wherever they are, Australia or in Europe, to do far more for themselves. I buy all of that, but it doesn't follow from that by simply allowing might to be right, armies to trample over borders, that you're actually going to end up with a safer world. You're not. All these democracies, Georgia is still just a democracy. Taiwan is a democracy. All these democracies will be at risk if you allow Russia to win any part of Ukraine.
Gentlemen, we are out of time. I'm going to have to leave it there, but this has been incredibly interesting. We appreciate your insights, of course. Thank you to all of our panellists for those really interesting arguments on both sides of the equation, which is what we love to bring here in Counterpoints. Thank you very much for joining us. Brandon Weichert, Senior National Security Editor at The National Interest, and Sir Michael Fallon, a former British Defence Secretary during 2014 to 17. Thank you very much. Earlier, we also had on the panel Dmitry Polyansky, Russia's Deputy United Nations Ambassador. Thanks to all of you. And thank you to everyone at home for joining us on Counterpoints. To watch all the latest debates and interviews, subscribe to Al Arabiya on YouTube and follow us on social media and TikTok. Thanks for your company.
We have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information, and so much noise,
international law will have no part in his administration.
It can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs.
But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today. right here on Al Arabiya News.
Welcome to the metropolis, the big city. This is where tech, trends, and culture meet. Meet the people. See the sights. Walk the city streets. And experience the lifestyle. This is your first-class ticket to the cities of the world. Berlin. For its exuberant urban life and vibrant art scene, visit Berlin. The German capital features a cultural scene and unique lifestyle that's both fast-paced and relaxed. Also known as the hipster city of Europe, Berlin keeps alive with its alternative cultures and styles. In neighborhoods like Kreuzberg, Neukölln, and Friedrichshain are vibrant places where locals simply chill and enjoy the relaxed open spaces and fresh air. No city in Germany is, in fact, greener than Berlin, with its forests, lakes, and sprawling parks. Berlin is also a city full of history. The World War II, after all, began and ended in the city of Berlin. Most popular are the Brandenburg Gate and the Federal Chancellery, which are reflective of the nation's rich stories. Germany's capital is also home to its major government buildings, such as the historic Reichstag or the seat of the German parliament. Of course, most remarkable are the Berlin Wall, the East Side Gallery, and the Holocaust Memorial. Historical feats aside, Berlin is also hip and happening with its streets of bars and clubs. The city has an active nightlife that guarantees massive parties and events practically every night. But the city is friendly to non-party goers too. It has relaxed beer gardens, small bars, hostels, and art galleries to suit different tastes. Famous as a city of art, Berlin has over 170 museums, including the famous Museum Island that puts treasures of the world on public display. Tourists often visit Berlin to attend ballets and operas at the city's major opera houses, as well as witness live performances by talented orchestras such as the world-class Berlin Philharmonic. And when it comes to food, Berlin has a lot to offer too. It's a great place for vegans. It has Turkish restaurants and supermarkets everywhere, and Italian, Mexican, and Asian food spots too. Food markets offering snacks, German wine and cheese, among others, will satisfy your palate as well. The neighborhoods in Kreuzberg and Neukölln are great for finding fine restaurants and quiet lounge bars, as well as dozens of coffee bars to enjoy. When it comes to shopping, there are well-known mainstream malls to visit, alongside independent boutiques nearby that offer endless choices for your lifestyle needs. One will also find small vintage stores within Berlin, some even selling second-hand books as well as high-end designer clothing. It's time for us to go! Pack your bags and get your tickets ready. And we'll see you on the next destination. Catch us again next time on Cities of the World.
From the White House to Gaza, Kiev to Beijing, elections, economics and the environment compete with conflicts and other complex issues for our attention. In an age of fake news, deep fake and artificial intelligence,
they've got to have a vote and a say.
It's important to look beyond the loudest voice to understand the truth. From newsmakers to groundbreakers,
My campaign is going very well.
Presidents, prime ministers, princes and peacemakers, and cultural tastemakers.
As Arabs, as Middle Eastern, we're too emotional.
Join me on the Riz Khan Show for empowering conversation.
Israel's a small country. It's very tribalistic. They all come together in moments of crisis, right? You're telling me that all these Israeli soldiers are posting on the web what they're doing in Gaza. They're posting it. If you're posting it, it must mean you don't fear being ostracized. You don't boast about it, that you're annihilating cities. You don't boast about it if you feared ostracism. You're telling me when the conscripts come home, they don't tell anybody what was going on in Gaza? Israel per capita has the highest usage of the web on our planet, of any country in the world. They didn't see those starving images. They don't see the kids huddled with the pots begging for food. They don't see it. Is that plausible? Is that believable? Is that credible? Of course they know.
Welcome to the metropolis, the big city. This is where tech, trends, and culture meet. Meet the people. See the sights. Walk the city streets. And experience the lifestyle. This is your first-class ticket to the cities of the world. Vienna. The city of Vienna has a lot to offer. There's the classical music scene, the historical site, its famous architecture, and its rich culture of theater and performances. Many also like its slow-paced city lifestyle and unique old city charm. Inside the old walls of Vienna is a place teeming with young energy, vibrant creativity, and experiences waiting to be explored. What to do in Vienna? Start your trip with a relaxing activity and choose to stay in one of its many coffee shops. Back then, the students and great philosophers were churning out bright ideas in these coffee shops. Today, you can simply cozy up with light reading or go people watching. Breathe in the city air as you enjoy your melange or cappuccino. Vienna, in fact, is also known for its sweet desserts and cakes and many, many must-try delicacies. One of the popular Viennese dishes is the Eitrig, which is a hot sausage with cheese that you'll find in many stands around the city. Looking for bars and clubs? There are many located in Vienna. Whether you want to dance the night away or settle for light drinking, you'll find specific establishments that cater to the pre-drinking hours, to high-energy dancing until the wee hours of the morning. And everything is within walking distance too, so it will be a blast going club hopping with your friends. The city of Vienna is also greatly known for its busy districts, peppered with ancient and historical buildings, architecture, and design. There, you will find market stands that are surrounded by structures, boasting intricate exteriors. There are also a string of restaurants and interesting boutiques nearby. Meanwhile, the metropolis isn't short of greenery too. A lot of tourists visit Vienna to see its green scene. You can even go to the countryside for some homemade food and wine. The community in Vienna is quite active, leaving you with a lot of things to experience every day. When it comes to shopping, you'll find a place specifically for organic bread, veggies, fruits, and spices. There are huge flea markets all over Vienna too. If you're lucky, you might chance upon one of the many festivals or events held in the city. It could be about a cause or a festival, a sporting event, or a film showing. Walk through Vienna and explore freely. It's the best way to get lost in the city. It's time for us to go. Pack your bags and get your tickets ready. And we'll see you on the next destination. Catch us again next time on Cities of the World. Welcome to the metropolis, the big city. This is where tech, trends, and culture meet. Meet the people. See the sights. Walk the city streets. And experience the lifestyle. This is your first-class ticket to the cities of the world. Bangkok. It's the city of angels and visited cities in Southeast Asia. Thailand's capital city brings hundreds of thousands of visitors from all over the world each year. The largest and most developed city in Thailand, Bangkok offers tourists a mix of modern and upscale sights and sounds while maintaining its old charm from its historical architecture and traditions that date back to hundreds of years. One of the most famous is Wat Arun, located on the west bank of Chao Phraya River opposite the Grand Palace. This is a must-see site in Bangkok, as the architectural design is completely unique to that of other temples in Thailand's capital. You can even climb its steep 70-meter high spire, which boasts the best views of Bangkok's skyline. While it is also known as the Temple of Dawn, Wat Arun is best at night when lit up, as it gives off a golden beam of light over the Chao Phraya River. The Grand Palace is the capital's most glorified and world-renowned structure. It was once the home of the Thai king, the royal court, and the administrative seat of government, and was built back in 1782. Marvel at its ancient designs, from the diverse array of Buddhist sculptures and temples that flow through the vicinity. Most popular is the Wat Prakil, or the Temple of the Emerald Buddha. Bangkok is also well known for its busy market scene. Anchored on either side of the river are boats stocked with fresh tropical fruits and veggies, coconut juice, and local food being cooked on open grills. Also popular are the floating markets Damnon Sadwak, Ampawa, and Klong Lat Mayom. Likewise, Bangkok's mall scene is alive and kicking, with enough shops stretching from Siam along Sukhumvit Road to last a lifetime. Also within Bangkok's cosmopolitan urban jungle are the expert tailors that can be seen on almost every street. You can get a tailor-made suit together for just about a week or two at a very reasonable price. Despite the city's known busyness, Bangkok also offers experiences for rest and recluse. Massage parlors can be found all over Bangkok, offering a Thai oil massage, head, neck and back massage, foot massage, and many more. One can also opt for a nature respite from the sprawling concrete jungle nearby within the city. It is known for its lush tropical trees, lakes, and raised embankments that pass unique houses on stilts built along the Chao Phraya River's edge. It's time for us to go. Pack your bags and get your tickets ready. And we'll see you on the next destination. Catch us again next time on Cities of the World.
I'm delighted to say I'm joined by world pool champion Fedor Gorsch, who joins us live from Saudi Arabia, where he's defending his world pool championship. You're about to defend your world title in Saudi Arabia. How is your mindset going into this compared to when you first won it in Saudi last year?
I feel like my mindset is in a better place this year than last year or 2 years ago, even like 5 years ago when I won it the first time. You know, as a unexperienced, unmatured player, I would say. Now, I feel like my game, my mindset is in a different place. I feel like I've matured a lot throughout the years, and I feel like I'm more prepared than last year.
You've played in Saudi Arabia before. What was that experience like on and off the table?
You know, I've played there last year, was my first time, and really the arena is sick. You know, it's a big arena. You're playing under bright lights. The atmosphere starting from the last 16 was amazing. The fans were super supportive, and I expect nothing but the same this year. You know, I'm ready.
Do you see Saudi Arabia becoming a global hub for Q sports over the next decade, especially with Saudi hosting the World Cup in 2034?
Yes, I think there's definitely a possibility of seeing champions in the next decade or so, like you said, coming from Saudi. You know, we're going to be playing world championships and maybe possibly more tournaments now in Saudi for many, many years now. And obviously, that's creating that buzz around the game here and around our sport. And hopefully it's going to encourage more and more locals to start practicing and maybe one day become a world champion.
In 2024, you made history by winning the World Pool Masters, the WPA World 9-Ball Championship, as well as the US Open. What keeps pushing you after such a dominant year?
You know, finding motivation is always probably the toughest thing for athletes. And for me to be staying hungry, it's not really about, you know, the money. It's not really about the titles. It's really about the game. And as long as I'm passionate about the game and I just enjoy myself playing, I can only enjoy myself playing when I play good. And when I feel that I, you know, I have a bad day or a bad week, bad month, it only pushes me to practice and practice more. So I guess my mistakes is my motivation.
Do you ever let yourself imagine being considered the greatest pool player of all time? Is that a goal that you're chasing? Is it something that helps to keep you motivated?
No, this is not a goal that I would like to chase. Really, it's I don't know. It doesn't really match my personality, I would say. It's not the goal that I will be going after.
Now that you're representing Team USA in the Moscone Cup, after becoming US citizen, how does it feel going against Team Europe, especially once having played for them?
No, it's just more fun for me, I would say. It's a different experience. Instead of being a favorite in the match before the match starts, you're being an underdog, and the teams are completely different. It's a different vibe, playing in different teams. Also, the way their approach and stuff. I wouldn't say I feel like different pressure or anything. I would just say it's a different experience, and I like this one, playing for the Americans, a lot better than playing for the Europeans.
Pool is seeing a major growth online. How has that impacted your career and the way fans engage with you?
Yeah, I think there's definitely a lot of hype around the game. It's been on social media the last 2 years, and I'm trying to grow my social media as well. And I can see that there's a lot of interest from the younger generation, people online. So I think it affected me in a good way. There's a lot of attention coming from, even from the outside of the industry now, coming to pool. So I think it's going to help our sport to grow overall.
And how many hours are you practicing a day when you're in your full prep mode?
Yeah, just like anything, they say you have to practice 10,000 hours. You got to spend 10,000 hours to do anything, to become a professional at anything in life. And really, I didn't count how many hours I've practiced in my life, but I would guess it's more than that. Now, how much I practice now, it really depends on my schedule. Like you said, off season. We don't really have the off season. The majors are almost happening every 2 months, and then you have the smaller tournaments, so you're basically staying on the road all the time. And when I do that, I try to practice less just to stay in shape physically. You don't want to burn out just because you want to get better and practice 8 hours a day. But I can say that when I was younger, when I was in my 16, 18s, I was practicing a lot, even living back in Russia. I used to practice 8-10 hours a day, skipping school at times. I was just very, very eager to learn and hungry to become the champion, I would say.
And are you following a fitness or recovery routine to stay sharp, both physically and mentally?
Yeah. I work with a few different physiotherapists, I would say. I don't know what's the right word for it. I have a team. I have a pre-match routine that I do. Usually, we stretch a lot because pool players are dealing with back pain all the time. It's a one-sided sport. I would say, just same as golf or archery. Nothing too crazy. We don't work a lot with weights. It's a lot of, I would say, yoga type, light weights, a lot of work with resistant bands, yoga blocks, myofascial release balls and stuff like this.
And what's the best match that you've ever played, and what made it special?
Probably the finals of the World Championships last year. Was the biggest prize that I won of my career, and also the way I won the tournament was so special for me because I came from behind in so many matches, including the finals. So I think it was just the biggest match that I've played in my career so far.
So obviously there's a lot of pressure involved in these finals. Is there any way that you can prepare for that?
I mean, there's no really preparation. You can't really say that you got to do A and B and then you'll get X and Y. I would say what helps me the most is breathing, conscious breathing, just learning how to breathe, to calm myself down, in those situations when the pressure is super high. Also trying to recreate somewhat pressure during practice sessions, just to, rely on fundamentals when it's needed. And, just trying my best and learning from my mistakes, learning from my losses, analyzing what went wrong, helping me go further and further.
What's the worst match that you've ever had? And what did it teach you?
The worst match probably was the European Open, I would say, in 2023. I was playing against Josh Filler, and I was first on the hill. We were playing a race to 10, and I was up 9-8. And I missed the 9-ball to win. I missed the final ball to win the match. And I ended up losing the match. I remember just walking back, through the back door of the building because I was trying to avoid all the fans, just to go straight back to my room, just head down, hood on my head. It was raining outside, just like in movies. So that loss I remember probably the most.
And if you weren't a professional pool player, what do you think you'd be doing for a living?
Good question. Probably be a graphic designer.
You were on Joe Rogan's podcast. Obviously, I'm a huge fan of that. What was the experience like behind the scenes?
He's a pool maniac. He's a big fan of pool. He's got 2 pool tables in his studio. He's got about, hundreds of different cues. We chat always about pool. He's always very supportive. He's watching all of my matches. So he's just a really cool guy overall.
Did you get to play Joe, and did he win any racks himself?
Yeah, we've played for like 3 hours.
And how did he do?
Yeah, he was winning in the beginning. It's a high pressure for me to play against a guy like that. I don't know if you follow what Fargo rating is. If I had to rate him, I would give him 650 Fargo.
He's talked about that he's wanted to stream at pool matches himself from his studio in Texas. He wanted to get you involved, as well as many others. Obviously, he has an enormous following. Has there been any follow-up on that idea?
Well, I reminded him a couple of times, but I just think that Joe is just a super busy guy. He's career in the UFC, plus he's super busy with his own podcast now. I just don't see where he can find time for anything pool related, but I think when he does, he will definitely do that because it's his passion.
You've been spotted playing chess as well. Do you see any similarities between playing chess in terms of strategy and how you read on the pool table?
Who spotted me? Well, I do that rarely, and I wouldn't say that I'm a good chess player myself, but I grew up in Russia, and it was super popular, just the game itself. You could walk around on the street and you could see chessboards everywhere, and everybody it was just a fashion thing, or it was the thing. Everybody was playing chess. So I was learning the game when I was a kid. And now I just, in pool, there is a correlation with chess because you got to think ahead, 2 balls ahead, 3 balls ahead, 5 balls ahead, sometimes more. And in chess, it's the same thing. You got to predict what your opponent is going to do. And, I just like the tactics.
And who's on your personal all-time Mount Rushmore of pool?
Efren Reyes, Earl Strickland, Shane Van Boning, and probably Francisco Bustamante.
And who were your idols growing up?
It was actually Niels Fine, the player from Netherlands. I was following him in pool, and in tennis it was always Rafa Nadal. Just they're similar personalities, both super hardworking guys, and both never give up. Maybe that's why I like both of them.
As a pool fan, as a kid, of course I remember Ronnie O'Sullivan, who was playing with Steve Davis in the Moscone Cup. Or would you like to face off against snooker players, and have you ever played against Ronnie O'Sullivan?
No, I've never played against Ronnie, and I really don't play any snooker. Actually, the last time I've played probably was 5 years ago or so. So, no.
Okay, we're going to have to leave it there. The very best of luck in the tournament, Fedor, the World Pool Champion. Thanks so much for your time here on Arabiya English.
Thank you so much, Michael.
From the White House to Gaza, Kiev to Beijing, elections, economics and the environment compete with conflicts and other complex issues for our attention. In an age of fake news, deepfake and artificial intelligence,
They've got to have a vote and a say.
it's important to look beyond the loudest voice to understand the truth. From newsmakers to groundbreakers,
My campaign is going very well.
presidents, prime ministers, princes and peacemakers, and cultural tastemakers.
As Arabs, as Middle Eastern, we're too emotional.
Join me on the Riz Khan Show for empowering conversation.
Now, it's been more than a week since President Trump brokered a ceasefire, drawing a line under the 12-day war between Iran and Israel. Well, Washington has suggested that nuclear negotiations with Tehran could resume as early as this week. But the Iranian Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi seems to be suggesting that talks are unlikely to restart quite so soon. So, what's next for diplomacy? What might Iran's next moves be? And just how much damage has been inflicted on Iran's nuclear program? Well, we're joined now by General David Petraeus, who is the former director of the CIA, a position he held during a pivotal period. During his 37-year-long military career, he led key missions, including the Iraq surge, US Central Command and coalition forces in Afghanistan. He's also the co-author of the best-selling book, Conflict, The Evolution of Warfare from 1945 to Gaza. Thank you very much indeed for your time. Thank you for joining us, General Petraeus.
Good to be with you, Tom.
You have described the damage inflicted by the United States and Israel on Iran's nuclear program as being very, very substantial. Would you go as far as to say it's been obliterated?
Well, I think there are some unknowns still that would lead me to stick with what I originally assessed as very, very substantial. That's a lot, obviously. We don't know, though, how much was done inside the mountain of Fordo. I think, again, very significant, but that'll require some time to determine. And we're not sure also whether there might be some of the highly enriched uranium, the 60% enriched uranium that may have been stored elsewhere outside of Natanz, Fordo, and possibly Esfahan, as well as some centrifuges that could enrich it further, of course, to weapons grade being over 90%. So I think that's the reason for hedging a bit on this. The bomb damage assessment process takes time. It takes all sources of intelligence, everything that you can bring together and synthesize, integrate, to reach a conclusion about how significant the damage actually has been and whether there still is some enrichment capacity and some highly enriched uranium to enrich.
Okay, so we still don't have all the evidence. We haven't got the full damage reports. Doesn't sound to me like you think we've seen the last of Iran's nuclear ambitions. What are your thoughts?
I think that's probably correct. In fact, what I would love to see now, the best case of all would be that Iran would agree to a nuclear accord that would essentially ban any enrichment of uranium in Iran. It would also allow the International Atomic Energy Agency to verify that, to oversee the process of the dismantling of all of their nuclear enrichment architecture, and allow them to go anywhere they want at any time in the process of so doing. I'm not sure that Iran will do that. I would suspect that that's probably not the case. But then I think Iran needs to do a little bit of reflection and recognize that it is in an exceedingly weak position, given that all of its air and ballistic missile defenses those have been obliterated, I think it's fair to say, given that not a single Israeli aircraft nor American aircraft was even hit, much less shot down during the 12 days of this campaign.
Do you think there's an element of risk here that perhaps these events might have accelerated Iran towards trying to create a nuclear deterrent? I mean, they could argue they need one more than ever, given what's happened in Iran in the last 2 weeks.
One can make that argument. Sure, there's risk in everything, but there's also enormous risk to them if they were to be revealed as doing that. And once again, you'd see another devastating air campaign unleashed on them. And keep in mind that when you put together Mossad, CIA, NSA, other intelligence organizations, there are quite good, as they say, insights into what's going on in Iran. After all, look at what Israel did to reportedly 14 nuclear scientists, all pinpointed and identified and taken out. The same with a number of the leaders of the military and then the Revolutionary Guards Corps and so forth. So that should give them considerable pause, I think, and probably they should conclude that it would be a very bad idea were they to try to enrich to weapons-grade uranium.
Yeah, I mean, just picking up on that, I mean, I'd like to ask you, I mean, clearly very close coordination between Israel and the United States on intel, on military matters. How would you describe the overall mission and this joint force when it comes to collective intelligence?
Well, the intelligence and military relationships have always been very strong between the U.S. and Israel, and they were made even stronger when Israel was included as part of the U.S. Central Command as opposed to the European Command, which was really sort of a hangover from the past. In a sense, I guess that they thought that the individual who's commanding Central Command should be focused, if you will, on the Arabs and others in the Middle East, and that European Command could look after the Israelis. That was changed a number of years ago. That relationship has improved ever since dramatically, literally operating hand in glove when it comes to this kind of endeavor. And that's been very, very good, as it turns out, in operational terms, as we have seen with this very, very impressive 12-day campaign by Israel and also the very impressive strikes by the United States.
And there was talk of a rift between Prime Minister Netanyahu and President Trump in the weeks preceding the first Israel strikes. Do you think that rift was somehow manufactured to add a little bit more sort of a surprise element?
Not necessarily. There have been rifts between presidents of the U.S. and prime ministers of Israel as long as I can remember. There were rifts when I was the commander of Central Command, and we still had a relationship at that time, although they were not formally part of our area of responsibility. There was a rift when I was the director of the CIA, and it didn't affect the relationship with Mossad at all, nor did the rift previous to that affect the military relationship. Those have always been very, very strong, and they have clearly stayed very strong. One other point I might make about Iran sprinting to a bomb if they have some HEU left and some centrifuges that can enrich it. I don't believe that they have the capability anymore to metallize it. Esfahan, that facility which was hit, was one of the three sites the U.S. hit. In this case, it was hit with cruise missiles launched from a submarine after Israel had already hit it very hard. That's the site where some critical parts of the enrichment process take place. They turn the uranium into something that can be actually enriched in the beginning, and then at the end of the process, if it's at weapons grade, they turn it into the kind of metal that can actually be shaped into a nuclear device. I don't think that they have that capability anymore as a result of the strikes on Esfahan, but again, that's another of the unknowns that is out there.
Sure. I mean, events move very quickly during the course of the last couple of weeks. I mean, within hours of an Iranian attack on a U.S. military base here in the Middle East, President Trump was brokering a ceasefire with Iran. I mean, were you surprised by the pace of events? And did you think perhaps things were perhaps a little on the hasty side as far as President Trump's handling of all this?
I was a bit, to be candid, although there are, as always, elements of the decision-making process and factors that led to that aren't always clearly apparent to all the rest of us. One of those undoubtedly had to do with the opportunity for Israel to refurbish, to replenish its interceptor stocks for intercepting the Iranian missiles. Iran's missiles are dramatically reduced as a result of both their use and then a number of those that have been struck in warehouses and on launch pads, as have been their numbers of launchers. Nonetheless, that gets a bit concerning over time. You know, how many missiles and launchers does Iran have relative to how many interceptors does Israel have? And I'm sure that Israel is making the very most of this opportunity to manufacture more and more and more of those interceptors to be sure, absolutely certain, that they never run out before Iran does.
Do you ever offer any advice to the Trump administration? I mean, have you ever been asked for it? And is it at all common for a former CIA director to be asked for advice by an administration?
Well, yeah, in fact, the director of the CIA called me in a month or two ago, supposed to be 30 minutes, and I left after an hour and 20 minutes. So, sure, those who served in positions before you did often will reach out. That's customary, and it takes place. Depends, obviously, on the relationship between the incumbent and the alumnus of that position.
Okay, that's interesting to know. I mean, just sort of before we move on from the 12-day war, as it's been dubbed, some people, and we spoke to John Bolton yesterday, former US National Security Advisor, seem to suggest perhaps they could have gone further. The Israelis and the Americans could have gone further and perhaps, quote, finished the job. Do you tend to agree with John Bolton?
I was just with him yesterday, as a matter of fact. In fact, we were on stage together at Aspen Ideas. I have generally been a bit more cautious about that than he has, the possibilities for that. Certainly, there are elements within Iran that might want to break off. That's something different than regime change, but that's something we should keep an eye on. There are obviously Kurds, there are Turkmen, there are Azeris, there are Arabs, there are Baluchis, and at least 4 of those 5 are contiguous to countries or regions, in the case of Kurdish regional government, that with which they might feel more affinity than the government in Tehran. When it comes to overall regime change, however, I think that's pretty tough to envision other than from within the regime. Typically, when these situations occur, when a regime is weakened to the point that it might be overthrown, the individual or group that's on top at the end of it when the dust settles is the one that has the most effective and charismatic leader and the most guys with the most guns. And in this case, there's no real opposition leader who has emerged. If he had, he'd be in prison or dead. Although we should note that Israel did bomb the entrance of the prison that holds most of the political prisoners of Iran. But again, there's not that figure out there. There's not the kind of robust organization, weapons, and so forth that could materialize. So I'm a bit cautious about the prospects for outside overthrow of this regime. But you could always envision someone inside the regime at a reasonably high position who could say, you know, this 86 or 87-year-old guy is about to die anyway. Why don't we influence the succession process a bit here, or something along those lines. But I think we should be cautious about hopes that this might usher in an opportunity for a Jeffersonian Democrat to ride in on a white horse and take over and recognize that all of this support for proxies and nuclear enrichment and so forth has been incredibly damaging to their country.
Sure, and President Trump himself seemed hesitant and possibly anti-regime change, a bit like what you're saying. I mean, do you think, though, at the end of the 12-day war, Iran poses less of a threat to the region and to U.S. interests than it did before the war started?
Oh, absolutely, sure. And you have to remember that over the course since 7 October, you've seen Hezbollah dramatically degraded. Its leadership not just decapitated at the very top, but decimated. Thousands of leaders had those pagers that blew up in their faces when they tried to decrypt that message that caused the explosion. And the next day, of course, their only remaining means of communication, the walkie-talkies, blew up as well. It is much, much reduced from what it was before. And because of the overthrow of the Bashar al-Assad regime, the murderous Iran ally, because he has gone to Moscow, presumably, Now you have leadership in Syria, still very much an incomplete task to consolidate the control. But Syria is not an Iranian ally at this point in time and will not allow Iran, as Iran used to be able to do, to transit Syrian soil with weapons, ammunition, missiles, rockets, and the implements for making more in manufacturing facilities and bases that Iran controlled in Syria. So that's a very significant change also.
Sure.
Beyond that, Hamas obviously is dramatically degraded. That is by no means over. There's still a lot of work to do, and the three objectives that Prime Minister Netanyahu set out to achieve still have not been achieved, nor has a fourth one that I believe should be achieved, and that is to provide a better life for the Palestinian people in Gaza without Hamas in their lives. And the strategy they're employing will not achieve the first three, much less the final fourth one. And then the Shia militia in Iraq seem to be taking a knee to a degree, perhaps trying to avoid some kind of upset in the months leading up to the election there. And the Houthis seem to be a bit degraded as well. And I doubt that Iran has much to share with any of them at this point, having been so substantially degraded itself. And keep in mind, again, that Iran's air and ballistic missile defense, for all intents and purposes, has been obliterated. And that means that Israel, if it needs to, can fly at will once again above Iran, as long as it stays out of the range of the heavy machine gun air defense weapons, and inflict further damage on Iran as is necessary.
And just mentioning Syria there, as you did, I just wonder what you thought of reports that Israel could normalize ties with Syria and Lebanon. I mean, is that something you would expect to see perhaps during the months ahead?
It would be a wonderful development, I think. Lebanon clearly is still a relatively new government. The degradation of Hezbollah and reduction of its influence allowed the selection of a president after a year of wrangling, allowed the parliament to move forward, allowed the Lebanese armed forces to move into that area between the northern border of Israel and the Litani River, the area from which Hezbollah was raining down rockets on Israeli citizens, some 70 or 80,000 of whom were not able to stay in their homes for well over a year. But let's see how the political situation develops there. Likewise in Syria, I've been impressed that the leader who overthrew Bashar al-Assad, who I should acknowledge was in our detention facility in Iraq during the surge, then to be sure was with ISIS, then broke off from them, Al-Qaeda, and then broke off from them. He is saying the right things, and I think we should give him every opportunity to actually implement what it is that he has been saying, which in essence is to say that this should be a government that represents all the peoples of Syria, a country through which, as you know, many of the ethnic and sectarian and tribal fault lines of the Middle East run, and that there should indeed be majority rule, but also minority rights very clearly guarded. And I'd love to see that come about in Syria after many decades of the al-Assads running it as their own little fiefdom in a very, very brutal and murderous fashion.
One of the things that emerged in the run-up to the US strikes on Iran's nuclear sites was a lot of debate about whether or not the United States should get involved in what was perceived as being potentially another forever war in a faraway land. I mean, this aversion in the United States amongst the public and amongst people in President Trump's own party seems to be a legacy, doesn't it, of what happened in Iraq and Afghanistan.
Sure it does. Yeah. No, those are long wars. They were tough. We, by the way, didn't need to leave Afghanistan when we did. That was very sustainable. That was a big mistake. And I said so publicly at the time that we would come to regret it. And I hope that we have. We've plunged the country back into the kind of 7th or 8th century interpretation of ultra-conservative Islam, to the regret, I am sure, of at least 50% of the population, if not much more than that. But be that as it may, those are tough, long, hard wars. We did have Iraq in a very good position when our final combat forces left in late 2011. And tragically, the government of Iraq then pursued highly sectarian actions that undid a good bit of what it is that we all had fought together and sacrificed together to achieve. Regardless, those were tough. And I think you have lessons of the most visceral experiences that one has seen during one's lifetime, and this is a case where that is true. In fact, I wrote my PhD dissertation at Princeton on the American military and the lessons of Vietnam, another very tough war, which actually overshadowed some of what we did early on in Iraq, to its detriment, I would add as well.
Yeah, but do you think the fact that the US public is a bit war weary and they're fed up with these forever wars is the right driver to shape US foreign policy? Isn't it the wrong way round?
Well, it depends on what it is you're contemplating. I mean, Syria is not a long war for the United States. We have no boots on the ground. There's no intent to overthrow the regime, as was the explicit case in both Afghanistan, because the Taliban refused to turn over al-Qaeda. They were sheltering, and because, of course, the murderous regime of Saddam Hussein in Iraq. This is a totally different war. People should recognize that. I think President Trump has gone to some lengths to explain that. Because there is a part of each party in the United States that is, again, absolutely averse to anything that would look like in Iraq or in Afghanistan again. But this is all part of understanding the domestic sources, the domestic factors that play into the determination of foreign policy, not just in the United States, but in any country.
And do you think President Trump should try to engage with Iran? Do you think the Trump administration will engage with Iran? I mean, there's talk about perhaps an Iranian delegation visiting the White House. Do you see that as likely?
Well, I think there should be some preliminaries before that happens, to be sure. But no, I think there should be engagement with Iran. It would be wonderful, again, if the Iranian leadership could recognize how ruinous their policies have been for the people of Iran, 80% of whom presumably oppose what the regime has done and how it has gone about it. This is a country with extraordinary potential that has repeatedly failed to live up to that potential because they're too busy trying to cause mischief and problems and mayhem in other parts of the region. We should recognize, by the way, as well, that Israel is truly changed because of 10/7 in its strategic outlook. It will never again allow a threat to materialize, not just in neighboring countries, but also in the region if it has the capabilities that Iran has demonstrated. So I think absolutely they should sit down. They should absolutely give up their nuclear effort. If they want to do civilian nuclear power, we or others can provide the uranium to fuel that. But otherwise, they should have no nuclear enrichment, and the IAEA should have full rights to go anywhere at any time to verify that that establishment has been completely dismantled.
Aren't you concerned, though, that Israel has slightly overreached when you consider all of the campaigns that Israel's been involved in across the region, Yemen, Iran, Lebanon, Syria, the Palestinian territories? I mean, does that sound to you like overreach?
It sounds to me like the response of a country that has experienced the most horrible day in its entire history, the worst day for Jews since the Holocaust, the worst intelligence mistake in their entire history, and there were others, of course, the Yom Kippur War among them, the worst military readiness failure, the response was wholly inadequate, and the worst political miscalculation. And that's why I mentioned they have changed their strategic outlook, and I think that that is appropriate. Think about what took place on that day, what they experienced, the losses. Keep in mind that we lost not quite 3,000 on 9/11. The equivalent losses for us of what they sustained for their population would be over 40,000 killed and 7,000 taken hostage. So no, I don't think that that is necessarily overreach. Iran has long been at the root of all of these problems as well, with its murderous proxies. I should note that hundreds and hundreds of American soldiers were killed in Iraq by the explosively formed penetrators that the Quds Force of the Revolutionary Guards Corps provided to Iraqi Shia militia who were funded, trained, and guided by those in Tehran.
Okay, and just lastly, I mean, just to wrap up this conversation, overall, how would you rate the Trump administration on foreign policy? Does the world feel like a safer place with President Trump in the White House?
Well, I think it's still very much a work in progress. We saw an astonishing gathering of NATO leaders, for example, just last week. I don't think anyone ever could have imagined that a U.S. president could get NATO leaders to do what they did, which was to commit to not just 2% of GDP on defense, but to 3.5%. Yes, it's over a period of time, to be sure, but that is very, very encouraging. And for me in particular, having been a NATO guy, if you will, having a NATO hat position as a 1-star, 3-star, 4-star, while also having a U.S. hat, and having watched repeatedly presidents of either party in the U.S. rail at the insufficient spending on defense by Europeans, and all of a sudden you see them make that commitment. And it'll be 5% if you add in other ancillary actions and tasks that help support the movement of combat power to the Eastern Front, if you will, in Europe and so on. So I think that's very, very significant. The tariffs very much still out there waiting to be resolved. The sooner, of course, that they can be resolved, the better. The smaller that they are in general, also very much the better. That's still quite disruptive, and it creates enormous uncertainty among consumers in the United States as well as countries overseas that are dependent on trade with the United States. In the Middle East, I think, again, still very much a work in progress, but a very encouraging set of results from that particular work.
Okay, well, we've covered a number of topics. We could have covered a number more, but thank you very much in the meantime to General David Petraeus, former director of the CIA. Thank you very much indeed for taking the time to speak to Arabiya English.
Thank you, Tom.
Well, that's all we've got time for on Global News today. Thank you very much indeed for watching. Be sure to join us again tomorrow for more exclusive interviews. Till then, bye-bye.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America. With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
economic shifts, or social movements,
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
the most important developments straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.
Welcome to the metropolis, the big city. This is where tech, trends, and culture meet. Meet the people. See the sights. Walk the city streets. And experience the lifestyle. This is your first-class ticket to the cities of the world. Tunis, the capital of Tunisia and one of North Africa's easygoing cities. Yet, behind its laid-back approach is an exotic appeal. Tunis deserves to be the perfect introduction to the region. You'll find most of the main sightseeing in the Medina or Old Town, which is already an attraction in itself. There are winding routes along the alleyways, and behind the high walls, you may find yourself lost. But that's the charm of the city. there's the fabulous mosaic collection of the world-famous Bardo Museum. And then there's the remnants of the once glorious Carthage that's a tourist highlight. Carthage, the fabled wealthy seafaring city of the Phoenicians, lies scattered across the Bay of Tunis. Its columns and pile of marble rubble are bordered by a panorama of the Mediterranean Sea. And who could resist such a view? The sea is actually vital to Tunis's prosperity. The Carthage was completely destroyed in the Third Punic War in 146 BC. And the surviving ruins is worth the visit. The view is yet amazing, especially with its seafront setting. Meanwhile, there's also the Medina district or Old Town. It is considered Tunis's historic heart and known as the Port de France during the colonial period. Because while the Old Town walls of the Hafsid period may have long ago disappeared, when you get inside the mosques, mausoleums, and the madrasas, or the Islamic schools for learning, you'll see opulent tile art and splendid Fatimid and Ottoman architecture decorating the streets. Get lost in the beauty of the district's monumental relics. Last but not least is, of course, the shopping. In Tunis, the Souk des Chechis is the place to be. Makers of Tunisia's traditional woolen hats will be found here and are even conducting workshops. Looking for furniture to bring home? You'll find them between Rue Gemma es Zaytuna and Rue Kasbah. Seattle. Seattle's best. Get to know its finest characteristics and what makes it such a unique city that's worth getting to know. For one, Seattle is surrounded by water. It's got a great historic seafaring culture too. You'll find so many water-related activities to do in the city. You can go fishing, sailing, scuba diving, kayaking, paddleboarding, surfing, and commuting by ferry. Next is its coffee. After all, this is where Starbucks was founded in 1971. The city has earned its nickname as Fueled by Coffee. Here, you'll also find Seattle's best Tully's, Top Pot, Cherry Street, Pete's, Cafe Ladro, Victrola, and Espresso Vivace. Its coffee scene is thriving with commercial, independent, and artisanal espresso roasters and cafes. There can never be too many places to grab a cup of coffee. Here in Seattle, the more coffee places, the merrier. Seattle is also known for its nature parks. Did you know that it's surrounded by about 30 national parks? This means more opportunity for outdoor activity. Seattle is a city where you can find beaches, glaciers, waterfalls, and rainforests. Imagine all that in one place. Meanwhile, it is also known to have a reputation for being a culinary destination. Seattle is home to many critically acclaimed world-class chefs. The city can in fact be considered a farmer's market, locavore, and seafood culture. The people in Seattle usually like to buy food products that's within their area of residence as a way of supporting their neighbors and the natural resources. And last but not least is its culture. Seattle is known to be a place friendly to any race, gender preference, families, you name it. It has in fact gained the title of being one of America's best cities for families. The city has also a remarkable LGBT population. Many of its residents also hold a commendable bachelor's degree or higher. Family-friendly fairs, festivals, markets, restaurants, and activities make it a well-loved city for families to settle in. It's a pet-friendly place too, and you can expect a playground anywhere nearby. Kyoto, Japan's former capital. You can perhaps consider it the quieter, quainter counterpart to Tokyo, which is known for future tech and skyscrapers. Kyoto is where you can experience the authentic Japanese culture, no less. Here's how to get to know the city. First are the temples. The city is famous for its beautiful temples, and there are a lot of them you can visit. Kyoto, in fact, is called the City of 10,000 Shrines. The Kinkakuji, the Golden Pavilion, is perhaps the most notable one. It is considered Kyoto's most celebrated landmark. It has gold leaf walls that reflect the peaceful ambience around it, in the middle of a park of cherry trees. Next up is the Fushimi Inari Shrine, which is worthy in your must-visit list too. It is dedicated to Inari, the god of rice and business. You'll find it at the foot of Mount Inari, with woodland paths leading up to the mountain. Indulge in the breathtaking city views while you're at it too. Walk around the historic district called Higashiyama. This is where you'll find Kyoto's traditional wooden architecture. You can buy local crafts and feast on food-stall snacks. What you won't find here are elements that symbolize the 21st century lifestyle, such as telephone cables and poles. Quite interesting. And then there's the Philosopher's Walk. This is named after the 20th century philosopher Nishida Kitaro, who liked to stroll down the lane. The walk actually runs between the Ginkakuji, the Silver Temple, actually made of wood, and Nanzenji Temple. Walking through it will take about half an hour, but worth it especially during cherry blossom season. Delicate pink flowers are sometimes thrown over the canal. Last but not least is Kiyomizu-dera. This place is considered the star attraction of the Higashiyama district. It is a large temple dedicated to the goddess of mercy. It has a temple wooden terrace that's constructed entirely without nails. That's its most popular architectural feature. It's highly recommended that you visit during spring or autumn for spectacular views of the landscape. It's time for us to go. Pack your bags and get your tickets ready. And we'll see you on the next destination. Catch us again next time on Cities of the World.
Our allies, in many cases, are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis,
it would appear that this war is coming to an end.
Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds.
We deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are a lot of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans, and this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was Chief of Staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story.
Welcome to the metropolis, the big city. This is where tech, trends, and culture meet. Meet the people. See the sights. Walk the city streets. And experience the lifestyle. This is your first-class ticket to the cities of the world. Abu Dhabi. Abu Dhabi, dear capital city of the United Arab Emirates. It's an orderly, industrious city that's situated in a convenient waterside location. Abu Dhabi has definitely made itself a bustling center for government and business. Travelers have gone curious to see what else is in store in Abu Dhabi. Probably the most popular attraction is Sheikh Zayed Grand Mosque. The place never disappoints. It is clad in Macedonian marble in all its beautiful and mammoth landmark building. Its exquisite design hails from Fatimid, Ottoman, and Mamluk elements. Definitely a modern mosque that pays homage to Islamic architecture. Around the city are districts of old, majestic buildings. One of the very famous ones is the Al Hosn, the oldest building in Abu Dhabi. It is also called Old Fort or the White Fort. The palace was built in 1793 to serve as a home of the ruling family and seat of government. One of the most recommended places is the Women's Craft Center. Here, you'll see women demonstrating their expert weaving, embroidery, and basketry skills. And not only do you get to witness how these products are done, you can also buy and bring them home as souvenirs. Then, of course, in every city is a perfect spot to get the best view. Abu Dhabi has its own observation deck, too. See views of the skyline from the Jumeirah and Etihad Towers Hotel, the highest points in the city. And finally, for a glimpse of the city's natural beauties, there are zoos to visit, such as the Emirates Park Zoo. You can spend the day learning about wildlife and see rare white tigers, giraffes, and elephants here. There's a flamingo park, a monkey zoo, and sea lions too. There's also the Yas Island, often frequented for sunbathing. There are stretches everywhere on the sandy beach. It is also where the Yas Marina Circuit, where Abu Dhabi's Formula One racing takes place every year. Or maybe you'd prefer the Liwa Oasis. It's got sand dunes offering activities that make the perfect break from the city. Go camel trekking, sand surfing, or ride dune buggies. And for a much rather chill activity, try the boat tours. It's also one of the great ways to view the city. It's great especially when you're watching the sunset or dusk set over the city. It's time for us to go. Pack your bags and get your tickets ready. And we'll see you on the next destination. Catch us again next time. fun cities of the world.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America.
With so much happening and then so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
economic shifts, or social movements,
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
the most important developments straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world
Hello and welcome. I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans and you're watching W News Extra, broadcasting live from the Al Arabiya studios. These are our top stories. 26 EU leaders sign a joint statement pushing for Ukraine's involvement in negotiations as Trump prepares to sit down with Putin later this week. Egypt says it's working out a 60-day ceasefire with Qatar and the US as a Hamas delegation heads to Cairo. And Harry and Meghan are staying with Netflix, signing a new deal that keeps them in the spotlight, though on different terms than before. Now, 26 EU leaders have issued a joint statement regarding Ukraine's right to deciding its future. It comes days before President Trump's summit with Russian President Vladimir Putin, which will take place without Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky. The EU statement, signed by every member state but Hungary, states the path to peace in Ukraine cannot be decided without Ukraine. Meaningful negotiations can only take place in the context of a ceasefire or reduction of hostilities. Here's a reminder of what President Trump said about Europe's involvement during yesterday's press conference.
I'm going to meet with President Putin, and we're going to see what he has in mind. And if it's a fair deal, I'll reveal it to the European Union leaders and to the NATO leaders, and also to President Zelensky. I think out of respect, I'll call him first, and then I'll call them after. And I may say, lots of luck, keep fighting, or I may say we can make a deal. Then after that meeting, immediately, maybe as I'm flying out, maybe as I'm leaving the room, I'll be calling the European leaders who I get along with very well.
To discuss this and all of today's stories, I'm joined by Michael Jabri-Pickett, Managing Director of This Is Dubai, and correspondent Sarah Firth. Great to have you both on the show with me this evening. So I feel like a lot has been happening ahead of this summit between Donald Trump and Vladimir Putin. Things are really heating up, Michael. There's undoubtedly about that. But the big question still is, how important is it for Ukraine to have a seat at the table in discussions about its future? Because now we know that's not going to happen.
So I think you can sum it up in one sentence. Without Ukraine at the table, there is no end to the war. You know, NATO's treaty, Article 5, talks about, I think it's one that we've heard so many times over the last 3.5 years, attack on one is attack on all. And for EU member states, for the 26 that urged Donald Trump to make sure that President Zelensky was part of this, they are dealing with an existential threat that could become a real threat. Because you have to remember that Russia has an 800-mile border with Finland and a 140-mile border with Poland. And what if Vladimir Putin decides that he wants a little bit more beyond Ukraine? And the EU recognizes that it was only 80 years ago, you know, when the Second World War came to an end. And they want to make sure that nothing like that happens again. And this is in their backyard. They have something that is 100% tangible for them, where Donald Trump seems to act as though it's maybe not one of the most pressing issues on his plate.
Well, Sarah Firth, I wanted to bring you in here because we're just talking about Zelensky not being at the table, but we actually heard from Caroline Levitt a little bit earlier, the White House press secretary, of course, and she also defended Volodymyr Zelensky's absence from the talk, saying Trump is agreeing to this meeting as the request of President Putin. What do you make of that?
Look, President Trump has said himself he feels that he's the man to do the job, right? So that he thinks with this meeting with Putin, he said within 2 minutes he'll be able to know if a deal is able to be made. But look, there's been lots of questioning even today at the White House. Caroline Levitt got asked multiple questions again, trying to get some detail and substance as to what President Trump is going to go in there with, because he's made these remarks about possible land swapping. That's raised concern in Kiev and across Europe as well, and that's evidenced by this statement from the 26 countries that have sort of come together, with the exception of Hungary, to say, look, if Ukraine is not at the table, there is no deal to make. And I think, Leigh Ann, really it serves two purposes, right? Number one, it's boxing in President Trump diplomatically slightly. It's reminding him that there will be no deal without Ukraine. President Trump is very likely going to do what President Trump does, which is, you know, steer his own course on this. But the second purpose of that statement from the EU leaders is also, I think, a warning to Vladimir Putin that Europe hasn't changed its stance here. As Michael just said, you know, this, and actually it's something, when you're in Ukraine, and I was there in the lead up to the Russian invasion, and I was on the front lines for the start of the invasion, you know, the soldiers there, they'd been holding those front lines since 2014 when Russia first invaded and annexed Crimea. Then the conflict had been frozen and you'd had a ceasefire, and then Russia re-upped its invasion and went in even stronger, aiming for the whole of Ukraine. And obviously they failed in that first mission. But the Ukrainian soldiers that you speak to, they're very aware. They'll say, you know, we are Europe's front line, essentially, after us. If Ukraine were allowed to fall, the message that would send to Vladimir Putin would be so dangerous. And so I think going into it, it's really important that you've had this very strong stance from the EU leaders as a reminder both to President Trump and Vladimir Putin that, OK, Ukraine might not be at the table for Friday's talks in Alaska, but there is not going to be a peace deal without their agreement.
And it's actually interesting because earlier I spoke to Dr. Alexander Moresko, head of the Foreign Affairs Committee of the Ukrainian Parliament, and I asked him whether or not they thought Trump is actually even listening to Ukraine's and Europe's concerns. Have a listen to what he said.
Compared with what happened in the Oval Office, the stance by President Trump towards Ukraine has made considerable progress. It has changed because Trump himself mentioned several times that he's disappointed with Putin because Putin didn't agree. Actually, he had rejected ceasefire proposals by President Trump. And at the same time, I hope that we still have time to change the situation. And I hope that President Trump will invite President Zelensky and representatives of the European Union, our European partners, to create a workable format for negotiations.
So, Michael, as Sarah said earlier, you know, the EU, they've rallied around, they've got together, they appear to be putting this pressure on Donald Trump ahead of these talks. We know that they're having a big conference tomorrow on Wednesday, video conference. Zelensky will also be in that conference. But once again, it's just such a difficult situation, isn't it? Because we hear about ceding territory. Ukraine's Volodymyr Zelensky came out today saying he's ruled out withdrawing troops from its Donbass region as part of a peace deal with Russia after Trump suggested that there might have to be land given over in order to get some sort of agreement. It just seems very complex at the minute.
It is. It's incredibly complex, and there are so many moving parts. There's also what's going on behind the scenes that we don't know about. And a lot of this posturing that's happening in the public is, of course, it makes perfect sense because everybody's trying to make sure that they can put their best foot forward. They can make sure that they get everything that they want. So they have to talk tough, and they have to say, I'm not going to give this and this and this. And that, I think, then makes, at least publicly, you know, you have to be in line with, in the Ukrainian position, that he has so many other people he has to make sure that the president is working with. The Russian president, of course, can probably act a little bit more independently. But you also have to remember that these public comments are part of the negotiating process. But what the EU members are, I think, most concerned about is that Donald Trump will have, you know, a conversation with Vladimir Putin, and then he'll come forward, he'll speak to the press, and he'll say something along the lines of, you know, Vladimir Putin and I saw eye to eye on something. And he'll then be pushed, and then he'll talk a little bit more. I mean, for the other day when he called 800 troops, National Guard troops, onto the streets of Washington, he had close to a 2-hour press conference where he was speaking to the press. So in a situation like this where the world's media is there in Alaska, I think that it would be difficult for him to not just keep talking. And the European Union leaders recognize that this is not what we want to happen until we're all in agreement and until the Ukrainian president signs off on it.
And Sarah, I don't know what you think of that, but it's also the optics, isn't it? It's the big show for Donald Trump that's going to be happening in Alaska. The world is going to be watching this summit, and could he get carried away? I mean, so many people are just asking that question. Is it all about the optics and a win for Donald Trump? And could he possibly make a quick deal to look like he's winning?
There's no question, Leigh Ann, that there's political theatre here, right? Even the location of Alaska, it was a Russian territory. It was sold to the US in the 19th century. So it's really symbolic that it's being held there. I mean, a lot of people have raised the question. Of former US ambassador to Russia, Michael McFaul, sort of put on social media, well, his idea was that because it looks like it's... President Putin, Vladimir Putin, who is sort of coming out on top so far with this. You know, we've gone from a stage where there was the threats of tariffs. That deadline ran out when President Putin was expected to come up with some kind of ceasefire deal. Now it's moved to him getting a face-to-face with the US president, President Trump, and it's on Alaska, so this big symbolic area for Russia. And so I think there is a lot of theatre around this. And what's so important, again, I think, is that when you are at those White House press conferences and you hear the question and answers, the way that President Trump talks about trying to negotiate a peace deal with Ukraine and the complexities of that, the way that we've heard the Vice President, J.D. Vance, sort of saying quite casually, well, you know, no one's going to be completely happy with this. I think we need to remember, right, that it was Russia who invaded a sovereign country, Ukraine. And you speak to, again, the Ukrainians on the front lines. It's so far away from the halls of diplomacy here in Washington, D.C., around those diplomatic talks that will be taking place in Alaska. But on those front lines, you've got soldiers that haven't just been fighting since 2022 and the latest Russian invasion. They've been there since 2014, since Russia first invaded. So they've been through this process of diplomacy and ceasefire. They had the Minsk agreements. And all that did when they froze the front lines that time was embolden Russia. Russia managed to annex Crimea. Those front lines were frozen. And then in 2022, Russia came back even harder. Now, Ukraine's done an incredible job managing to hold off that offensive, but we're seeing this renewed push from Russia. So the talk that's coming from Washington and from President Trump about potential land swapping, he was asked loads of questions today about that in the press conference. His press secretary, Caroline Levitt, was not wanting to give anything away ahead of the talk. But if you speak to soldiers, civilians in Ukraine, on the front lines, in the destroyed apartment buildings, you know, people are absolutely adamant. Their land is not up for barter. That is not something that is on the table. So I think there is a little bit of danger that the political theatre around this and the fact that it's centred the US president and Vladimir Putin, it's great progress that at least they're getting some form of progress in these talks. But it's a risk that the Ukrainian voices get overshadowed in this. And I think, again, it's why it's so important that that's been highlighted by Ukraine, by Europe, that, you know, there is going to be no deal without Ukraine's voice being heard here.
And there's also going to be no deal without Donald Trump, because, of course, we know the US has been backing Ukraine through this, and they do need the military might from the US to keep the Russians at bay. But thank you so much for your thoughts on that. Let's move on to another story now. And at least 11 people have died in Gaza City overnight as Israel targets the eastern areas of the region. It comes as the Hamas leader is due in Cairo for talks to resurrect a US-backed ceasefire plan. The last round of discussions in Qatar took place last month with no further resolution between Israel and Hamas. So, Sarah, what can we expect from these talks? We know Hamas leaders from Gaza are travelling to Cairo. They're hoping for some sort of movement. Any hope?
Well, you've got the Hamas leaders travelling to Cairo, as you said, Leigh Ann. The aim here is really to see if there is a chance of reviving that US proposal for a ceasefire, and that's a 60-day pause in the fighting, a 60-day ceasefire, and the hostage release. We saw the talks back in, I think it was in June. They ended in June in a deadlock, and it wasn't pushed forward. And I think the difficulty here is when you speak to sources who are very knowledgeable about what's happening behind the scenes in those talks, is that the sides are still very, very far apart. And remember, these are indirect talks, right? But they're very far apart on some of the key issues. And those remain that Hamas has said any talk of it disarming, which Israel has insisted on, would only come, that sort of transfer of governance of Gaza would only happen if there were a Palestinian state in place, if they had the leadership agreed. That's not something we know that Israel is willing to accept. And there's also a big question mark over the Israeli military presence inside Gaza, you know, whether there would be a complete withdrawal. We know right now, of course, Benjamin Netanyahu has signalled that there is going to now be this full-scale offensive across Gaza. It's expected that that will be launched in October, unless the indirect talks that will be taking place in Cairo, brokered by Qatar as well, can make some progress this time. I mean, certainly the calculation will have changed for Hamas somewhat, given the scale of the Israeli push over the last couple of weeks, and the announcement that that's set to be expanded even further very soon.
I don't know what your thoughts on that are, Michael, but has the calculation, as Sarah says, changed for Hamas? I mean, can they keep on letting this happen? We know this full invasion. There's been bombing extensively now of Gaza City that hasn't been under Israeli occupation. Things are getting really difficult. People are starving to death. What does Hamas really have left? Is it time for them to say, OK, our back's against the wall, we've got no choice now, we need to let our people eat and our people survive?
So if they were to do that, if you were to take the next logical step, then what, in a negotiating process, what would Hamas have left to make sure that their goals were achieved? Now, you could say that if Hamas gave Israel everything that they wanted, then maybe Israel would not come in. But what would be the next step? What would Israel do to make sure that food did come in? Where would the pressure be put? If there's no pressure being put on the Israelis now for them to flood the zone with aid. If there's no pressure being put on the Israelis to stop the killing when people are going to food distribution sites, then why would the situation change if Hamas gave Israel everything they wanted? Also, you have to understand that I think from the point of view of Hamas, they are so focused on what they believe that they are probably not in a position where they will listen to rational thought. And they might have people within the party who are more moderates, who have realized that there is no more that we can do. But then I think they would recognize that there isn't a lot of option that's left, except for them, their future, or at least the future of Gaza, is probably, in their mind, still tied to what they can get when they release the hostages.
And I think that's a big argument, right? And I don't know if Sarah agrees with me, but Israel has been determined that they're going to eradicate Hamas and they're going to get rid of them completely. But those questions remain. Can you ever eradicate an ideology in many ways?
Yeah, I mean, it's a really good point as well that you've raised, Leigh Ann, with that, because, there's a lot of counter-terror experts that I've spoken to since the start of this that have said, what Israel is doing risks further radicalization, not just in Gaza, but across the region. And that really, the stated aims that Israel had of completely eradicating Hamas, it's clear that those aims are not going to be able to be met, or at least not with, we've already seen the scale of devastation, but with that increasing even more. And I think the fact that you've got so much focus right now on what's happening with the Palestinian people, with the serious warnings of starvation from pretty much every NGO at this point, people around the world, world leaders, President Trump here in the US as well, is sort of sitting up and taking note here. And so there is a sense that Israel's sort of stated aim of completely eradicating Hamas is not achievable. And so that's something that this continued push and just going even further into Gaza, I think Israel is realizing. We've seen Prime Minister Netanyahu sort of, in the press conference that he gave in the last few days, clearly trying to sort of win round public opinion again, because it has shifted a lot and there is now huge criticism and focus on the way that Israel is carrying out this offensive.
Yeah, absolutely. He was definitely trying to reclaim the narrative there. But, Michael, I want to move on to something else, and we're going to talk about Madonna, obviously the famous pop star who's been around for a fairly long time now. But I think it's really interesting what she's come out. She's urging the Pope to help Gaza. And we do know the Pope, who came before him, phoned that Catholic church every evening inside Gaza, was a great support. Now, do you think that the religious element of the Pope going into Gaza could really help things? Is this what we need?
So I think it would be another symbol. And symbols, we've talked about, symbols are important. I don't know that the Pope going into Gaza would necessarily be helpful towards the Gazans. Pope Francis, as you said, was a big supporter. Mm-hmm. Pope Leo obviously has also spoken about it as well and how it needs to end. But there was, in December, it was reported that the Patriarch of Jerusalem was trying to get into Gaza, and there were conflicting reports of if he was allowed in or if the Israelis prevented him from gaining access. And, traditionally, the Israeli government does not see eye to eye with the Vatican. Mm-hmm. So I don't know that they would necessarily want him there. And I also don't think it would hold much sway with the Israeli government. And there are two people in the world right now who could end the genocide that's happening in Gaza. One is Benjamin Netanyahu, and the other is Donald Trump. And even though it's wonderful that Madonna, who is going to be 67 in 4 days, is pleading with the Pope to make this journey and to make this trip, it's just not enough. And while we have talked about the need for the world to think outside the box, if there's going to be some sort of solution to what's going on right now, I don't think that Madonna asking the Pope on social media to go to Gaza is the answer.
And also, another high-profile activist, Greta Thunberg, Sarah, is also preparing to do another flotilla of aid to Gaza to try and help break that deadlock that we see in the sea. I mean, like Michael said, they're going to make any difference, or is it just symbolic and almost, you know, it's down to the big leaders of the world to sort this out?
Well, I mean, I think, as Michael was saying there, you know, it is, it's important to remember that there are the world leaders responsible here. Benjamin Netanyahu, President Trump, you know, they could stop the suffering of Palestinians tomorrow if they wanted to. Israel could simply stop its bombardment right now and let aid in the quantities that it's needed right now so desperately on the ground. I think it's symbolic, right? We've seen her launch this Gaza flotilla before. The last time it ended up with their ship being boarded and the activists, including Greta, being deported from Israel. She's coming back again. She says this time they want to have dozens of boats that try to break the blockade. It's unlikely that they will succeed, but I do think there is some value, certainly, in raising the awareness in whatever way. I mean, pretty much everyone you speak to at the moment, be it journalists, NGOs, people that are actively involved in the Palestinian situation, people who are trying to do something and working behind the scenes when it comes to possible ceasefire talks, everyone is feeling pretty helpless right now. I mean, I don't know about you guys, but it is very difficult to sort of grapple with that. And so I think these sort of shows of solidarity, if you like, from the likes of this activist group and Greta Thunberg, important in that it's people feeling that there is something that they can do and to put that public pressure on world leaders to actually act. I mean, I think it's interesting that you had this year the 30-year anniversary of the Bosnian genocide, and there was a lot of talk about, you know, that phrase from world leaders of never again, and not letting sort of this mass-scale tragedy play out in front of people's eyes. And there's a real sense that that is being allowed to happen with the situation, particularly with the warnings of starvation and some of those images that have come out of Palestinian people, children, just absolutely desperate for food. There is a sense that will never again is happening now. And so, those acts of solidarity, you know, in as much as they are sort of adding to that public pressure on world leaders and possibly President Trump, you know, getting the sense from here in the US, the tide of public opinion is changing, and that's, you know, that does carry some weight.
Yeah, absolutely. And as you say, it's just a show of support and keeping the story in the headlines, because I'm sure Michael will agree with me, there is a sense of helplessness that I think the world does feel. And thanks so much for your thoughts on that. Let's move on to another story now. And the Duke and Duchess of Sussex have announced an extension to their film and TV deal with Netflix. Rumours had been rife that the streaming giant were parting ways with Harry and Meghan, but the so-called new multi-year first-look deal proves critics wrong. The previous contract with the royal couple was believed to be worth around $100 million. So, just when we thought it was safe, Michael, to turn back our TVs on, it wasn't safe. I don't know if that made any sense. But listen, their show was panned by critics on Netflix. But hold on. They're back. What's going on?
So if you look at the numbers, Netflix said that Meghan Markle's show, 5.3 million views. In that same 6-month period, the first 6 months of this year, their most popular show was Adolescence, and that had 145 million views. So that tells you that it was certainly nowhere close. In fact, Netflix went one step further, and they said that it's not even in their top 300 most popular shows.
How embarrassing.
So I won't editorialize, but I will say that while they haven't signed or announced a new deal, I think from a Netflix point of view, it makes perfect sense So hear me out. If you believe that Harry and Meghan are going to remain Harry and Meghan in California, then it makes sense for there to be no deal. But if you believe that the Duke and Duchess will at some point end up back in Buckingham Palace, then it makes perfect sense to be the streaming service that has the best relationship with them and has maintained that relationship, so that when the time comes for there to be a reality show, perhaps, that you are perfectly positioned to be the ones to make that pitch.
Yes, you are correct in that, because Archwild Productions, which of course is owned by Harry and Meghan, this multi-year deal will give a first-look deal for film and television projects with Netflix. So I guess, Sarah, if the divorce does happen, Netflix will be the first on it. But what do you make of Harry and Meghan and this Netflix deal? And I wonder, do you think her brand has been successful? Because, you know, with Love Meghan and As Ever, we saw the cookery show. No one's really cooked anything that I saw her making.
I mean, I don't know about you guys, Michael and Leigh Ann. We need a show of hands as to whether this content is actually any good. I've seen a little bit of it. But come on, if you were a Netflix boss, would you put those guys on screen? I'm going to have to go. My vote is no, I'm afraid. I just think the content, you know, it was interesting hearing Michael say about that investment in sort of future drama, if you like, right? If they go back to Buckingham Palace, if something really interesting happens and they're back in the headlines in a big way, will we get another taste of that reality that they did with that sort of Harry and Meghan, you know, the Megxit, if you like, when they left the UK. But even that was so heavily curated. So I don't know. I don't think, you know, do we think that Harry and Meghan would really let the cameras in for any genuine drama behind the scenes that didn't sort of serve their narrative? I don't want to be a hater with it, but I think, yeah, I think they're too curated to have any sort of situation where they'd actually allow things to be seen that are actually taking place behind the scenes. I don't know what you guys think.
Yeah, I kind of agree with that, because I think a lot of the reason why Meghan's show wasn't successful was authenticity questions. A lot of people were questioning that, and I think that was something that they felt was lost, because like Sarah said, it was heavily curated. She lives in a multi-million-dollar mansion in Montecito. But once again, there's one place where I can say they have been successful, and that is the PR machine, because, you know, she has had jams out, lots of cookery things, and they've all sold out. So unarguably, we're now talking about it. So they are doing something right.
And it also has, you know, what is their long-term strategy? And this is, I think, the key question, because if their strategy is ultimately to get their own show on Netflix, a reality type show, then, you know, they would need to bring in a new director, maybe a new PR team. They would need to sort of have to assess where things are now. What did we do well with the first show? What didn't work? And if you look to social media, I think, is how we consume so much content now. If they're looking at why are there certain people on social media that are so popular, especially with their platforms and the content they put out, it's because of authenticity. And it's one of the criticisms that you're saying that the show lacked. It was too heavily curated, as Sarah said, and not authentic enough. And if you're trying to control the message too much, that is, you know, one of the results. But if they were able to, and this is difficult when you're in a powerful position and when you have a lot of influence, but when you want to bring in a team and say, okay, have a run at me and tell me what's working and what's not working. And if you can take a couple of steps back and then come out again with kind of a rebranding, and this might be part of that whole process, there might be hope for them.
But I don't know if Sarah wants to chime in here. She's rebranded already, because she was Riviera Orchard, and that obviously couldn't happen. And then there's been a rebranding and a rebranding, and now we've seen something else come into the fray. And also, they keep on firing staff, which is another problem when it comes to trying to keep something on the road. But Sarah, I don't want to be a hater either, so I'm going to get off that line of questioning, because I feel like I'm going down a one-way street here.
You could never be a hater, Leigh Ann. You could never be a hater.
No, I just feel like I do know what Meghan and Harry are trying to do, and I get that point, but it's just not been successful, and it's been a difficult road for them to travel so far, and maybe they do need some good advice. But the big question really is their children. Do you think we'll see more of the children in the upcoming episodes with Meghan possibly? Because we have seen the back of the kids and more pictures, and we've actually heard their voices. Do you think that's something the world wants to see now?
I mean, Meghan certainly seems like a very canny operator. You know, we've all spoken about their sort of success, I suppose, in publicity. I mean, if you go by the sort of there's no such thing as bad publicity, I mean, I'm guilty of clicking on headlines when it comes to Harry and Meghan. They get the eyeballs. They know how to generate that kind of attention. I think when it comes to the situation with their children, right, they've had this huge, very public call for their privacy to be respected. So I think it would be unusual for them to actually show their children's faces, at least not till they're a bit older and perhaps can, vocally say that they want to be a part of this. But Meghan Markle, you're right, Leigh Ann, she has been teasing on her social media. You know, we've seen the back of the children's heads. We've seen a lot more of the sort of, I suppose, their day-to-day family life, but some of those interactions, and that is the stuff that people love. You know, it's cute, it's warm, it's comforting, it's sweet. Here in America, I can tell you, people ask about Harry and Meghan all the time. So I think the interest in them isn't going away anytime soon.
I would say that, you know, if you look at they're not even halfway through their professional lives. And they have to figure, this is all she's done. And there's so many things that he's done that he can't do again. And I think they're at a real crossroads where they have to figure out from a professional point of view, what is it that we're going to do? How are we going to remake ourselves? How are we going to go forward? What are we going to do to keep our lives busy during the course of a day?
Yeah, no, it's a very good point. Well, I'm actually quite excited because apparently she's going to have a Christmas special coming out. And I always love people's Christmas specials, you know. We always get the nice festivities. So in December, we can all watch that and report on it.
We'll all be watching, won't we?
Something to look forward to at least. And finally, we've come to that part of the show where Michael and Sarah have come up with a couple of quirky stories of the day. Wow, Michael, yours is a lot going on. It's about a radioactive wasp nest and nuclear bombs. It doesn't sound good, so, I mean, go on.
So I think if you were to read that, that's pretty much the story. But if you start the story with a new headline with the backstory for the next superhero / supervillain, I think that's where it takes on a little bit of life of its own. And then it becomes kind of interesting because back in the early 1950s, in Savannah River Site in South Carolina, it was a facility that was used to make plutonium pits, which were for the core of a nuclear bomb. Now, workers have recently discovered a wasp nest that was 10 times more radioactive than what regulations would allow. This according to the U.S. Department of Energy. So I think that any DC and Marvel fan is out there looking at this thinking, if there can just be one wasp that has survived. Now, officials have said no wasps survived. But when you take the idea of creating a backstory for a supervillain, you know that you want one wasp to survive somewhere. What workers have done is they sprayed the wasp nest with insect killer and then they put it in with radioactive waste. So they think they have disposed of it. But you know that there's a 14-year-old boy or a 14-year-old girl out there who's wishing that somewhere maybe this is how the next superhero comes along, because that radioactive wasp, if we could find one, would maybe lead to some series of superpowers that would allow the next movie to be made in the whole Marvel or DC universe.
Sarah, I don't know, are you up for...
thinking, Michael, Wasp Girl.
I was just about to ask you, Sarah, what your thoughts were on a radioactive wasp, but you've gone with she should be a girl.
Sarah by day, stings by night.
Oh,
I like it.
Yeah, I love it. There we are. So lots.
Got my tagline sorted.
The radioactive wasp. Okay, and Sarah, your story is also about wildlife, but this is just a part of a smuggling saga that's happening. Can you fill us in with what actually has gone on here?
I know, well, Michael and Leigh Ann, I don't know about you guys when you're at the airport, but I get so nervous about going through and having something potentially that I shouldn't. There's always usually like a rogue shampoo or a perfume that I've accidentally packed that doesn't get through. This man, a Chinese man called Mr. Lin, in the US, tried to send 850 turtles, eastern box turtles. They're an endangered species, to Hong Kong. He tried to ship them. They were wrapped in socks and they were labelled as toys. More than 200 were sent across. A border control picked it up and realised what was going on, and he was caught. But just, I mean, remarkable that someone was able to try this. And actually, even more unbelievably, not the first time that someone has attempted to do this. There has been previous instances where you've had customs picking up people who were trying to smuggle turtles. I don't know why there is such a desire in Hong Kong for turtles, but apparently I'd read that they were quite desirable, sort of status symbol pets. Who knew, turtles? But he is now facing a jail sentence, so he's expected to be, that case to be heard later on this year, and he could be facing up to 5 years in jail for that.
I think it should get longer, Michael. Because, I mean, thank God they found those turtles and hopefully they're still alive. Yeah. But I just think, you know, to smuggle wild endangered animals is such a problem, and the Border Force must have a lot on their hands.
Yeah, it's also, you know, we live in an interconnected world. It's so much easier nowadays to commute from one country to another. You can be pretty much around the world in 24 hours by plane. But what that means is that, you know, you have a nice intersection of different cultures and different histories. And we know in traditional Chinese medicines, for instance, that there are some animals and their horns, for instance, are maybe used as medicine. In this case, you often have turtle soup being served in many Asian countries. And we both know from traveling and living in different parts of Asia that this is a reality for many people who don't see the same sort of taboo that we might see.
Yeah, that's a really good point because, I mean, it's culturally very different when we look around the world, we travel and we live in countries. But I don't know if this is a bit wild. What about a radioactive turtle? I don't know, Sarah.
Now that sounds. I would say that sounds like.
We've got a superhero series.
Well, isn't that what Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles are? They're radioactive turtles.
There we are. Oh my gosh! So we can have a series with the radioactive wasp and the radioactive turtle.
And they marry.
Arabiya English superhero series.
But
Love
they marry and then they have offspring.
I can't wait for that. We better... All right, well, we better go. So thanks so much to today's guest, Michael Jabri, Pickett Managing Director of This Is Dubai, and correspondent Sarah Firth. And that's all from us on W News Extra. Don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel and, of course, follow us on X. G&T with Tom Burges Watson will be coming up next. Goodbye, and thank you for joining us.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America. With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
economic shifts, or social movements,
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe,
to have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
The most important development straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.
Welcome to the metropolis, the big city. This is where tech, trends, and culture meet. Meet the people. See the sights. Walk the city streets. And experience the lifestyle. This is your first-class ticket to the cities of the world. Toronto, home to about 2.7 million people, Toronto is Canada's largest city, and the sprawling city filled with distinct neighborhoods offers a diverse mix of attractions to see, places to visit, and destinations to check out. Perhaps the most popular is the Niagara Falls, one of the 7 wonders of the world. A highly recommended way to see the famous falls is through the Maid of the Mist boat ride, which allows you to get right up close to it and immerse yourself in its enormity. Another popular site is the Dundas Square, often compared to New York's Times Square. The place is often used in the production of popular blockbuster hits because its setting is quite easy to film in. The city is also quite popular for its lineup of major art museums. The Art Gallery of Ontario, Toronto Gallery of Inuit Arts, and the Gardiner Museum of Ceramic Art makes Toronto a burgeoning art community. Great art alternatives can also be found lining the streets of Queen West, Ossington, Queen East, and the Distillery District. Every year, the art scene in Toronto is also taken over by contemporary artists during Nuit Blanche, an all-night arts festival that runs from dusk till dawn. You'll also want to walk by the Graffiti Alley in the Fashion District, Toronto street that's legally tagged with an entire walking tour of murals by local street creatives. There's also the Distillery District, a cobblestone and usually carless street, featuring industrial houses that feature galleries, fashion designers, and arts and food products. Toronto is also host to an entire lineup of alternative dance and music fests. Some of the most popular include Digital Dreams, Electric Island, and Mad Decent Block Party. In June, travelers flock to the 17-day festival called Luminato. The Four Seasons Center for the Performing Arts is the place for opera and ballet shows. It is home to the Canadian Opera Company and the National Ballet of Canada. You may also want to try hiking or biking to the Toronto Islands nearby. It's just a ferry ride away. Plus, you'll get to see the city skyline at sunset. The sandy beaches are worth the trip, and the eclectic Wards Island is an interesting community to explore. It's time for us to go. Pack your bags and get your tickets ready. And we'll see you on the next destination. Catch us again next time on Cities of the World.
to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information, and so much noise,
international law will have no part in his administration.
It can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs.
But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Al Arabiya News.
Hello and welcome to Global News Today, bringing you exclusive interviews with leading experts every weekday here on Al Arabiya English. I'm Tom Burges Watson. Coming up on today's programme, we bring you all the latest from Gaza, where it's been another deadly 24 hours, with 89 Palestinians reported to have been killed. We'll be speaking to those working on the ground on the growing humanitarian crisis. Plus, European leaders are warning against any redrawing of Ukraine's borders in any peace deal with Russia. This just days ahead of a high-stakes summit in Alaska between President Putin and President Trump. All of that to come on GNT. Hello and thank you for joining us. It's all eyes on Gaza as the death toll continues to rise and global outrage continues to grow. Well, in a matter of just 24 hours, at least 89 Palestinians are reported to have been killed there. Well, international pressure on Israel is continuing to grow following the deadly attacks on journalists and also its expanded military operations in the Gaza Strip. Well, Saudi Arabia's cabinet, meeting today in Neom under Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman, accused Israel of committing ethnic cleansing against the Palestinians. Well, the UN has also condemned Israel's recent actions. Meanwhile, Norway's $2 trillion wealth fund is also divesting away from Israeli firms as a result of the worsening humanitarian crisis in Gaza. Well, let's get more now. We can speak to Dr. Mohamed Abu Mughissib, who is the Deputy Medical Coordinator for Médecins Sans Frontières in the Gaza Strip. He joins us from the Mawasi area. Dr. Moghissib, thank you very much indeed for speaking to us. I mean, we heard reports of more deadly bombardment in eastern areas of Gaza City overnight. Just tell us what the latest has been in the last 24 hours.
First of all, thank you for having me. I mean, the airstrike and bombard didn't stop. I mean, since the beginning, actually, of the war. I mean, it's a daily incident, daily event. But yesterday was very heavy in Khan Yunis area. I mean, there was heavy airstrikes in Khan Yunis. I mean, in Gaza City in the north. I mean, the Gaza City itself. I mean, speaking to you now, I mean, the hospitals which are functioning now in Gaza, the bed occupancy, I mean, there is no more beds for patients at all. I mean, now the patients are lying in the corridors and the floor in the emergency department because there is no space for the injured anymore in all the hospitals, whatever is structured hospitals for the Ministry of Health or the field hospitals which are run by the international NGOs.
Okay, and of course, we've been covering this story, consistently here at Al Arabiya, and it's been reported that more than 60,000 Palestinians have been killed during these last 22 months. We hear that more children are dying of starvation and malnutrition in the last 24 hours. Just tell us, what's the latest with regards to access to food at this particular moment?
I mean, since the last few days, there was some aids entering into Gaza. But actually, I mean, this is not really proper food. First of all, the number of trucks which are entering or the aids are not enough. You know that Gaza needs at least 500 trucks of goods entering every day. And now around 20 trucks entering. This is it's just a drop, actually. And the material that is entering is not a proper nutrition. I mean, it's only flour, cooking oil, and rice and pasta. I mean, what is missing is the proteins, the milk, which is not entering, the fruits. So, I mean, still there is a huge acute hunger in Gaza. I mean, the trucks which are entering either are looted as well by some gangsters in here in Gaza, or by the population who are in deep hunger. So still the markets are semi-empty. The prices are high, and still we are seeing malnutrition cases. I mean, among the young children, among the pregnant women, lactating women, elderly, even normal people like us. I mean, we are still having 1 meal per day.
Sure. I mean, I was going to say, I mean, we're being told that 1/3 of Gaza's population has now gone several days without eating anything at all. I mean, are you getting the impression things are getting worse by the day, or have things remained pretty consistent, would you say, in the last week or two?
I mean, there is little bit improvement in the, you can see, I mean, sugar you can see now in the market, you can see rice in the market, you can see flour in the market. But again, I mean, not everyone can access to buy it. I mean, people, the poverty is high. There is good signs that some charity kitchens started to work again, but as well still, I mean, it's not the proper nutrition. I mean, again, I mean, you need for normal people, normal nutrition. I mean, you need protein, you need the vitamins. This is not available in the goods which are entering in Gaza until now.
So what does that mean? Does that mean that hunger and famine are perhaps averted, but that doesn't mean that malnutrition is being averted? Is that roughly where we are?
I mean, we were on the edge of famine. I mean, it was almost a few, days, and we had to declare famine in Gaza. I mean, with the entry of few goods, I mean, we are not far from declaring, but the malnutrition didn't end. I mean, still, I mean, there is, I mean, what you see in for example, the children. I mean, there is children dying from malnutrition, and yes, they have underlying disease, but doesn't mean that, I mean, if they have underlying disease, they shouldn't die. I mean, they have to have special protein, special formula milk, which is not entering. And there is some accusation that no, they have underlying disease, they have some comorbidity, genetic problem. Yes, but they were not supposed to die. I mean, if the goods are entering, formula milk entering, special nutrition are entering, these children will not die even in the hospital.
You're a specialist in mental health care as well as being a practicing doctor. Just tell us how widespread mental health issues are there in Gaza, and what sort of mental health issues we're talking about. Are we talking about trauma? Are we talking about depression? Tell us a bit about that aspect.
I mean, in what I can say to you, I can confirm to you that the 2 million people in Gaza have psychological problems already. I mean, I cannot say which term. I mean, we have to really create, all the mental health experts need to create a special term for the Gaza syndrome. I mean, they have mixed anxiety with trauma, with depression, with panic, with insomnia. I mean, all of this are people are witnessing and having all the time. And so we really need to find a way to create really a new term for Gaza in mental health. The situation is really bad. People are living since already 22 months of continuous bombarding. They are displaced from their homes several times. They lost friends, members of their families. They are starving. I mean, all of this each person in Gaza has suffered, whatever is a child until elderly.
Yeah, and I wanted to ask you, Dr. Moresko, I mean, not to mention the fear of living in tents and having explosions going off around you, seeing horrific scenes every day, seeing fellow human beings maimed or dead, perhaps on a regular basis. I mean, what's that going to do, particularly to children, in the long term?
I mean, first of all, we hope that there will be an end of this war. And then later, I mean, we will need decades really to work on the psychological impact that the population had, and especially children. I mean, children had some of them has been born in the war, raised in this war, and nothing they know in the last 22 months except the bombing, the airstrikes, the starvation themselves. They are asking for bread. I mean, in Gaza, we never witnessed children asking for bread in the street. I mean, so I think the expert of mental health, need to really work on supporting the population after the ceasefire.
And just before we move on, I mean, there aren't any educational facilities functioning, are there? I mean, it's being reported 97% of schools have been destroyed. So presumably the daily reality for a child in Gaza is a battle to survive.
As you mentioned, Tom, I mean, there is no kindergarten, there is no schools, there is no university, there is no education since 2 years. I mean, there is no one is going to, I mean, even online, there is no a way to do online even studies. I mean, with the present condition, people living in tents, and there is no internet in some huge areas. So, I mean, the children here, they are standing in queues to bring water, to fill their jerrycans of water. They are standing in queues in the charity of these kitchen charities to get some food. I mean, this is what they are now raising. I mean, so I mean, the entire population has been really destroyed socially and psychologically.
I mean, Israel continues to dispute a lot of the facts that come from the ground in Gaza. They dispute the fact that there have been malnutrition fatalities. They deny, some of the ones we speak to, that there is any shortage of food. I mean, what do you say to those kinds of denials?
I mean, first of all, about the children who are dying from starvation. I mean, they mentioned that these patients are having some diseases, genetical diseases or other cardiac diseases. Yes, they have another disease, and they need special formula, milk, or special protein supplement. That doesn't mean that they have to die. No, I mean, they are dying because there is nothing entering, and this protein and this formula milk is not entering. Israel is blocking it to enter, so that's why they are dying. I mean, yes, they have community, so they're not supposed to die. Regarding, I mean, the foods, I mean, you can come to the market. I mean, allow to people to see the market. There is no fruits entering. There is no protein. I mean, there is no eggs. There is no milk. I mean, what is entering in the last few days? Few trucks of flour, cooking oil, pasta, rice. That's what is entering, and sugar.
What about you personally? I mean, what sort of access to food do you have? And have you found that your weight has decreased sharply in the last few months?
I mean, everyone, it's not me. I mean, everyone who in Gaza lost weight. I mean, there is nothing in the market to buy. I mean, it's not that we cannot afford it. No, there is nothing in the market to buy. So, I mean, now I'm eating one meal. I mean, and my colleagues are eating one meal per day, and we are lucky to have this one meal. I mean, but this is not even a proper nutrition. I mean, we're having rice, pasta. Now we have sugar with the tea. I mean, we can have little bit sugar to have little bit calories, but it's not a healthy food at all. I mean, you don't have proteins, you don't have eggs, you don't have cheese, you don't have fruits. I mean, it's since March.
And all the while, the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation continues to operate. It's been described by Human Rights Watch as being a death trap for people who go to those sites to collect their food, because there have been reported shootings, deadly shootings at their sites. I mean, is the GHF, as it's called, the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation, is it getting more effective at distributing aid, or is it remaining as deadly and as dangerous as it was before for people who go there to collect food?
I mean, until today, I mean, there is people dying from gunshot injuries in the distribution points. I mean, since the beginning, since the GHF opened, I mean, it was not, I mean, they opened 4 sites. I mean, before it was 400 sites run by the UN to distribute for the population. Now it's four is not enough for the population. There is no organization. It's humiliation. I mean, you saw on the TV, I mean, how the people are gathered there, and I mean, in a special area. They have to walk, and then they are going early, and they are shot. If they go at the time, they are shot, and if they go late, they are shot. So we had a lot of patients that we received in our facilities, in our clinics, in our hospital, who have been shot and injured by during their trip to the GHF to collect food and parcels of food.
So can you be sure, Doctor, that the people who've been shot at GHF food distribution points have been shot by Israeli gunfire and not by saboteurs or other militants in the area?
I mean, from the patients that we treated, I mean, they were clear saying that they were shot from the side of the Israeli side the shooting came. I mean, the warning bullets or the shooting. And I mean, there was as well some people who were working with GHF, I mean, that said it clearly.
Are the aerial food drops making any difference to the situation there? There have been some countries that have delivered food from the air to Gaza. Is that helping at all?
I mean, airdrops were meant for, areas, rural areas and remote areas where there is, mountain people living in a remote area in the mountains or in the Sahara. You can drop for them food, or aids. I mean, here the population is 2 million people who are squeezed in 25% of Gaza Strip, which is actually a small area already. All of them squeezed. There is tents everywhere. When you look from the window, you have tents everywhere, people and IDBs. And dropping it, I mean, it's killing people. I mean, it's not really the way that aids. I mean, there is a way. There was a system. I mean, there is terminals. I mean, in between Gaza and Egypt and Israel, that through these terminals, trucks can enter and can deliver. And the system was running.
Sure, and we've seen pictures of people being injured or killed by parcels of food coming from the sky. It's, as you say, it's extremely dangerous. You touched on what sounds like a quick fix in terms of opening the Rafah border crossing between Egypt and Gaza. Is that something you think is likely to happen?
I mean, we hope so. I mean, because trucks are standing in queues on the Egyptian side, and I mean, they need just the permission from the Israeli side to enter and to deliver aids. I mean, a lot of international NGOs, among them us, MSF, we have aids and trucks that are waiting on the Egyptian side. So, I mean, that will be the easiest solution to bring aid in Gaza, is bringing it through the terminals, like between Rafah terminal or other terminals that are in the north or the east of Gaza.
Yeah, and of course the aid that's sitting on the border there in Egypt, for example, it's not Israel's aid, it's aid that's being donated by, the international community. But Israel nevertheless says it's very worried about that aid being stolen by Hamas. Why is Israel so worried about that, do you think? And what difference does it make if Hamas steals some of the aid anyway?
Now the population don't care who will steal it. I mean, they need that aids to enter Gaza. Even if the devil will steal the trucks, at least the devil will distribute the aids to the population. I mean, the population are desperate. I mean, since March, nothing was entering, so they don't care who will distribute the aid, and they need just the aid to enter, and that's it. I mean, there is gangsters there is looting, there is, several stories, but at least there was aids in the market. I mean, there was products in the market that the population were able to access.
Right, and if all of that food got through, it would bring prices down in the market, and it would make Hamas less powerful in a way, if indeed it is reselling some of the food on the black market at much higher prices. That would no longer be a tool at the disposal of Hamas, would it?
I mean, that's the logic, Tom. I mean, if there was a lot of goods entering to Gaza, I mean, the prices will be very low, and no one really have to use the black market anymore.
I just want to ask you, I mean, over the course of these last 22 months, is there one encounter or one person that you've met or one situation you found yourself in that you're simply never going to forget? I'm sure you've had several, but is there one that stands out for you?
I mean, when my family actually left Gaza, I mean, my family managed to leave Gaza to Egypt, and that was a moment that I will never forget. I mean, all my family, my wife and my kids managed to escape this, massacre here in Gaza, and now they are safe in Egypt since February. The moment that I said goodbye to them, it was really the moment that I will always remember, because I tried to leave after this, but then Rafah terminal has closed in May, and since that I'm waiting since 1.5 years. If the borders will open again, Rafah will open, I will try to reach them and join them.
Right, so you're saying you would leave as soon as you could, were the opportunity made available to you.
Yes.
What about a patient you've met, a child, a mother, someone you've met whose story and whose ordeal is one that's going to be in your mind forever?
I mean, a girl of 6 years old, I mean, that was injured in Rafah, and she was admitted in our field hospital in Rafah at that time in February, I think February 2024. During an airstrike, she lost her parents, both father and mother and siblings, and she was admitted in our hospital with her auntie as a caregiver, and she wake up from the surgery, and no one of us were able to tell her, to disclose that she lost her parents, she lost her siblings, and now she's an orphan. And they approached me, the team, and they know that I have mental health experience, and I can little bit disclose this to the child. I went in front of her and I looked at her, and I was frozen. I couldn't say to her that I couldn't disclose this information to her. And she's a beautiful young girl, blonde. It was rare in Gaza, and she doesn't know that her father and mother and siblings died during the airstrike.
Where is she now? What's her name?
I don't remember really the name, and she's now with her auntie, but I don't know where, because we were obliged in May to evacuate as well our field hospital in Rafah. We had a field hospital that we were obliged to evacuate it when the ground operation started in Rafah.
Okay, well, I'm being told we're out of time, but we really appreciate you taking the time to speak to us, and we wish you and your family all the very best. Thank you for your time. Dr. Mohammed Abu Moresib, thank you very much again. Well, we can speak now to Mick Mulroy, former Deputy Assistant Secretary of Defense for the Middle East and the Pentagon's former top policy official for the Middle East under President Trump. But thank you very much indeed for joining us, Mick. Always a pleasure talking to you. We were just speaking there to a doctor from MSF who is speaking to us from Gaza. I mean, painting a really apocalyptic picture of what the situation is now like there. What's the reaction in the United States, just sort of really on a general level, to the scenes that we're all seeing on our television screens of what's happening in Gaza?
Good to be with you, Tom. I think, of course, I can't speak for the entirety of the U.S., but I think it's fair to characterize that the U.S. public, both sides of the aisle, are getting more and more concerned about the humanitarian crisis that exists in Gaza right now. And with this announcement that Israel, Prime Minister Netanyahu, intends to occupy the entirety of Gaza, which would also include Gaza City, a population of about 900,000 would have to be moved. It's likely that this crisis could get even worse. I think that's something that the public, of course, and certainly those in Washington are looking at very closely.
I mean, hardly a day goes by when there isn't serious condemnation and action, in some cases, from some of America's top allies directly relating to the situation in Gaza, whether it's Norway's sovereign wealth fund divesting from Israel, whether it's Australia accusing the Prime Minister of Israel of being in denial about the humanitarian crisis in Gaza. And most recently, the Saudi government has condemned what's happening in Gaza. How much of that condemnation do you think is filtering back to the United States? And is it changing anything?
Well, I think for the United States, when they see key allies like the ones you just mentioned, in addition, Germany has cut off providing security assistance to Israel. Germany was the biggest proponent of Israel inside the EU, and I think it's second highest when it comes to providing weapons and munitions. So I think all of this does impact how the U.S. sees the conflict in Gaza. Again, it's not a monolith. Obviously, the U.S. is very divergent in its opinions. But I think there's still strong support, of course, for Israel to fight back against Hamas and certainly defend itself and prevent any future October 7th. But the way that this has been carried out when it comes to the civilian population, the restriction of food coming in to Gaza, and the potential for this to continue is causing quite a bit of alarms, if you will, in the United States. And I think it's important to point out, it's not just in the United States. The Israeli population, at least the polls that I've seen, would like to see this conflict come to an end. And the IDF, all the way up to the top, the chief of staff, Samir, has, he might as well have come out publicly. There's so many leaks coming out of the IDF that says they're very concerned about how this new phase, this full occupation of Gaza will happen, and then what it'll mean for the IDF, because it certainly is going to be a very, very difficult military problem that's going to cost the lives of a lot of soldiers. It might increase the risk to the hostages that are still, in captivity, and of course, the humanitarian crisis it's likely to cause is going to be intense. So there's I think opposition, not just around the world, which is clear, inside the United States from both sides, and now I think inside Israel. And that might be what the pressure that really needs to be put to bear on the Prime Minister's office.
Indeed. I mean, we've been hearing about a fracture, quite a serious fracture between the Israeli Defense Minister Israel Katz and the country's military chief, Lieutenant General Eyal Zamir. And that's just one of the fractures. But there is this sense in the world that, the United States stands absolutely by Israel at this particular moment, not showing any signs of changing tack. And there is the perception that one man in the world could put a stop to this tomorrow if he wanted to, and that person is President Trump. Do you agree with that?
I think it's a simplification. Obviously, but the last administration, this administration, I think, in the United States would like to see a ceasefire, would like to see an end to the conflict. It depends on how you see that pressure being laid out or whether they can actually make it so. Is the U.S. going to cut off all security assistance to Israel? No. Why? Because, one, we're a good partner in a long time, and I think we'll be a continuous partner of Israel. There's still a big threat from Iran. And so I don't see that being a leverage point that either side of the political spectrum in the United States is willing to use. So then the question just comes to just basically diplomatic pressure, not the security assistance. And I think that the U.S. believes it's put pressure on Israel, going back to the Biden administration and now the Trump administration, maybe to a lesser extent now. But it really hasn't had an effect. It looked like Prime Minister Netanyahu is only influenced by the far right of his security cabinet. That's what keeps him in power. It's clear that a lot, if not a majority, of the Israeli population wants to see a negotiated into this and the hostages come home and the conflict to stop. And that doesn't seem to have an influence on him. And as you already mentioned, and so did I, Lieutenant General Zamir is his chosen senior military advisor and the chief of staff of the IDF. And his opposition to this plan doesn't seem to have any sway on the prime minister. So I guess the question is, what is it other than the far right of his cabinet that really has any influence over whether he will end this conflict?
Are you concerned, as someone who obviously is closely interested and involved in U.S. foreign policy, about lasting damage? I mean, not to Israel's standing, because that's not particularly your concern directly, but also to the United States standing because of its perceived unconditional support for Israel?
So I think it could, certainly have an effect on how others view us. That shouldn't drive necessarily U.S. foreign policy, but it should be part of the calculation and the decisions we make. I think the U.S., and I do believe it's correct, will continue to support Israel's right to be a country and live safely and free from attacks, whether those attacks are from Hamas, Hezbollah, or Iran. I'm a firm believer that that is where the U.S. needs to be. It's in our interest. It's in the interest of the region. And I think if we can get this conflict to an end, then that part of the discussion, whether it's expanding the Abraham Accords, increasing economic opportunities, and certainly rebuilding Gaza and heading toward a real two-state solution, not just one that people reference almost as a throwaway line. I think that's in the interest of the entire region. If I was advising Israel, I certainly would suggest they take a different tack, particularly when it comes to the humanitarian assistance going into Gaza. Innocent civilians should never be restricted from food, clean water, and medicine. That's a right. And it is against all conventions, UN conventions and otherwise, to do anything other than that. But this is something they're going to have to make their decision, and it could have long-term consequences on their standing. But I think the Israeli people know. I think it's important to point out that having an opposition to Prime Minister Netanyahu's policies shouldn't equate to being opposed to Israel writ large, and certainly not Israelis writ large. I mean, the U.S. is very divergent We have different political parties in power. It doesn't mean that every American agrees to it one way or the other. And I think that should hold true with the Israelis as well.
You mentioned the Abraham Accords, and something we can assume, and I'm sure we'll agree on, is that President Trump would like to see the Abraham Accords expanded during this, his second, and we assume final term in office at the White House. But isn't this conflict in Gaza and the treatment of the people in Gaza making it an impossibly difficult task for any regional leader to sell to their population the notion of normalizing ties with a country like Israel, which is starving men, women, and children to death?
Yes, it definitely makes this likelihood of expanding the Abraham Accords, and I agree with you, Tom. The Trump administration's one of their biggest touted achievements in the first administration was the Abraham Accords. So they'd love to see it expanded, but we're nowhere close to that happening, particularly with the conflict that's still going on. But if you look at the plan that just came out with Saudi Arabia, with France, I think they're calling it the New York Declaration. It was a meeting that happened at the end of July in New York. There is a way to a path that would lead to the reconstruction of Gaza, an integration of the Palestinian populations that would be led obviously not by Hamas, but by a selected technocratic type government that could then lead us to a path to a two-state solution, which could then, I think, add to the Abraham Accords. Until all those things happen, I agree with your premise of your question. It's very unlikely it's just going to expand, certainly not with the current situation.
We've heard Prime Minister Netanyahu saying, really since the 7th of October 2023, that the battle will continue until Hamas is defeated. And yet we're in a situation where it's actually very easy for Hamas to recruit more fighters. I mean, it's not difficult in these circumstances to persuade teenage boys, perhaps 16, 17-year-olds who've got nothing to lose other than to sign up for the Al-Qassam Brigade. So aren't we looking at a situation where this is just, it's like going up an escalator the wrong way?
Those are essentially political statements that really, I think, challenge military leaders, because it's essentially impossible to destroy a philosophy. So if your status of success is there is literally nobody else left calling themselves Hamas, it'll never happen. You're creating a military objective that's impossible to fill. You can deplete their ability to wage war against Israel, obviously something that they're doing and have done. You can eliminate the leadership. You can reduce the tunnels. You can certainly destroy most of their significant weapon systems. But trying to say that you're going to get to a point where nobody's going to be recruited into Hamas or any terrorist organization has not proven to be a realistic objective in the last, thousands of years of conflict, and certainly in the last 2 decades in the global war on terrorism. If anything, we've expanded the actual memberships in terrorist organizations. But nations have to defend themselves, but they also need to set realistic goals that the military intelligence services can actually meet.
Just as we approach the end of this discussion, Mick, I mean, where are we? Are we seeing any signs that diplomatic progress could be around the corner? I mean, we've got reports that the Hamas leader, Khalil al-Hayya, is due in Cairo for talks. The idea there being to revive a US-backed ceasefire plan. Are there talks taking place, indirect talks? Is there any progress being made? What are your thoughts?
Tom, if you want to look at the glass half full, some would say that the announcement, of course, to do a full occupation, but then giving it about several months up to, I'm hearing in October at some time, before it actually fully kicks off, might be a diplomatic and negotiation tactic so that they can see this huge event coming, and it would put more pressure on Hamas to accept the offer on the table. And it's clear that Egypt and Qatar have not given up on pushing for a proposal that's amenable to both sides. So hopefully that is accurate, and those that believe this is the case are correct, and we can get to a negotiated end to the conflict, at least to a ceasefire, where hostages can come out safely, where humanitarian assistance can come in at scale with enough to feed the entire population and reduce the level of suffering substantially, of course, in Gaza, and get into a path where this conflict doesn't start again. So I think there is a path toward it. You can see some of the evidence that that is actually what Israel wants and potentially what Hamas wants. We should, as an international community, do everything we can to make that happen.
OK, we're going to leave it there. Thank you very much indeed for taking the time to speak to us. Mick Mulroy, former Deputy Assistant Secretary of Defence for the Middle East. Thank you very much indeed for your time. Now, in other news, European leaders are voicing concerns just days ahead of a US-Russia summit in Alaska, warning against redrawing Ukraine's borders by force. Well, their fears stem from reports that the US may grant territorial concessions in Ukraine. Well, President Trump has suggested a peace deal could see Russia taking the entire Donbas region in eastern Ukraine and keeping Crimea as well. And that's raising alarm over possible legal recognition of Russian control. Well, let's get more now. We can speak to Sir Gerald Howarth, who is a former UK Defence Minister and former UK Minister for International Security Strategy, who joins us from Suffolk in the United Kingdom. Sir Gerald, thank you very much indeed for being with us. As always, a pleasure. We're also joined from Chicago by Greg Swenson, who is the chair of Republicans Overseas. Both of you, thank you very much indeed for your time. Greg, let me start by asking you. President Trump has insisted that any peace deal would have to involve some swapping of territories. In your opinion, should Ukraine give up sovereign territory in the interest of ending this war?
Tom, good question. And I don't blame President Zelensky for refusing to acknowledge that. And the question is, what kind of compromises have to be made? I think ultimately there might have to be, but I would hope, we all want Ukraine to stay exactly as it is or as it was prior to 2014. It's just the question is that realistic? And what's the alternative if that's proposed and then Putin says no and walks away?
OK, so Gerald, let me turn to you. You've written a letter in the Daily Telegraph. It was published yesterday. You say President Trump cannot be allowed to betray Ukraine in his desperation for a deal. In your opinion, Sir Gerald, should Ukraine give up anything at all?
Well, good afternoon, Tom. Not a square inch, no. And I'm surprised to hear Greg talking of that kind of compromise. It was his President Bill Clinton, who alongside Prime Minister John Major of the United Kingdom in 1995 signed the Budapest Memorandum, under which Ukraine gave up its entire arsenal of nuclear weapons, in return for which it's the parties there too, Russia under Boris Yeltsin, United States under Bill Clinton, and United Kingdom under John Major, nobody else. But those three agreed to respect the sovereignty, independence and existing borders of Ukraine. Of course, Russia's complete breach of that agreement, which the former leader of Russia signed. And now it appears that the President of the United States is going to flagrantly breach that agreement. I think it is very, very dangerous indeed. It sets a very dangerous precedent. And of course, ultimately, if land is to be ceded to Russia, who thinks that Putin will stop there? He wants to seize the whole of Ukraine, does not believe that Ukraine is a sovereign nation. He believes that it should be part of Russia. We are entering a very, very dangerous period.
OK, Greg, let me ask you to respond to that and also to ask you what you think would be an acceptable exchange, if an exchange is to take place at all.
Yeah, I don't know what the acceptable exchange of land would be, because it's quite natural to suggest that there shouldn't be any. And that's why I don't disagree with Sir Howarth. And I do think that, but I do think we have to be realistic. And the commitment that was made in 1995 was surely directed around nuclear capabilities or use of nuclear weapons, which although that threat is always there, I don't think it's a realistic threat that Putin will use those weapons. But he does have 45 nuclear warheads. And then, of course, we have to consider that the first breach was in 2008, not with Ukraine, but specifically with Georgia. But then in 2014, when I suppose you could argue that Barack Obama should have honored that 1995 agreement, and apparently he did not. And there was, that might have been a time for sticking to the letter of the law. But I think there was appeasement in the Obama term. There surely was some appeasement in the Biden term. It's interesting that the only time Putin didn't aggressively take land in the last 2 decades was when Trump was president in his first term. So I don't know what to expect on Friday, but I do think that we just have to be open-minded. And as the president said, he might find out in the first 2 minutes if Putin's even serious. The reason Putin is at the table is because of the threats of significant economic sanctions. And that's something that President Trump was not afraid to do during his first term. He was very hostile to Putin in his first term, but that the time for deterrence was then. I'm not sure if it might be too late for deterrence. And I think because of the past appeasement from several presidents, I think we're in a different situation now.
Okay, so Joel, let me turn back to you. First of all, feel free to pick up on anything Greg has said. And what do you think President Trump's options are on Friday?
Well, I'm just very disappointed to hear everything he's said so far. He has basically hit Zelensky and Ukraine by refusing at one point to supply weapons. He has prevaricated throughout his presidency. He was unbelievably offensively rude to President Zelensky when he came to the White House. We know that Donald Trump is a maverick, but that was way beyond anything acceptable in diplomatic behavior. And of course, whilst he is prevaricating, he's imposed no sanctions upon Putin, calls him by his Christian name. And meanwhile, Putin is just building up his attack on Russia. I've just been reading a moment ago that Russia has made a further breakthrough in the Donbass. Of course, what Putin is doing, he's playing for time, as he has done throughout this president's presidency. He's playing for time, trying to grab as much land as possible, and then he will demand to keep that land. I'm sorry, Greg, but you're part of the appeasement process. I'm wearing a Falkland Islands T-shirt at the moment, because I went out there 20 years after the Falklands campaign with a number of veterans. We lost 242 men in the Falklands campaign, but it was our determination, the determination of Prime Minister Margaret Thatcher, that the illegal invasion undertaken by President Galtieri of Argentina should be resisted. Of course, at the time, the United States was ambivalent because of its support for its fellows in the American continent. But Margaret Thatcher stood firm. We recovered the land, and the message that sent out to the rest of the world was, do not mess with us. It sent that message out not just to Argentina, but to tyrants around the world. So on Friday, unless your president takes firm action, stands by the Budapest Memorandum, that commitment to respect the existing borders of Ukraine as they were in 1995, what he will be doing is sending a clear message that the green light, you're quite right, the green light shown in 2008 and in 2014 when Putin invaded Crimea and annexed that Ukrainian territory, he was sending out a message, the green light is still on and you can go and do as you will in the rest of Europe. Moldova, watch out. The Baltic states, watch out. Even Poland, watch out. This is really serious business. And unfortunately, we have a president who seems not to understand history, who is ignorant in the way he has accused Ukraine of starting the war when manifestly it was the invasion by Russia. These are serious times, and it's time for the United States, I'm afraid, to be absolutely ruthlessly firm. Putin is weakened by what is happening economically in his country, but he is determined to rebuild the Soviet Union. He's never made any secret about that. And it is time, I'm afraid, for us to stand firm.
Greg, let me ask you to respond to that. What Sir Gerald is saying is that we need some Thatcherite determination here, not give an inch, because if we do, President Putin will be taking a lot more than that.
Yeah, I think history has been very good to Mrs. Thatcher about the Falklands. And I think that was a brief moment where perhaps President Reagan and Mrs. Thatcher weren't on the same page. And that's unfortunate because in retrospect, it was a brilliant thing, a brilliant defense of British sovereignty. And I think we all agree that Putin is the wild card here. Putin is a bad guy. President Trump was very hostile to Putin in his first term. You saw that with sending Javelin missiles after, Biden and Obama were sending blankets and ready to eat meals, with unmarked commercial trucks. They would ship those non-lethal materials to a U.S. airbase in Poland. They were just so afraid of provoking Putin, and then ship that material on commercial trucks to Kyiv. Trump came in day one, put sanctions on Nord Stream 2. He called out Putin for killing his own citizens in 1999. 3 prior presidents had the same information from the CIA and chose to bury it. So, look, I think the president's got a good track record of standing up to Putin. The problem is during the Biden term, Biden took the sanctions off of Nord Stream 2, for example, day one. So the appeasement's already happened. And what President Trump doesn't have the capability of doing is sending American troops. That's just not going to fly politically. There's no support for that, or very little support for that. And it's the same reason the Europeans haven't sent troops. So I think the president is willing to continue sending supplies, military support. He has done that. He's tried to use it maybe as kind of a carrot for Ukraine. This is not an easy process. It's surely not President Trump's war. He inherited that from the last administration. So I think we just have to keep an open mind. I don't know what to expect, but we might be surprised that the president is able to negotiate something credible. And that's by no means does that mean he's going to sell out on Ukraine. That's not the point here.
OK, so Gerald, what we heard there is that President Trump has a track record of being tough on President Putin. Your response to that and just a practicality, I'm wondering to myself, can the US president actually cede Ukrainian territory to Russia on Kyiv's behalf? Is that even, from a practical point of view, an option?
Well, it's deeply offensive that the president should think that he can cede somebody else's land. And in fairness, listening to what he was saying yesterday, he said it's not for him to decide, although he has given the impression up till now that it is very much a deal to be done between him and President Putin. And I find this transactional nature, as though it's some kind of property deal, also pretty offensive as well. This is high stakes international politics where the security, not just of Europe, but the entire free world is at risk. And when Greg says that President Trump has been standing up to Putin and got a good track record, I'm afraid you're wrong. He hasn't. He's done very little. To the extent that he's resumed now the supply of weaponry, only on the basis that that is to be paid for by the European members of NATO. And don't forget that he's been ambivalent about NATO as well, which is deeply, deeply damaging. And the Kremlin watches all this stuff. He is a maverick. He is unpredictable. And to the extent that he is well known to be unpredictable, perhaps my fears about Friday are unfounded, and I very much hope they are. But on past record, I'm afraid I'm extremely pessimistic. But I think at the end of the day, to Greg, I would just say this, I quite understand the practicalities of trying to recover the land that's been brutally seized by this tyrant. But the fact is, if we do not recover that land and restore it to Ukraine, watch out, because this man will not stop here. Read his speech of July 2021, when he set out his ambition to rebuild the Soviet Union. Because don't forget, Russia's leaders feel deeply hurt that Russia is no longer the power that it was. They are throwing their weight around. There's nothing that Russia produces that any of us wants to buy. We don't want to buy their refrigerators. We don't want to buy their cars. The only thing they've got is oil and minerals. And on that note, if land is ceded in the Donbass area and the Sea of Azov becomes completely Russian dominated, so does the mineral resources in the Sea of Azov become Russian, as well as a large part of the Black Sea. This is really, really serious stuff. And it's time for the United States, not only the most powerful nation in the world, but the leader of the free world. You are the leader of us all. You know London, Greg. You know that this transatlantic relationship is absolutely vital. And if we don't stand firm, the message this is going to send to President Xi of the People's Republic of China, who has his sights firmly set on annexing Taiwan, to Tehran and other capitals around the world, other tyrants. The message this is going to send is going to be, we're okay, we can get on with it. We won't be challenged. So, as I say, it's with a pretty heavy heart. I'm pretty despairing.
Greg, let me ask you, what your thoughts are on what Sir Gerald has said, and what you make of the argument that any concession is essentially a reward to President Putin for his actions and a step towards the reconstruction of something resembling the Soviet Union.
Yeah, it's a shame. I think, again, we all agree that President Putin is a bad guy, and he has not behaved well for decades now. And I think even his speech at the Munich Security Conference back in 2007 or 8 should have been a great warning to the West. And so there's been appeasement, not necessarily by President Trump, but there's been appeasement in the West on Putin for years now. And so it's kind of an odd time to decide to roll up our sleeves and defend Ukraine 3 years later. Now, Mark Milley, the chairman of the Joint Chiefs for President Biden, sat down with the president and told him 2 years ago that the Ukrainians were brave. They defended Kyiv. They've managed to keep Putin from taking over the country. Good for them. But now it's a stalemate. Now's the time to negotiate. Now, his counterpart in Ukraine said the same thing to Zelensky. Of course, he was fired. Biden did not fire Mark Milley. He just ignored him on that. So, look, it's just an odd time to decide that we now must defend Ukraine, whether that means boots on the ground. I have not seen any European allies volunteer to do that. And on NATO, President Trump really cares about NATO. NATO is going to end up being stronger because of President Trump. Perhaps it was the Ukraine invasion that also inspired the NATO countries to increase spending, but there's no doubt that President Trump was very important in that. And NATO is looking to be much stronger thanks to what President Trump has been saying since 2017.
So, Gerald, would you like to comment on that?
Well, it is true. I concede that it's true that as a result of President Trump's firmness on this particular subject, European members of NATO have decided to step up to the plate. They were warned by David Cameron at the 2014 summit. David Cameron, former British Prime Minister, the NATO summit in Wales. In 2014, that they had to divvy up because the American taxpayer should not have to assume such a large proportion of the burden of NATO's costs as it has done since 1945. And President Trump in his first administration gave the same message. So it came as no surprise. But look, Greg, I do urge you to look at what's being said here. What Mark Rutte is not a nutter. He's not an extreme right winger. He's the Secretary General of NATO, former Dutch Prime Minister. He is talking about the threat of war from Russia. The leader of the British Army, General Sir Ronnie Walker, saying the same thing. His predecessor, General Sir Patrick Sanders, saying the same thing. This is very serious territory, and we have your president, who I'm afraid has done nothing to put sanctions. Serious sanctions on Putin, has done nothing practical apart from belatedly giving some weapons paid for by the Europeans to Ukraine. And he risks giving another green light to Putin. And please note that the warnings given by people who are not non-extremists, and understand that the United States itself will be drawn into some conflict if it is allowed to happen. And you say that the time to deal with Russia was in 2008 or 2014, and it's too late now. Well, appease him now, and it'll be even worse.
Greg, I want to ask you, the British Prime Minister, Sir Keir Starmer, has said that peace should be built with Ukraine, not imposed upon it. Do you think President Trump is listening to his allies? And do you think President Trump is going to go into that meeting on Friday taking into account the opinions of the Europeans, who, by the way, have now paid more towards the Ukrainian war effort than the Americans have?
Sure, and they should be paying more toward that effort. Obviously, it's European backyard, so that makes that makes total sense to me. I think the president will listen to the allies. He's not afraid to pivot if he thinks circumstances have changed. He's already done that on Ukraine a few times. I mean, he is the wild card here again is Putin. We all agree on that. Nobody's endorsing. If you're a skeptic of the war or you advocate for peace and you're an anti-war president, which this president is, that doesn't make him a Putin sympathizer. It didn't make him a sympathizer when he signed off on 300 Russian mercenaries being killed in Syria by American troops. It didn't make him a Putin sympathizer, again, when he called out Putin for 1999. He sent Javelin missiles. He put sanctions on Nord Stream 2. This is a president who's not afraid to use force. But unfortunately, since the Obama administration, the U.S. is not capable of fighting a two-front war. He's been very clear about the pivot to Asia. We have to have that capability to fight a full war against China if necessary. Nobody wants that, but it is not time for a two-front war. So that's what he's trying to avoid. If the Europeans step up, good for them. Nobody wants to see body bags, but I do think this president is willing to negotiate. He uses economics and trade. He put massive threats of tariffs on India, which is not good for America, not good for trade, but he's willing to do that, or at least threaten that, putting massive tariffs on India because they're buying Russian oil. The Europeans bought $22 billion of Russian oil last year. That's post-invasion. That's more than they've given to Ukraine. So they're funding both sides of the war right now. The president called out the Germans on this in 2018, just like Reagan did in 1981. So there's a lot of moving parts here. The president would rather use the threats of tariffs or trade or non-tariff trade barriers as a way to get people to the table. I think he'll try that here. It might not work because Putin is not completely sane, but I do think that he was willing to try. He's ended 5 perhaps regional conflicts already since he took office. And he does that peace through deterrence, peace through strength, but also peace through business and trade. So I would just keep an open mind to what we could expect. And by the way, to an earlier question, no, the president is not imposing anything on Zelensky. He doesn't have the power to do that. He's just trying to bring people together to talk about peace. And again, it's not his war. He didn't start this thing. He's inherited it. He just wants to give peace a chance, to quote John Lennon. So, I'm surprised the Democrats haven't been more anti-war on this, but it's kind of shown the new realignment politically. But again, the president's not afraid to use force for the right cause.
Okay, so Gerald, your thoughts on that and giving peace a chance?
Well, give peace a chance. And I do not pray for peace. I pray for victory. Every night I pray for victory for Ukraine. I've been there twice recently, Greg. I suggest you go there, have a look for yourself, look at the cemeteries. These are people to whom we gave an agreement in return for their giving up that arsenal of nuclear weapons. And imagine if they hadn't given up that arsenal of nuclear weapons. Do you think Putin would have risked this? Of course he wouldn't. But now they took their armor off, and because they were given an assurance by your president, by my prime minister, by the leader of the Russian Federation, and 2 of you are reneging on it. Only the United Kingdom is continuing to stand firm. And I think that is something of which you in America really ought to be ashamed. It's not a question of giving peace a chance. It's a question of dealing with a brutal aggressor. He hasn't been taking out military targets. You've seen on the television, he's been taking out blocks of flats, residential blocks, children's schools, hospitals.
We understand that. He's firing at civilians all the time. No one is defending Putin here. The question is...
Well, you've got to do something about it, Greg. You have to do something about it. We can't just sit there saying, oh, well, we'll have to do some sort of a deal. We'll have to, let's all sit around the table and seek peace. This man doesn't want peace. What he wants is Ukraine. He wants the whole lot of Ukraine. He's made that perfectly clear. Don't you understand that?
Of course I understand that. I've said that several times. And so the question is, do you think that there'd be political support in the United Kingdom for the UK military to be on the ground in Ukraine, to have boots on the ground, to have young British soldiers dying for Ukraine? And I might be wrong on that. I don't think there's that political support in the United Kingdom. So I don't know what you're advocating besides our economic and military support for Ukraine, which we've been doing since 2022, and it hasn't really worked.
Well, hold on, Greg.
I'm not sure what the next step is.
You say you've been doing it since 2022. No, you haven't. You've prevaricated, not under this administration, under the Biden administration. He prevaricated over F-16s. He prevaricated over air defense. Pardon?
You're right. That incrementalism was perhaps a mistake, to sort of drip feed.
Perhaps it was a massive, massive mistake. I said it on day one, we should be in that. We've been training Ukrainian troops since 2016 in the United Kingdom, not just since 2022, since 2016. We have, to a certain extent, seen this coming, although God knows what our diplomats were doing when Putin made that speech in July 2021. But what we needed to do on day one and did not do was to give them weapons. We gave them NMOR, the man-portable anti-tank missile. That saved Kyiv. You in the United States prevaricated. The Continentals prevaricated. You have to step up. Mike Pompeo said at the Odessa Black Sea Security Forum, which I attended the month before last, few weeks ago, Mike Pompeo said we have to give them the weapons. Okay. Mike Pompeo is a former Secretary of State for your Republican Party, our sister party in the United States.
I know Mike.
Yeah, well, Mike Pompeo is saying that. And Admiral Hewitt, who was a great guy, spent a long time. He takes that view. You have got to give them the weapons to defeat this deplorable, brutal aggressor.
So, Gerald, we're going to give you you've had the last word there because I'm being told we're out of time. Really appreciate you taking the time to speak to us, and we really got quite intense there in the final minutes of the discussion. But really appreciate you both sharing the time and the energy to discuss this important issue. Sir Gerald Howarth, former UK Defence Minister, and Greg Swenson, Chair of Republicans Overseas. Thank you both very much indeed.
Thanks so much.
Thank you.
Thanks, Greg.
Thanks, Sir Gerald.
Well, that is all we have time for on Global News today. Thank you very much indeed for watching. Be sure to join us again tomorrow for more exclusive interviews. Until then, bye-bye.
From the White House to Gaza, Kyiv to Beijing, elections, economics and the environment compete with conflicts and other complex issues for our attention. In an age of fake news, deepfake and artificial intelligence,
they've got to have a vote and a say.
It's important to look beyond the loudest voice to understand the truth. From newsmakers to groundbreakers,
my campaign is going very well.
Presidents, prime ministers, princes and peacemakers, and cultural tastemakers.
As Arabs, as Middle Eastern, we're too emotional.
Join me on the Riz Khan Show for empowering conversation.
Her journey to space was always about much more than the view.
It was more than just me achieving my goal of going to space.
1, 2, 3, take us space!
Well, sadly, your father never got to see your mission into space, but at least your grandfather did.
He had a wonderful person to comfort him in Oprah. He told me that he had one of the best days of his life. Everything that I've accomplished in life was something that somebody told me that I could not do. I'm the first African-American woman to raise and own her seat.
What's the most important thing an alien should understand about humans?
Humanity is just beautiful and it should be protected.
Do joyful tears float in zero gravity?
Yes.
One, two, three, take us space!
Millions of people around the world watched a crew of 6 women fly to space and back on board Blue Origin's New Shepard rocket. Much of the attention before and after the flight focused on superstar celebrities, the musician Katy Perry and TV host Gayle King. But alongside them was a rocket scientist whose lifelong journey to the stars was even more incredible. On this episode of the show, we'll tell the extraordinary story of the astronaut, entrepreneur, and educator Aisha Bo.
If you would have told me that one day I would be sitting here with a flight crew jacket on, talking to you about going to space, I would have thought that that story was a lofty one too.
It was all a dream.
The dream that I never thought would come true is coming true right now. That dream was space. I want you to live your wildest, biggest dream because I am.
I'm Riz Khan. With family roots in the Bahamas and little interest in maths or science, my guest this week was an unlikely candidate to become a NASA rocket scientist. She was advised to pursue a career in beauty products, cosmetology, but chose a route to the cosmos instead. On the way, she became an engineer, entrepreneur, mentor, philanthropist, and fashion icon. Blue Origin's female-only flight to the stars featured several famous faces, attracting widespread interest, followed by a social media backlash from those who questioned its value and purpose. But for Aisha Bo, her journey to space was always about much more than the view. Aisha, thank you for joining the show. Now, take us back to launch day. What was going through your mind that morning, and how did it feel knowing that you were finally about to realize your dream of going into space?
Riz, I have waited my entire life for this moment, and oh, was it worth it? To have the opportunity to travel at about 2,200 miles an hour and to fly up to the international boundary of space, which is the Kármán line, and see the Earth. I was just overcome with emotion because as someone who spent their career working at NASA, who's traveled around the world working with kids, who's been really excited about space and science, to see Earth from that view, I knew that everything I had gone through to be in that moment was worth it.
How significant was it that you were part of an all-female crew? What did that add to the experience?
Well, I think that there are headlines and things that are designed to create a lot of engagement. And then there's what I was focused on, which was the science. And as someone who's traveled around the world speaking in order to inspire women and non-traditional people to enter the field, my big takeaway was that I got to conduct science with HBCU, which in the United States is a historically Black college and university. We had a predominantly female-led research team, which was amazing. We flight qualified hardware, which could be used for research in the future. And we were able to demonstrate that we could genetically sequence plants in space during a suborbital flight. And all of these things combined are why not only do I think the flight was meaningful, but it did represent some firsts for science.
We'll talk more about that, but describe what the atmosphere was like inside the capsule as the countdown began.
As the countdown began, it was electric.
T-minus 10, 9, 8, 7,
command engine start. 2, 1, ignition. New Shepard has cleared the tower.
I think anybody going into space, there's this moment of just awe and wonder as you really think about all the engineering and all the progress that had to go into the moment. When I started working at NASA, it was not possible to go to space on a commercial flight with Blue Origin. And I can remember thinking to myself that one day I'll apply to be a NASA astronaut in the astronaut corps, but that I wanted to find ways to get involved and contribute before I felt ready to do that. And so during the countdown, I was sitting in the seat, and as we started to go down from 10, I realized that I was getting ready to achieve one of my lifelong goals of not only going to space, but taking that next step in my journey of becoming an astronaut and hopefully getting to one day fly for NASA.
Well, the key thing is that it's a remarkable experience that very few people get. What was the first thing that went through your mind as the rocket took off?
As the rocket took off, I was actually thinking about a colleague of mine who I'm lucky enough to call a mentee. When I was working at NASA, I had the privilege of meeting a 13-year-old girl named Claire. And Claire approached me at an aviation museum day. So we used to go out and speak in the community with astronaut ice cream, and we take what we were doing at work and share it with kids. And she comes up to me and she says, I want to be an aerospace engineer. And I said, okay, well, let me give you my card. Well, this 13-year-old girl, she emailed me. She literally sent me an email. I give my card to adults all the time and they don't even email me, right? And so I decided to invite her in to follow me at work. And so 13 became 16. She's now one of my mentees. And from that relationship, she ended up deciding that she was going to pursue aerospace engineering. She studied at Cal Poly San Luis Obispo. And you'll never believe this, she worked on the very same rocket engine I was flying on. And so when I sat down that day, it was more than just me achieving my goal of going to space. I actually had the opportunity to fly on a rocket engine that I watched someone who I've mentored since she was 13 help create.
And I'll get onto your remarkable path to NASA a bit later. But let me ask you what it feels like to reach 2,300 miles per hour, basically 3 times the speed of sound.
It was an incredible feeling. I mean, I trained for this moment over the course of the last 2 years. And if anybody has the opportunity outside of this conversation to pop into my Instagram or my social media, they'll see me jumping out of planes and, training in a FAA human-rated centrifuge. And so by the time we hit Mach 3, I was smiling from ear to ear. I looked at the GoPro footage and it was just pure joy because I was ready, I was prepared, and I was excited to be able to capture the moment.
So we have some footage of you in that centrifuge.
She's having too much fun.
Got 68. How you doing?
I feel good.
I love that comment from the training guy saying that you are having too much fun. Now, I have to ask you, in terms of training for the mission, apart from experiencing things like the centrifuge, how did you prepare for this kind of special mission, both personally and professionally?
As someone who's always been excited by spaceflight, the first thing I did was go to the FAA regulations on commercial spaceflight. There are actually guidelines that are best practices to prepare for space missions. And so I looked at the guidelines and I said, I want to do all of these things. And really the criteria boils down to you must train in a manner that demonstrates that your body is prepared to go to space. And so I found the centrifuge.
I'm here at the NASTAR facility starting training for my flight. Are you ready? Let's go.
This is going to be your office this afternoon.
Yes.
Hey, you're ready for space.
You heard the space shuttle bump? It's like,
oh,
in circles.
Congratulations, you just completed all the required training flights to qualify for your flight to space.
I literally cannot imagine training for space and not going through this. I'm really happy that I had an opportunity to not only experience this. I found a L-39 Albatross flight, which is a fighter jet, and that was a lot of fun. Half of the time I couldn't determine if I was training or having like a lot of fun, but I went through what the FAA kind of lays out as much as I could as a private citizen, and I'm really hoping to expand upon my training in the future and do more.
I'm sure that there's no way, no matter how much training you do, that you could actually compare any of that with the actual liftoff experience.
Oh, there are some things that are really close. I'll tell you that the FAA human-rated centrifuge that I flew at the NASA facility, they've trained over 500 astronauts, and they had the flight profiles from multiple vehicles. And so I had the opportunity to experience what they would simulate as a SpaceX launch. I also experienced the Virgin Galactic launch, and I had a rocket-assisted launch, which was really, really, really fast. So we hit 6 Gs in the simulation. On the way up, we experienced 3. But when we fell back to Earth, we hit about 5. And that's when, let's just say, things got really real, because 5 times your body weight sitting on your chest is no joke. I know there's been some conversation about our suits in the media, but one of the things I really appreciated about the suit was that it was compressive and it helped prevent against G-force induced loss of consciousness, which can occur when you're, pulling a lot of Gs.
I can assure you that no kind of suit, no matter how advanced, could actually make me feel comfortable with 5 times my weight sitting on me. Now, of course, you actually get to see something that so few people get to do. So describe the view from the capsule, what you saw, and of course, how it made you feel.
It's impossible to go through this experience and come back unchanged. I hope that in the future, not only do more people have the opportunity to go, but that going to space on these sorts of suborbital flights will be as routine as flying. Seeing the Earth, it was a awe-inspiring moment that took me days to process. When I came home, I walked around my neighborhood just trying to find the words to describe what it's like to look at a moving, breathing Earth. And since that moment, I have felt a commitment that some, have detailed in the overview effect, where I feel more of a responsibility to not only protect Earth, but to talk about the experience of seeing Earth from space and to champion more people going on these commercial flights, because there's nothing more beautiful than having the opportunity to see humanity from up high.
Aisha, I'm sure that you're more than familiar with the famous blue marble picture, the picture of the planet Earth taken back in 1972. That was actually the first time it was seen that way. 1972 is not that long ago, and it was taken by a person, not a satellite. Now, you got to see Earth from that remarkable perspective. You also got to experience weightlessness. How did that feel, and were there any funny moments in zero gravity while you were up there?
Yes! I thought, okay, you're going to pull off your seatbelt and you're going to float up lightly. Well, right before we hit the launch pad, I had the privilege of talking to 2 individuals. And so NASA astronauts, Jeanette Epps and Joan Higginbotham, were there as part of my cohort. And I asked them, I was like, hey, ladies, what do I need to know about microgravity? And they were like, Aisha, whatever you do, don't do too much. You are so buoyant. Wow. I mean, the moment you take off your seatbelt, you just float right up. And so for me, I was really nervous that I was going to hit the top of the capsule. So the seatbelt comes off, and then I immediately lift up, and there's a moment of like shock where I'm like, oh my gosh, I felt like I was floating away like a balloon. And so I grab onto the handholds, and I realized that sit-ups actually help for something. And I was like, okay, I've got my hands here, and I'll be able to get my feet into the toe hold and orient myself. But it takes just a small touch to move around in microgravity. It's really the most elegant sort of feeling of being able to just turn your body entirely upside down, like I did in the capsule, with just a mere turn of my wrist.
That's remarkable. My knees would thank me forever if I could get to weightlessness. Sadly, it's not going to happen. Now, I know the support of your family has been very important to you, and your late father had a space dream of his own. Tell me about that and what he said to you when you were chosen for your space mission.
You know, I struggle to find the words because my dad came to the United States in the 80s from the Bahamas to study science in Michigan. And it was his goal to work at NASA. And while he didn't achieve that, he instilled in me that I had the ability to do more. And when I found myself in high school, I didn't think that math or science was for me. And it was my dad that said, you can do this. And so I went from community college to studying aerospace at the University of Michigan and working at NASA. And when we lost him earlier this year, I didn't know that I was actually going to be able to do this. I wasn't sure how I was going to find the energy or the strength because I never thought that I would get to achieve one of the greatest goals in my life without my dad. And so when you look at the footage of me in the capsule, some people see me floating a patch that says Bahamas. And while that is a nod to my heritage and my father, it's also a nod towards history. The New Shepard vehicle follows the trajectory of Alan Shepard in 1961. And most people know that New Shepard took off in the United States, but they don't know where it landed. It landed in Grand Bahama in the Bahamas. And so for me to have the ability to complete his dream, to have my 92-year-old grandfather, who was born at a time where there were not aircraft on his island, fly to see me take a rocket to space, was just a beautiful full circle moment that I will forever be grateful for.
Well, God bless your late father, Aisha. I'm sure you must have felt his presence with you during that profound experience.
I did. And, you know, he said via text to me, when I told him that Blue Origin was going to fly and I was going to be part of the crew, he said, Aisha, all the people who have come before me who are no longer here, and all the people who will come after you that you have not met will forever be proud of the courage that you've displayed in this moment. And so during the mission, my call sign was Exuma, which is a nod to the island my grandfather was born almost 100 years ago.
Well, thanks for explaining that. I wanted to ask you about the meaning of your call sign, but since you mentioned your 92-year-old grandfather, I want to refer to a comment you've made in the past about his experience with getting around during much of his early life was on a horse.
Yes. Not only was he on horses, he was somebody who was really instrumental in moving the nation forward. And so from Exuma to going to NASA, my grandfather was always somebody that said, if you don't see it, create it. He was never somebody that was okay with the status quo. And I think you see a lot of that spirit in me today.
Well, Aisha, apart from the Bahamas flag patch you took, what other special mementos did you take up there with you?
Well, let me start with the fun one. One of the things that brought me comfort as a kid is a dish called conch chowder. And so I actually had dehydrated conch chowder, which is a Bahamian, it's just a cultural phenomenon. We love conch chowder. I had it dehydrated and I flew it in my pocket, which I think that's the first conch that has made it to space. An artifact that I'm really proud to have on loan from the Museum of Flight in Seattle. And that's the American flag that Pete Conrad, who was the third person to walk on the moon, had in his personal flight bag. And the reason I had that was because Nancy Conrad, his wife, lent it to me. She's a mentor, and she really wanted me to carry something that was a powerful symbol of the past, the present, and the future of space. That flag will be returned to the Museum of Flight in Seattle, and it will now have 2 flown in space certificates, one from the Apollo mission and one from mine. And so students and people are going to be able to go in and learn not only about the past flight, but the flight that we just completed now and into the future. And the last, which I'm really excited about, was I spent the last couple of years traveling around the world trying to bring space down to Earth. And I did this by collecting the hopes and the dreams of people who didn't see space as a career for them. Through the US State Department, I've been to India, I've been to Kenya, I've been to the Bahamas, I've been to Mongolia, I've been to Kyrgyzstan. And on these postcards, I had students write their dreams. And so I flew Dreams to Space, which will be returned to them, thanks to Jeff and Lauren. And the postage will return these postcards back to the dreamers. And I can't wait to get those responses. Like, they're going to go into their mailbox and they're going to see your dream flew to space and return it back to you. Now, what are you going to do with that, right? You got to make the dream come true.
Fantastic. So many wonderful mementos. Well, sadly, your father never got to see your mission into space, but at least your grandfather did. How did he react once he was there at the launch site?
Well, my grandfather was overcome with emotion, and he had a wonderful person to comfort him in Oprah. I was really surprised for him because I was not, being in the capsule and being part of the flight, I couldn't really see what was going on. And I start getting all these messages from my family members, and it's just my grandpa and Oprah, my grandpa and Oprah. And they were like, wait a second, you told us you're going to space. Oh my goodness, like you actually did it. And wow. So I think that not only did he have a good day, in his words, he told me that he had one of the best days of his life.
Yes, I saw Oprah giving your grandfather a hug as they watched it all happen.
Amazing.
But tell me about the nickname you and your all-female team came up with for the mission, the Six Taking Up Space.
Well, we really wanted to find a way to kind of share what we thought this mission meant. And for us, we felt like we were taking up space. We were making it available. We are more than likely one of the most watched space missions in modern time.
1, 2, 3, taking up space!
I actually will tell you a funny story. I was walking around my neighborhood and there's a middle school. And there was a lot of parents getting their kids, off to school, and they're like holding their hand, like, come on, come on, come on. And the kids are like looking at me and they're like, oh my gosh, like waving at me, and they're saying hi. And I think that was one of the successful things that this mission accomplished. We've inspired the youth. And so there's this wonderful part of me that's excited about what the students are going to do with it, because they're writing me, they're sending me messages. They're really excited to have had the opportunity to see themselves in space.
And you said you loved the flight suit. Was it because of the way it protected you from the multiple G-forces you experienced during takeoff and landing? Or was it the fashion? Because I noticed you had flares on the legs.
Well, on a practical kind of note, I've worn flight suits before. And what I'll tell you is that they were not necessarily designed for my physiology. One of the experiments that I conducted gathered my biometric data, and I wore it on my chest, and I was actually able to secure it and make sure that it was snug because the suit was designed specifically for me. All the suits were in custom. They were done in detail. And in addition to the benefits of the G's and the compression, which was very much so needed on the way down, let me tell you, I finally had something that was custom designed for my needs, and that was able to not only accommodate my experiments, but I was able to operate in a way where I could conduct multiple experiments, I was comfortable, and I could move efficiently around in the cabin.
Earlier on, you had mentioned some of the experiments you had conducted. Were there any experiments you would have liked to have conducted that you didn't get a chance to?
Yes, I would have liked to have done a brain scan. After the flight, I felt so different than before. And I think, you hear, oh, this will change you, but I really wanted to better understand how my brain changed after the flight, because I've been writing and I've been dreaming and I've been thinking with renewed clarity and a feeling and a passion that I have not had, I think, ever in my life. In addition to that, I'm interested in continuing to monitor my vitals because I gathered data prior to the flight, during, and immediately after. But after taking off that bio button, I'd like to continue to gather data on myself that could inform future research.
Makes a lot of sense. Now, after the flight, you shared some powerful reflections on the trip. Can you recall what you said and what you meant by those phrases?
After the flight, I'll tell you, it was a bit of a blur. But from what I recall, I was in awe of having the opportunity to fly. I was excited about all the people that had the opportunity to witness and, celebrate the moment with us. And I was really looking forward to being able to share what it was that I learned with not only the people here in the United States, but on tour around the world.
And you said, dream it, plan it, go and do it. Sometimes reality is wrong.
Yes, and that's actually one of my slogans. Look, everything that I've accomplished in life was something that somebody told me that I could not do. I'm beginning to think that if you tell me that I can't, it actually means can. And so I've adopted a mindset of failure is success and progress. And I think that so many people are holding on to something that someone told them that they could not do, thinking that that person knew something about them that they didn't and they don't. And so when I decided to go to Michigan Aerospace, it wasn't because someone told me I could do it. When I decided to found my first company, it wasn't because someone told me that I could do it. And when I decided that I wanted to go to space, it was all the same, right? Aisha, there's no way you can do it. And so to be in that moment where every single one of my dreams had come true, I just wanted to use it as an opportunity to inspire other people to go do the same.
Well, naturally, everyone who manages this rare kind of mission into space says they come back changed. In what way do you feel it changed you, personally and professionally, especially after the long path from your early years that you took to get there?
It's given me a renewed perspective on what I can accomplish. One of the things that I want to share with you beyond the headline is that I'm the first African-American woman to raise and own her seat. I spent years working with organizations deciding to say, how can we make this more equitable? If I can raise the money, if I can do the research, I can put forward a model that other people can emulate. My entire life and career has been about creating a pathway for other people to follow. And that's one of the stories I'm excited to share as I travel around the world. It's not only about entrepreneurship and inspiration and science, it's about creating sustainable pathways for other people to have the same experiences that I've had.
I want to touch on your remarkable achievements in the world of entrepreneurship as well in just a moment. But let me ask you, in the same way people say that they see planet Earth differently after seeing it from space, how did it change your view of the Earth?
I feel so much appreciation for the little things. I can remember the number of sunsets that I caught last year, and it was less than 10. Today, I got up and I'm looking at everything, right? The plants, the animals. I just feel a sense of joy. I feel a sense of privilege, and I feel honored because there's no mistakes here on Earth. We are truly a blessing, and everybody has a purpose. And Earth, when you see it suspended against the darkness of space, it is impossible to not believe that we are all here for a reason. And we have to protect this planet. We have to share this. We have to go out and make it possible for other people to see it because it's such a beautiful thing. It's overwhelming when you get to see it from space.
Well, as you know, Aisha, we live in a world of social media and global interaction that is not always very nice or fair. And as you know, there's been some talk since the mission questioning the use of the term astronaut in connection with these short flights into space. How do you regard that debate, and what does the word astronaut mean to you?
Well, I think that in aerospace, there's always been a delineation between a NASA astronaut, per se, and a citizen astronaut. I think that the word citizen astronaut here is maybe more appropriate, but I think we're kind of getting into trying to classify an experience. And the reality of it is that it doesn't necessarily matter what people call me. what I feel we all are explorers. And when you think about what's happening in commercial space, it's really similar to the early days of air travel, where people were literally getting in these kind of makeshift airplanes and they're like trying to figure out how to fly around, and they're explorers. And that's exactly what we are. We're explorers, we're pushing the boundary. And I really welcome individuals to try to find a way to create, naming that maybe is a little bit more reflective of the accomplishment, as opposed to trying to be divisive.
Well, considering that valid point, were you surprised? I mean, how did you regard the fact that there was a backlash in social media? And did it diminish your experience in any way?
It's impossible for me to have the experience of seeing my lifelong goal be achieved. I'm grateful. I'm honored. I feel a sense of responsibility to go and share what I saw with the world and to build new bridges and to build new pathways. I think the conversation is healthy. I was excited because, look, as a science person, I have been involved in some very, very cool projects, but they've never been spoken about this much. Regardless of whether or not you were for it or you were against it, you were talking about it. And I think that's powerful because as we move into the next generation of space, we need involvement of all people. We need people to understand why it's powerful. And outside of the public discourse, we literally had middle schools, high schools, people around the world saw this mission. And so for me, I think we achieved a lot of what I would hope to get out of the mission was I brought visibility to the science that I was looking to conduct. And I had the opportunity to inspire people who may not have previously known about me or the work that was being done.
And no doubt you've become a role model for many young women. People like Claire, the intern whom you mentioned, who ended up working on the rocket used for your Blue Origin mission. But do you think that gender played a role in that negative reaction among some people?
No, I think we're at a period of time where we're making a lot of progress. And what's important is that we need all people. This commercial flight was the first, but it certainly won't be the last. When you look at what Blue Origin has done, they flew a 90-year-old, Ed Dwight. He was the first African-American astronaut selected by NASA. And in doing so, they righted a historic wrong. They also flew Wally Funk, who is a female pilot who has more hours in a plane than I think most people on the planet of Earth. I think the conversations about who can fly and how they fly are valid. And I think that opening up the door and talking about what we want the future of space and the future of aviation to look like, I don't necessarily think it's about the outcome.
Well, listen, the Prime Minister of the Bahamas personally sent you a congratulations message, and a lot of young people are now very inspired by what you've accomplished. What sort of messages have those youngsters shared with you?
Well, we had a 6-year-old at the launch. Her name is Zofia. And Zofia was tagging along with her family that day. And there's a beautiful picture of her looking up at me as we're parading to the launch pad. And all I can remember is her gaze. She was locked on. And I could tell that she was engaged. I could tell that she was inspired, but I really wouldn't know how inspired until after. It was a week after the launch, and I got a message from her dad, and it was an illustration. And it was the capsule coming down with the parachutes popping out. And he said to me, "I think I've got a problem." I'm like, "What do you mean?" And he said, "Zofia said that she wants to go to space, but she's going to wait until she's a little bit older, maybe about 9. That, to me, I mean, it really sums up what's happening in my inbox and on my phone. There are so many people telling me that not only were they proud and they're excited, but that it renewed their dreams. I've had that as well with adults who grew up seeing space shuttle launches and were really motivated, inspired by them, and who were really excited to see that this launch was getting such wide coverage and sort of asked the question of, do you think that there are going to be more launches with this wide coverage in the future? And I hope so. I hope so for NASA missions. I hope so for Blue Origin missions. I hope so for Virgin Galactic missions. I hope so for all missions.
And your trip into space was also celebrated with a viewing party by staff and students at Washtenaw Community College, where your academic journey began. Looking back at that time, how far away did the dream of space feel then?
I mean, it felt like just that. It felt like a dream. Washtenaw Community College was where my life began because I met a lot of individuals who they didn't care about what I demonstrated on paper before. They were focused on pouring into me, and I started to drown out the noise and only focus on the things that I wanted to achieve. And so one of the other stories about this launch that I'm really excited to share in the coming days is a student named Nathan Perry, who was a Washtenaw Community College student who was actually working on the launch site. And he's a Blue Origin employee, and we just have this connection because we both started from humble beginnings, from community college to NASA and to space. And the last thing, which completely and totally, like, I cried when I saw this, I'll tell you, Riz. My community college sent cardboard cutouts of me to the middle school, to the high school, and they had one available for their launch party, and they invited people to come in and actually take pictures of it and share it because it was literally making dreams real, right? This person went to community college, she's now on this rocket, and we have community college graduates who are working to make sure that she's safe alongside people that she's mentored.
Well, you carved the path. It's really inspiring. So I wonder, what sparked your shift from originally being uninterested in STEM subjects, science, technology, engineering, and mathematics, to actually becoming a NASA engineer?
You know, I struggled with self-doubt. I had low self-esteem, and I spent so many days looking at myself in the mirror and not liking my reflection. And after a while, as a young person, it's really painful. And I started to say, Aisha, what would it be like if you felt good? What would it be like if you liked what you saw in the mirror? And what I realized was that I had committed to all of the negative things I thought about myself, replaying day after day after day. And so I took control of the mental narrative, and I deliberately started to say, you know what? I'm not going to allow you to put yourself down in your mind. I'm going to tell you that you can do it. I'm going to tell you that you are brave. I'm going to tell you that you should have courage. And once I started replaying that in my mind over and over again, I started to realize that I actually felt differently. I felt lighter, and I started to achieve and I started to accomplish things. I think that young persons around the world are in many circumstances under a lot of pressure. It can be so hard for them. And so once I separated the pressure I felt from trying to figure out how I, at 17, was going to study something that would allow me to pay for my life for the rest of my years on the planet and just focus on my goals and my dreams, I really started to flourish.
Well, it's good that happened, because there's the incredible story of how you almost missed out on your opportunity to join NASA. That was a close call that almost ruined your dream.
Yeah, because as I was working on the self-esteem, I mean, it's not an overnight job. It was something that I had to practice. And even to this day, and on launch day, I got up and in my mind, I affirmed myself. I said, Aisha, you have spent your entire life planning and preparing to be here. Today, you're going to get up, you're going to be present, you're going to do good science, you're going to be focused, and you're going to get everything out of this experience. It took me years to get there because as a college student, I didn't realize the power of being kind to myself. I didn't realize the power of finding a community that could pour into me. And so I had to build those things over the years. And as I've traveled around the world with the State Department or invited talks, I think that a lot of individuals have potential that is just untapped because they have not been taught how to harness the noise that can be in your mind and how to affirm yourself and how to make sure that you give yourself the best possible foundation for success, which is optimism and self-love.
And Aisha, I want to discuss how your story progressed, because when you left NASA, you founded your own company, STEM Board, that advises the US government. What drove that decision and what kind of impact has it had?
Well, it started with people like Claire. I was meeting students and I was realizing that I had more to give. I loved working for NASA. It is a dream job and I highly recommend it to anybody who's thinking about it. But in my job, my focus was engineering. I didn't have the opportunity to travel around and talk to students and share my journey as much as I would have liked to. And what I realized was that people thought that I was in my job because I was a genius, because everything was perfect, and because I had the best upbringing. And the reality of that was it wasn't quite true. I had a lot of challenges. I had a lot of failures. I had a lot of setbacks, but it was how I chose to look at them that made the difference in the long run. And once I started doing this, I said, what if I created a company? And once again, people laughed in my face, but I was dog sitting this dog who was amazing. And the dog told me I could do it, right? So I was like, animals, they're your friends, like, go do it. And so I said, well, wouldn't it be really cool if I actually built a company from scratch and it worked? Wouldn't other people maybe feel inspired and do the same? Well, 12 years ago, I built Stemboard. We're an engineering firm. We've twice been recognized by Inc. 5000 as one of the fastest growing companies in America. We have been also recognized for hiring and retainment of veterans in the United States and the good works that we've done around the world. And it was all because I just decided that I would make it up, right? I made up the logo, I made up the company. And today I have engineers who work for me full time in multiple states. And that's what we do. We make dreams reality. And we really stand as a model for what other people could do with their potential in the future.
And if that wasn't enough, as a young woman starting and running such a successful company, you had to go and start another one called Lingo. What are you hoping to solve with that business?
Well, I'll tell you, Lingo was a mistake, but it was a wonderful mistake. Running one company is enough. It's definitely a lot of responsibility on a day-to-day basis. But Lingo came as an act of love. We as STEMboard engineers were donating our time to help nonprofits in the community. And what we realized was that these nonprofits were going out and they were teaching kids, they were doing STEM workshops, but they may not have had the time or the expertise to develop the content and the curricula in-house. And so we decided to do that for one of our nonprofit partners, and the pandemic happened. And we said, we have to help these nonprofits. We have to help the parents and the teachers at home. And so in the course of 1 year, we delivered, and we helped instruct over 5,000 kids. And we said, whoa, this is going to need to be its own thing because there's such a need for it. Today, we supported over 10,000 students. My mom actually is Employee of the Month every month in Lingo. That's right. She went from being my mom to working in one of my startups, which is like very fun. And I've had the opportunity to see what students in other countries get out of our kits because I've taught them in Kenya. I actually taught them in India. I had a 5-city tour through India where I taught Lingo, and the kids just loved it. From Calcutta to Dubai, to Delhi. And I actually brought some Lingo kits to Dubai too. So I just have had them all over the place. And it's been wonderful to see the response that students have had.
And Aisha, I should point out that you're a big supporter of Club for the Future, the Blue Origin nonprofit division. Tell me about that.
Club for the Future helps students send postcards to space. Postcards to space. I love the concept because it brings space down to earth. And it also allows for students to have the opportunity to, write their dreams, share them, and send them. And so Club for the Future not only travels around and provides these postcards, but they talk about the rocket. They talk about commercial space travel. And it's a really great way for people to get engaged no matter where they are.
So that was your role for Club Future on this mission?
Yes. So from 2022, I gathered up all my postcards and I delivered them to Club for the Future for processing. After the mission, they're going to take them off of the rocket and they're going to return them to the dreamers.
Understood. Well, one thing that people who know you are aware of is that you're not just an entrepreneur, not just obviously smart and academically accomplished as a person who's now been to space, an astronaut, but you're also quite an activist and advocate.
I would love to see more people go into space. It is a wonderful deal.
So at a time when spending on DEI, diversity, equity and inclusion programs, are being cut back, what gives you optimism about the future of science in the US?
What gives me optimism is the power of the person. And what I mean by that is I'm literally having a conversation with you about my STEM career, about the science that I was able to do on the mission, about the funds that I was able to raise with organizations to inhabit the seat, and about a moment that was seen by millions of people around the world, and one which I'm going to spend the rest of my life sharing. And I'm just one person. Imagine the power that comes from this conversation and other people deciding that they have the power to shape the future the way that they want it to be. And that's really what I want to leave people with, right? I dreamed it, I planned it, I did it, and so can you. I understand that there are a lot of things happening, not only in the United States, but around the world that will be discussed for years to come. But I think the question is, what can you do in order to shape the future that you want?
And of course, times have changed. And from a time when you couldn't imagine the opportunity to travel to space that has been developed through projects such as Blue Origin, it's now become a possible dream for many more people, something for which you advocate. But given the huge cost, is such an ambition even practical?
You know, I wonder if when Henry Ford designed vehicles, he thought that they would be as popular as they are today, right? I mean, I wonder the same things about the Wright brothers. I think with all great inventions, whether it's ships or aircraft, submarines, I mean, they all kind of started being initially fairly expensive and somewhat out of reach. And you had the individuals who became the early adopters, many of whom were more affluent in society, and then these things became more common. I mean, I still remember getting my first cell phone. I had only seen cell phones on other people. And I know you're probably laughing because you know exactly what that was like, right? When you get your first phone, I'm from the generation where we had one phone, it was in the kitchen and it had a long cord, and you better hope that your mom cared to give you the message. But now there's more computing power in cell phones than we're on the space shuttle. And so when we talk about innovation, we talk about spaceflight, what we just witnessed is what is going to eventually drive down the cost so that this will be affordable to all people. And it follows the natural cycle that happens with innovation and early adoption.
Aisha, let's put this into context. I was excited when I saw my first electric typewriter. Looking ahead, what's next for you on Earth or in space? And what's your newest dream?
1 million students with hands-on STEM learning through our Lingo STEM coding kits. In honor of this mission, I actually spent the last year working with my team to develop lessons that bring some of the same space concepts home. We're piloting them here where I live in Virginia, and we just actually partnered with a local school district to roll them out into the schools, which I'm so excited by. And I can't wait to be able to share the joy of space and the skills that are needed to be employable in the future with millions.
Aisha, fantastic. Now, I'm going to end this wonderful interview with something that we like to do with cool people on this show, and that is to ask you around 10 quick-fire questions where you can just answer in 1 or 2 words. You just have to think on your feet. Are you up for that?
I'm up for it.
Cool. Okay. The first one. What's the biggest discovery you'd like to see in space exploration?
Another habitable planet.
Number 2. What's the most important thing an alien should understand about humans?
Humanity is just beautiful. It's compassionate, it's wondrous, and it should be protected.
Number 3, is there anything you would do differently on a second trip to the stars?
I would spend much more time.
Number 4, would you rather return to space yourself or inspire a future astronaut to travel to Mars?
Can I do both? Both.
Why not? Okay, there you go. Number 5. Will women close the gender gap in the space workforce within the next 10 years?
I certainly hope so.
Question 6. Who's your favorite astronaut and why?
It's hard to pick just one. I absolutely love Jeanette Epps, Joan Higginbotham, Mae Jemison, Katie Coleman, Suni Williams. They're all my favorites. Can I say they're all my favorites?
Of course you can. Well, 7. What's your favorite Katy Perry song?
My favorite Katy Perry song would be Firework.
Nice choice. Question 8. Considering you were told to go into cosmetology and fashion, and considering you've actually become something of a fashion icon, what's the choice? Cosmology or cosmetology?
Cosmology.
Number 9. Spacesuits. Fashionable or functional?
Both.
I knew you were going to say that.
Prada's designing the newest spacesuits. I mean, it's both.
Fair enough. So then, question 10. Do joyful tears float in zero gravity?
Yes.
Well, I'm going to squeeze out one final question. How would you sum up your experience in space in a single sentence?
The most meaningful thing that has happened to me ever.
Aisha Bo, congratulations, and thank you so much for taking the time to have such a great conversation.
Thank you. It's a pleasure to be here with you, Riz.
The remarkable astronaut, Aisha Bo. That's it for now. Don't forget to subscribe and leave your comments and thoughts. I'm Riz Khan. From me and the team, thanks for watching. We'll see you next time.
Welcome to the metropolis, the big city. This is where tech, trends, and culture meet. Meet the people. See the sights. Walk the city streets. And experience the lifestyle. This is your first-class ticket to the cities of the world. Geneva, a true gem of Switzerland, Geneva. Full of history, architecture, and sights, Geneva is a worthy place to visit. The amazing European city is best known for Lake Geneva, of course. The jet d'eau water jet should definitely be on top of your list. The jet of water from the lake can go so high and is considered the emblem of the city of Geneva. Go to the pier, get close to the water jet, and you'll feel the powerful pressure of water projected into the air. Geneva Lake is a central focus of the city. It is surrounded by a panoramic view of the mountains with great promenades too. Throughout the year, many boat trips travel to give tourists a view of the city's lakeside. The buildings and, of course, the jet d'eau water jet are terrific sights to see from afar. Next up is the Old Town. As Switzerland's biggest historical city and the home of the Reformation movement, there is so much to be uncovered here. Every corner of Geneva's cobbled streets, you will find Swiss shops and cafes that are worth dropping by. The town square is an active area and was originally a Roman forum. Not to be missed is the St. Peter's Cathedral. You'll find it at the very heart of Old Town. See its architectural beauty and think of how it took over 400 years to build. Now, the cathedral stands to almost 1,000 years old. St. Peter's Cathedral is also known for the archaeological museum you'll find in its basement and the panoramic views you can catch glimpses of from the North Tower. Want more views from the top? Try Mont Saleve. It's a mountain right outside the city where you'll see Geneva in its entirety. For a dose of the green scene in the city, the Parc de Bastion is where you should be. It's a pretty tree-lined park that dates from way back in the 1700s. It was home to the Reformation Wall, which commemorates the main founders of the Protestant faith, including John Calvin. More history? Head over to the Geneva Museums, the cultural and historical place to be. The Musée des Arts d'Extrême-Orient is home to art from Japan and China, and it is renowned internationally. Other notable stops are the Museum of Natural History, the Barbier-Mueller Museum, and the Museum of Art and History. Canberra. Not your typical destination in Australia, but Canberra holds a lot of promise for tourists. There's just so many attractions to explore in the city. Prepare to be surprised. Canberra is in fact Australia's youngest capital city. What it hides is its thriving arts community, lively food and bar scenes, and then of course, the cultural institutions. It's got a healthy mix of man-made and natural attractions for every kind of tourist. Overall, Canberra is where you can explore, discover, learn, and yes, have a lot of fun. Know more about the history of Australia at the War Memorial. This is where the nation's troops and war's involvement is chronicled, starting from the colonial period to the present day. Here, you'll find a new range of exhibits, such as the Anzac Voices and the revamped First War Galleries. You can also tour Parliament House, a modern complex opened in 1988. This is where you can witness the democratic process at question time in the House of Representatives or Senate. Historic and educational stops aside, Canberra's also got a funky spirit. You can experience this at the weekly Old Bus Depot markets held every Sunday. It's where you can buy the most interesting of things: hipster clothes, homeware, and yes, delicious organic produce. It's also where you can shop for souvenirs to bring home. The city is also a haven for art lovers. Small art galleries line the city, not to mention that some of the country's most important collections are displayed here. The National Gallery of Australia is the nation's preeminent public gallery, housing collections of Australian, Indigenous, and Asian art. There's also the National Portrait Gallery nearby that you might just be curious enough to check out. And then there's the Institute of Sport. Get up close and personal with elite athletes, gymnasts, swimmers, and cyclists that train at the Australian Institute of Sport in Canberra. The Institute welcomes visitors and offers tours for them. The place houses many facilities like swimming pools, tennis courts, and of course, a fully equipped gym. Brussels. Brussels serves as the capital of Flanders, Belgium, and Europe. There's so much to see and do in the city, and here are some of the best ones. First is the Grand Place, a UNESCO World Heritage Site. It is in fact the main tourist attraction of the city. You can hang out, admire the guild houses, and take in its charm and appealing designs. Then there's the town hall, which dates back to 1402. It is considered the seat of civic government. It's got attractive buildings with arched windows, towers, and sculptures. The one of St. Michael slaying a she-devil is one of the most popular. There's also the Pissing Boy, a major character in Brussels folklore. He was designed by Jerome Duquesnoy and is a small fountain resembling a urinating boy. Usually he is naked, but at times he gets dressed. He actually has about 600 outfits displayed in the Maison du Roi. The Maison du Roi means the king's house, but no royalty has ever lived there. The Belgian Comic Strip Center is dedicated to the comic lover. It is in the Waqfez warehouse, a masterpiece in itself, designed by Art Nouveau architect Victor Horta. One of the most popular attractions in it are the 5,000 original drawings and an entire section to Belgium's famous cartoon character hero, Tintin. For recreation and leisure, there's the Hazel Park and the Atomium. It is a glistening 102-meter or 335 feet high model of an atom made out of chrome and steel designed by André Waterkane. It is an accurate depiction of an iron molecule that has been magnified 165 billion times. It was built in 1958 at the World Fair to symbolize the new atomic age. Last but not least is the Basilica of the Sacred Heart. It is an Art Deco church and is the 5th largest in the world. It is modeled on the Sacré-Cœur in Paris and is made of concrete, sandstone, and red brick. It was in 1902 when King Leopold decided to build it, but laid the first stone only in 1905. It was completed in 1971, in time for the 75th anniversary of Belgian independence. Lisbon. Here's what you can see, eat, and do in Europe's most scenic capital, Lisbon. First on the list, Fado. Melancholy will always be a part of the Portuguese psyche, and Fado is the way it is best expressed. Lisbon's profoundest passions and sorrows are heartfelt in Fado, which are haunting strains of which can be heard throughout the city. Fado music interprets saudade, an emotional and heartfelt yearning that's sung over mellow guitar tunes. The most popular icon of this type of musical expression is Amália Rodrigues, who was born in Lisbon and is known as the Queen of Fado. Her contributions in music were instrumental in popularizing Fado to the world. Simply dining in one of the many restaurants in Lisbon that stage live Fado performances will give you the experience you need. Next are the neighborhoods. The neighborhoods in Lisbon have very distinct personalities, each with a unique history. The oldest one is Alfama, a Moorish quarter. The maze of narrow cobbled streets and steep alleyways that surround the castle conjure up images of an Arabic Kasbah. There you will find elegant shops, historic cafes, and chic restaurants. You won't fall short of festivals to attend in Lisbon. In June, the capital celebrates St. Anthony's Festival, also known as the city's biggest and brightest street party. Thousands of locals come in colorful costumes, parading down Avenida da Liberdade in honor of their favorite saint. And then, of course, there's the Nós Alive Music Festival, which lasts for 3 days. Then there's the Superbox Super Rock concert program, which takes place in Parque des Nacoes. Finally, there's the food. In Lisbon, food is affordably cheap, but intensely delicious. They always serve a dish of the day, or prato do dia, and can be considered among the cheapest in Europe. Being a seafaring nation, fresh fish and seafood are of course staple in most restaurants. The cod or bacalhau is a must-try. Lisbon's Mediterranean cuisine involves Brazil, Mozambique, and other ex-colonies spice up the ethnic menu. It's time for us to go. Pack your bags and get your tickets ready. And we'll see you on the next destination. Catch us again next time on Cities of the World.
Our allies, in many cases, are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis,
it would appear that this war is coming to an end.
Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds.
we deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are a lot of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans, and this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was Chief of Staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story.